Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After the Battle of Mount Kikyo, many towns and villages in the Fire Country were destroyed, and the population of Konoha village was also hit hard, taking in many refugees and orphans. In the forest next to Konoha village, a woman with long blonde hair and several children helped up a young child with gray hair. He's from that town, right? There was a fight there some time ago. What should we do, sister? This guy's head has been bleeding, and he seems to be dying. Should we take him with us? A child wearing a hat asked the blonde woman. While the child was speaking, the blonde woman had already stroked the gray-haired child's head with both hands, emitting a green light. Urusi, compared to your injury at that time, his injury is considered light. Don't worry. Don't look at me like this. I still know some medical ninjutsu. The blonde woman stopped the gray-haired child's bleeding and gently asked the gray-haired child who had stopped breathing, "Where are your parents?" The young child stared blankly at the blonde woman and lowered his head. "May I have your name?" The child was a little dazed. When he heard the question, he lowered his head even more and looked to the other side, seeming a little frightened. "You don't remember anything, really?" Urusi, who was standing behind the blonde woman, couldn't help but complain about the gray-haired child's lack of response. "Urusi, help him up," the yellow-haired woman said softly, and Urusi stepped forward upon hearing that. "You're so lucky. Come here and lean on my shoulder." The amnesiac child was brought back to the simple wooden house by the yellow-haired woman and her group. There were many orphans in the house. The yellow-haired woman looked at the dull-looking child wearing a helmet that she had brought back. The child seemed to have lost his memory and had no recollection of what had happened before. "What's his name?" The blonde woman stroked her chin, thinking, looking at the helmet on the child's head, she smiled. "Though, how about this name?" The amnesiac child came into the house and saw many children of the same age as himself. He relaxed his guard a little. Then he heard the words of the yellow-haired woman, and a slight smile appeared on his dull face. The children next to them were innocent, naive, and outspoken, and they all expressed their opinions. That doesn't sound good. Very casual. Average. The blonde woman smiled with eyes curved, wearing black-framed glasses, very friendly, smiling at the children and said, "Simplicity is best." Urusi noticed that the amnesiac boy smiled and couldn't help but exclaimed, This guy just laughed. It seems he likes this name very much." The yellow-haired woman noticed this and said gently, "Very good." At 9:20 in the evening, the orphanage had already gone to sleep, but Do was still walking around. The fat lady in black monk's clothes took Do to the clock hanging on the wall and asked, "Hey, do you see this clock? What time is it now?" "It's already 20 minutes past lights out time." "So what time is lights out time?" The fat lady asked Kabuto, adding sternly, "Now you are here, remember it well." When Do heard what the fat woman said, he looked at the clock on the wall with a bandage on his head, but he couldn't see it clearly. It seemed that he was nearsighted at such a young age. "Hey, what time is it now? Give me a clear answer and remember it." The fat woman continued to ask, usually taking care of a large group of children. The fat woman was also very tired, and she had to teach them the concept of time and rest. Do looked at the big clock on the wall, sometimes widening his eyes and sometimes squinting, try hard to see the clock on the wall clearly, and some sweat seeped out of his forehead. The yellow-haired woman next to him looked at the condition of Do's eyes, was a little surprised, and guessed something. Another elderly man in a black suit and square-framed glasses said softly, "This child is still young. It's normal for him not to know how to read a watch, let alone arithmetic. Let's forget about this matter today. It's 9 o'clock. At this time, Do's childish voice answered, The two monks looked down at the young child below. Correct answer. After the blonde woman put the glasses on the child, she heard the child's direct answer and gently affirmed that Do already knew the time and clock numbers at a young age. Ha ha. It seems that his eyesight is just not very good. He is so smart at such a young age. We need to get him a pair of glasses as soon as possible. The old monk with glasses laughed and was very fond of Do's intelligence. Do reached out his hand, ready to take off his glasses and return them to the blonde. The yellow-haired woman stopped Do's action and helped him put on his glasses. Do was a little surprised and looked at the yellow-haired woman. This way you will be able to keep to time in the future. I hope the degree of these glasses is suitable for you. The yellow-haired woman's voice was as gentle as ever. Do stared at the yellow-haired woman blankly, looking at her warm smile. Do seemed a little scared. He turned his head and lowered his peripheral vision to glance at the yellow-haired woman. The child looked very embarrassed and uneasy, and there was something strange about him. Do saw the yellow-haired woman out of the corner of his eye. He saw her curved eyes and smile. Do, who had lost his support, had misty eyes and tears falling down his cheeks. He choked with sobs. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Do kept repeating the same thing, and the more he cried, the sadder he became. However, the uneasiness he had for life was completely gone at this moment. The blonde woman felt distressed when she saw Do's appearance. She didn't know what Do had gone through to achieve his amnesia, so she gently ruffled Do's hair. "It's all right." Konoha, Hokage building. Bang bang. Orochimaru knocked on the Hokage's office door. "Come in." The third Hokage's powerful voice sounded in the office. Orochimaru pushed the door open and walked in. He was somewhat reluctant to be summoned by his teacher. Orochimaru has already started researching the forbidden technique of immortality and has come up with some ideas and breakthroughs, and has become more and more obsessed with the experiment. There have also been great breakthroughs in previous curse research projects, soul secrets, and other related ninjutsu research. During the Ninja War, Orochimaru captured many ninjas from various countries, and through cruel experiments, he obtained the desired data and speculations. During the Ninja War, Orochimaru served as a firefighter and was sent to wherever the danger was greatest. During his rare rest, the third Hokage summoned him again, leaving Orochimaru helpless. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his beloved disciple in front of him, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes, and said softly, "Orochimaru, you have worked hard during this period. Danzo's team lacks strong and reliable ninjas. I would like to transfer you to Danzo's team to assist him in his work and find out all the information about Danzo's organization. I hope you can take on important tasks in the future." Orochimaru frowned slightly when he heard this. Orochimaru and Danzo had been in secret contact for a long time, and his teacher had transferred him away from Danzo's command before. Now he has transferred himself into the root tissue again, and this has been repeated over and over again. Orochimaru is a little confused about Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. "Danzo, okay, sensei, I will monitor him for you." Orochimaru had no complaints about the transfer. Danzo's darkness was exactly what Orochimaru liked, and the two of them were like-minded. "You seem to have forgotten the key point I told you to do. Find out all the information about the root organization. I hope you can complete my mission this time." Sarutobi Hiruzen knows his beloved disciple very well. He is a ninja with superb wisdom and ninjutsu. As a doctor of ninjutsu, Orochimaru's dream is to learn all ninjutsu, which is also another way to inherit the mantle. Orochimaru licked his lips in response to the teacher's solemn instructions and appreciation for his reuse. This greatly satisfied the little bit of Sanin's desire to win favor in Orochimaru's heart, and he replied seriously, "I will, teacher, don't worry. Well, I hope you can become the root of Konoha, but the position of Jonin Squad leader is not suitable for you. I will arrange another ninja to take the position tomorrow." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a roundabout way and finally revealed the real purpose of summoning Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a roundabout way and finally revealed the ultimate purpose of summoning Orochimaru. The position of Jonin Squad leader is very important. Any opinions of the Konoha Jonin or the policy coordination of the Hokage are mostly coordinated by the Jonin Squad leader. This is a position that can easily gain the support of the Jonin and the Hokage, and most of the time this position is held by the Hokage's confidants, who are often even considered the successor. Orochimaru heard about the adjustment of the position of the Jonin class leader by the teacher, even though Orochimaru was obsessed with studying ninjutsu and didn't care much about it. At this moment, His pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, and his pale skin seemed to become even whiter. Konoha. Early morning. Namikaze Minato woke up and looked sideways, only to see Kushina looking at him with watery eyes. Namikaze Minato had made outstanding contributions in the Cloud Shinobi battlefield and the Rock Shinobi battlefield. He could not stand the fatigue and returned to the village for a slight rest. When he saw Kushina, tenderness flashed in his eyes, but also doubts, and he whispered, "Kushina, I've been wanting to ask you something." Kushina woke up early in the morning and looked at her boyfriend's tired face, feeling heartbroken. Namikaze Minato looked at Kushina with gentle eyes and asked in a puzzled tone, "Why do you like Obito so much?" Hearing Namikaze Minato asking Obito, Kushina regained his composure, pursed his lips, showed a little sadness, and said softly, "I put my dreams on that child." Dream? Hearing Namikaze Minato's questioning voice, Kushina showed some sadness and said, "If one day we have children, they can be as cheerful, upright, and live by their beliefs as he is. I hope to raise a child who, even if he is not very smart or likes to show off, can care about his friends and be full of perseverance." But Obito, as for Uchiha Obito who died in the Rock Shinobi battlefield, Kushina really liked this disciple. Unexpectedly, the sunny and confident boy promised himself that he would come back unscathed before setting off. In the end, he was the only one who died on the battlefield. In order to save his companions, he implemented the will of fire. Namikaze Minato looked remorseful when he heard what Kushina said. Obito. Konoha. Police Force Headquarters. In the evening, Umbu member Ghost Fox came to the window of the guard leader's office, looked at the many guard jonin inside, and knocked on the window. Uchiha Fugaku, Yakumi, Jiro, Uchiha-san, Uchiha Saburo, and other high-ranking members of the police force were reporting to Naruto about the work of the police security department when they heard a knock outside the window and turned around to see that it was an Umbu. "Sanlang, go ask what's going on," Uchiha said to Saburo at the end of the sofa with a medicinal smell. Uchiha Saburo stood up and walked toward the window. The Uchiha people disliked the Umbu for a reason. Umbu member Gehu looked at the many high-ranking security forces and felt a little pressured. He took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Uchiha Saburo, then turned and left. Saburo took the letter from Umbu and opened it to read. A Jonin meeting will be held in the conference room of the Hokage building on September 30th. All Jonin registered in Konoha must attend on time. Lord Yakumi, this is the Jonin class meeting notification letter to be received by the Jonin of the security department. Uchiha Saburo took the letter, and seeing that it was for the Jonin of the security force, he was not humble at all. As a Jonin of the security force, he directly opened the letter and read it out. "I don't know how to be humble. Bring me the letter." Uchiha Yaoi saw that Saburo was a little frivolous and couldn't help but scold him. Hearing this, Uchiha Saburo handed the letter to Uchiha Yaoi obediently. The Hokage building usually arranges people to announce the Jonin class meetings in advance, and some important Jonin and figures will be specially notified by letter. The Jonin class meetings that will be submitted to the security department are usually notified to the security department leader Naruto. Yaoi glanced at Saburo with an unfriendly look on his face, took the letter, glanced at it quickly, confirmed that it was consistent with what Saburo said, and handed the envelope to Naruto with both hands. After hearing the letter read out by Saburo, Naruto understood everything. He took the letter and glanced at it. At that glance, he found something unusual. In the notification letter of the Jonin class meeting time, the signature of the Jonin class leader, who initiated the meeting, changed from Orochimaru to Namikaze Minato. The original Jonin squad leader Orochimaru was replaced by Namikaze Minato. At this critical juncture, this personnel adjustment sends a signal that there may be important announcements at this Jonin meeting. Although Uchiha Yami and Saburo are Jonin, they are generally not notified by specific letters, so they don't pay special attention to these. After reading the letter, Naruto looked at the many high-ranking security officers present and said softly, "The Jonin squad leader position has been adjusted." Sannin Orochimaru's Jonin squad leader position will be replaced by Yellow Flash. And according to the recent intelligence from the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's messengers have been frequently heading to Iwagakure. Perhaps the peace talks have already come to a conclusion, and the Jonin need to vote and discuss. What do you think? Recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen has frequently sent messengers to Iwagakure. At this Jonin meeting, Naruto judged that third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen might have discussed some results with Rock Shinobi. If the two sides successfully negotiated peace and ended the state of war, then so many ninjas in Konoha would have died in vain. The Konoha shinobi would not agree to such a thing, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would be embarrassed. So he wanted the Jonin to vote, and he might not want to take the blame alone, so he might resign. If Sarutobi Hiruzen took responsibility and abdicated, perhaps the anger of the Konoha shinobi could be calmed and peace talks could be finalized. Regarding Naruto's words, Uchiha Yakomi did not go out to participate in the war, but because he stayed in Konoha for a long time. After Naruto and Fugaku left the village, Yakomi was in charge of the security department. He saw the depression and decline of the village clearly and said in a deep voice, "I heard that the third Hokage sent an envoy to negotiate peace. It is really an insult to Konoha's dignity. The previous peace negotiation with the Sand Shinobi was without any bottom line. If peace is negotiated so easily, then the ninjas who sacrificed on the battlefield before died in vain." The third Hokage had already spread the idea of negotiating peace a long time ago, as a precautionary measure, in case the Konoha shinobi could not stand it after the peace talks really took place. By spreading some rumors, one could see what the Konoha shinobi would think. Judging from the current signs, most Konoha shinobi will not accept peace talks unless Rock Shinobi pays a huge amount of compensation. If they just stop fighting like they did with Sand Shinobi, there will probably be chaos. Konoha has already become much more depressed. If the fighting continues, I'm afraid there will be no one left in the village. Uchiha Jiro is nearly 40 years old and is no longer a fool. He has a keen judgment of the situation. He does not have the hostility and rudeness of a young ninja, but is more tolerant and understanding. Uchiha Fugaku realized the point behind Naruto's words and said, "If the peace talks are successful and the Hokage fails to demand compensation again, then the blood of the Konoha shinobi and our Uchiha will be shed in vain. For the peace talks, someone must come forward to take responsibility." Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, is only 5 years old. He is talented in all aspects, comparable to Kakashi back then. He has successfully refined chakra and has a decent amount of chakra. He is also proficient in fire-style ninjutsu. Fugaku once took Itachi to the Rock Shinobi battlefield. Naruto glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku was not stupid and could see some things. Naruto concluded, "This responsibility can only be taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the Jonin class can vote to discuss peace, but I think the peace talks are on the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen has some responsibilities, and he may resign. The next focus is the position of fourth Hokage. If the third Hokage resigns, the next step will be to elect the fourth Hokage." When everyone heard what Naruto said, they all looked thoughtful. "Lord Naruto, you're a great figure in the ninja world and have made outstanding contributions. You are worthy of being the Hokage. It is time for us Uchiha to be the Hokage of Konoha." Uchiha Yakomi's former residence is Konoha, and he is well informed about all kinds of news about the ninja wars. Among the many Konoha heroes in the ninja wars, Naruto is definitely one of the most eye-catching ones. Yellow Flash also made outstanding contributions and took over Orochimaru's position as the leader of the Jonin squad. Perhaps the third generation wants to support Yellow Flash to become Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku supplementary wrote, "Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, is a disciple of Sannin Jiraiya, right? Although the name of Yellow Flash is indeed extraordinary, Lord Naruto is not bad either. Besides, Yellow Flash is a civilian ninja, right? How can he have so many supporters?" The Uchiha's high-ranking officials are also considered the upper-level Uchiha ninjas. They are very sensitive to things like power. Yellow Flash is obviously a civilian ninja with no foundation. He relies on a few students to compete with the Uchiha clan. How can he win? If the third Hokage gave his full support, they might be able to compete, but the third generation's purpose in supporting such a fourth Hokage is self-evident. The Uchiha Jonin in the field were not fools. Even those who had respected Sarutobi Hiruzen before now had doubts in their minds about Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior. Naruto heard the analysis from the people present, which was not far from what he thought. Naruto has the Uchiha and the security forces as his base, and has a deep foundation. Once he comes to power, he will have a large number of supporters and can directly grasp power. However, Namake's Minato obviously cannot reach this level. Well, that's all for today. Starting tomorrow, the security department will launch a major Konoha patrol operation. Everyone, do your job well and adjourn the meeting. Hyuxei, Uchiha, wearing a black vest, was patrolling the streets with several members of the security department. Konoha's Great Patrol Operation is a mission issued by the leader Naruto. Each department has to strengthen patrols of the streets, search for suspicious people, or help the disabled, rescue orphans, and other people in need. The mission covers a wide range. Uchiha finished searching his patrol area and nodded secretly. Konoha's relief funds and pensions were delayed in installments, but at least they were helping, so there weren't many people who lost their income. However, there are obviously more orphans and widows in Konoha. Is that a church? Why are there so many children? Master Muwa, look over there. A member of the security force shouted to Muwa. Muwa became a little impatient and looked in the direction the team member pointed. We are outside of Konoha village. It is not our responsibility. Just keep a record and continue patrolling. Uchiha took a few glances, waved his hand, and continued patrolling. Uchiha has served in the security force for many years and was promoted from squad leader to squadron leader. He can now be addressed as adult by his teammates. This time, Muwa came out to lead the inspection of the security department. As an experienced member of the security department, he knew that the security department only needed to manage the people and affairs of its own acre of land. Other things have nothing to do with them. If you feel something is unusual, just keep a record and report any special circumstances when you report to work. Okay, Master Muwa. Muwa turned around, walked down the high wall, and continued patrolling the streets. When the villagers on the street saw Muwa, they greeted him warmly. Mr. Muwa, why are you leading the patrol? Isn't this Master Uchiha? What brings you here? Mr. Muwa, try my sushi. Uchiha responded to the enthusiasm of the villagers one by one, but did not accept the villagers' kindness. The discipline of the security forces does not allow members to accept benefits for villagers. Otherwise, if the supervision department finds out, they will definitely be punished. Since the security forces were restructured into different departments, Uchiha Muwa, as an old member of the public security department, has become familiar with most of the villagers in the jurisdiction. Respected by many villagers, the Uchiha are charged with maintaining law and order, punishing bullies, protecting the weak, and helping those in need. This job makes Muwa feel very responsible. Protecting the villagers of Konoha and upholding justice are his duties as a member of the security force. Master Muwa, you are so popular. You will be my idol from now on. There is a new red-haired member behind Uchiha. Seeing that Uchiha is highly respected by the villagers and has a good relationship with them, he can't help but feel excited about his own prospects. Uzumaki Mamoru, when you become a regular employee and are in charge of an area, as long as you have good moral conduct and abide by the rules and regulations of the security department, you will be respected by the villagers. Upholding justice and eliminating violence is the job of our security force. Uchiha was not at all moved by the flattery from those behind him. Instead, he acted like an old man educating a newcomer, especially emphasizing words like discipline, system, and justice. I will. Lord Muwa, eliminating violence and upholding justice has always been my ideal. This is my way of ninja. Uzumaki Mamoru's look of admiration faded slightly, and he answered with a very solemn expression. Well, You guys have to remember this too. If there are any bad apples, there is no need for the supervision department to take action. As your superior, I will deal with you directly and will never show any leniency. Do you understand? Uchiha Muwa approved of Uzumaki Mamoru's attitude and nodded, while at the same time warning the other security members behind him. Understood. Sir. X3. Muwa's subordinates responded seriously. The superiors and subordinates in the security forces are generally addressed as Sir, but no one will bother to care about the private or intimate addresses. As the squadron leader, Muwa had a rare opportunity to help new recruits get familiar with their work. When it came to these new recruits, Muwa couldn't help but recall his past. Konoha, Hokage Building. In the Jonin meeting room, Uchiha Naruto took a seat with a large group of Uchiha Jonin. He looked at the Sarutobi clan Jonin not far away. After the Ninja War, Konoha's Jonin suffered many casualties, and the promotion requirements were relaxed. However, the promotion of Uchiha's Jonin was somewhat delayed, while the promotion of Sarutobi's Jonin was very fast. In the previous Jonin meeting, Naruto counted the Sarutobi Jonin once, and there were 12 of them. After a few years, there are now 20 Sarutobi Jonin sitting together. My Uchiha's Jonin promotion is already in the works, and the paperwork will be issued soon. As for the Sarutobi's Jonin, was he promoted directly without going through the formalities? Naruto counted the Jonin of Sarutobi's family, and once again had an understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen's nonsense. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the Jonin below take their seats, then winked at Midokado Hamura next to him. Midokado Hamura understood and said, "Thanks to your bravery and dedication, the dispute between the Mist Shinobi and the Sand Shinobi was settled. Without your dedication, there would be no peace in Konoha. Now the Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi villages in the northwest and northeast are still at war with our Konoha. The casualties of the Konoha Shinobi are shocking and tragic. I'm deeply saddened by this. For the sake of peace, I have initiated peace talks with the Wagakure. Now that we have reached some understanding, I would like to hear the views and opinions of all the Jonin." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Jonin below. There were more than 230 Jonin on the list before, but now there were 170. Many of them were newcomers who were promoted reluctantly, and their strength was not as reliable as the senior Jonin. He sighed slightly in his heart. "We can't fight any further. 2 groups of my students have already died on the battlefield. My relatives and son were killed in the Sand Shinobi battlefield." After hearing the topic raised by Midokado Hamura, the Jonin in the audience began to discuss, and the noise in the venue became a little noisy. It is indeed a matter of peace talks. After hearing what Midokado Hamura said, Naruto understood. 3 of Konoha's 4 top leaders had arrived. Konoha's Jonin had suffered many casualties in the Ninja War, but they were promoted very quickly. The number of Jonin present was roughly around 170 to 180 Jonin, plus some Jonin from the northwest and northeast, perhaps close to 250. There were 50 quotas for Uchiha Jonin, but only 37 were present. Many of the Uchiha Jonin died on the battlefield, and Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be delaying their promotions. The Hokage among the 4 high-ranking officials assisted Shimura Danzo, and has been busy with espionage and intelligence warfare since the beginning of the Ninja War. He has been hiding underground and has not appeared for a long time. A Jonin stood up. His whole body seemed to be trembling. After hearing the many voices of peace talks nearby, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. His eyes were red and he roared angrily. "How can we negotiate peace? My parents, wife, and children all died on the battlefield. How can we negotiate peace like this? My loved ones, what's the meaning of their sacrifice? What's the meaning of their sacrifice?" The Jonin who were originally whispering and talking in low voices all stopped and looked at the Jonin who had many scars on his face and some bandages wrapped around his body. As the Jonin who opposed the peace talks lost his temper and roared, more Konoha Jonin stood up. "We will never accept peace talks. We will make Rock Shinobi pay the price. Why have we been on the defensive all this time? Why don't we organize our forces to attack the land of Earth? We must make Rock Shinobi feel the same pain as we do. Master Yin, I hope you won't discuss peace talks. I will never accept peace talks with Rock Shinobi. Unless I die, I will never accept the peace talks. I must destroy the Rock Shinobi. I will never accept Rock Shinobi's peace proposal. Shame. What a shame. Shame. Previously, those who supported peace talks were all in the front row, and it seemed that some of the ninja clans spoke out and tried to influence the Jonin's thoughts. The real Konoha, civilian Jonin, or small family Jonin, small power teams, all stood up, some with sad faces, some with sorrowful expressions, and more with red eyes and roaring. In the Rock Shinobi battlefield, the team led by Uchiha Fugaku lost more than 600 family ninjas. Needless to say, the casualties of other ninja forces were even more severe. The three senior executives listened to the words of the people off the field and looked at their expressions, and at this moment they couldn't help but back off. Midokado Hamura and the captured Uchiha Koharu looked at the third Hokage. Midokado Hamura's voice was just speaking for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a very uneasy mood at the moment. He held his pipe in his mouth, blew out a smoke ring, and glanced at Uchiha Koharu. Uchiha Koharu and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged glances, sighed inwardly, and whispered, "Please don't get excited, Jonin. We are only discussing a peaceful solution. The sacrifices of the ninjas are certainly not in vain. Subsequent compensation will be paid in place. Please don't get excited." There were only 30 or 40 excited Jonin, nearly a quarter of the total number. Many Jonin did not express their opinions, but they did not refute those who opposed peace talks. Master Yin, Master Koharu, you can make the decision on the peace talks, but may I ask how much compensation Rock Shinobi should pay? In addition, my companion has died on the battlefield, but his family is starving. The relief money has not yet been distributed to his family. May I ask, Hokage-sama, why has the relief not been distributed yet? A Jonin stood up and said expressionlessly, seemingly having no opinion on the peace talks. But regarding the compensation and funds, he wanted to ask the Hokage what the situation was. Tetsuda Jonin, the village's finances are currently in some difficulty, but the compensation will be paid. I promise. The higher-ups knew all the names of the Konoha Jonin by heart, and upon hearing the Jonin's words, Uchiha Koharu responded sternly to appease him. The Jonin named Tetsuda, after hearing what Uchiha Koharu said, stopped questioning and sat down. The top leaders have controlled Konoha for a long time, and their rule over Konoha is very solid. The Jonin have doubts about it, but as long as the top leaders come up with a plan, they can generally appease the Jonin's opinions. Although the upper echelons had limited moral integrity, they were supportive and open-minded towards Konoha's small and medium-sized ninja clans and civilian Jonin. The collective strength formed by civilian Jonin and small ninja clans is limited. As long as the demands of small forces are not too outrageous, they should be given more respect and support. Konoha can no longer fight. The villagers have already sacrificed too much in the ninja war. If possible, I hope to restore peace and stability as soon as possible. There were those who opposed the peace talks, and naturally there were those who supported them. One Jonin, with some compassion, stood up and supported the peace talks. We can't let our companions' sacrifice go to waste. Let the children grow up normally. If the state of war is ended, I think this is the meaning of our comrade's sacrifice. It started with a Jonin who strongly supported peace talks, and many Jonin who supported peace talks also stood up. No, we can't negotiate peace. You cowards! Shame! How can this be? How can this be? Those who opposed the peace talks pointed at those who supported the peace talks and began to insult them, and the meeting room began to erupt into an argument. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little relieved. Negotiating peace against everyone's wishes, even the third generation, did not want to be so arbitrary. Even though the peace talks were for the sake of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to express his opinion too strongly. After hearing the Jonin's opinions in support of the peace talks, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved and said in a deep voice, "Konoha can no longer fight. My comrades sacrifice themselves to protect the peace of Konoha. If there is a better way to maintain peace without bloodshed and sacrifice, as the Hokage, I will definitely support it. The negotiations with the Wagakure have yielded results, and Rock Shinobi has agreed to make peace with Konoha and restore normal diplomatic relations. I agree with this. It is my fault as the Hokage that Konoha suffered such a serious loss. I apologize. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said, then bowed to the Jonin in the audience and continued. If you want to hate someone, please hate me. The losses suffered by Konoha are all my fault. In view of this, I will resign and give way to others. You will elect the fourth Hokage to continue to protect the village. The third Hokage's original words had made many Jonin who were against the peace talks completely devastated, and some even had ferocious eyes. At this moment, with the third Hokage's resignation and taking all the responsibility, some of the original opponents burst into tears. Some looked relieved, and some looked dazed, but no one blamed the third Hokage. As third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking. Silence returned to the field, as if everyone was shocked by the third Hokage's resignation. Third generation, are you sure? Third generation, have you thought it through? The two advisors on the podium seemed unaware of the news and instead asked for confirmation. Yes, as the Hokage, I cannot hide my responsibility for the loss of the village. Only my resignation can be worthy of the heroes who protect Konoha. The three people on the podium chatted with each other, making the resignation of third generation seem very tragic. In electing Hokage, the votes of the Jonin are important, but the appointment of the previous Hokage is also very important. The succession of the third Hokage is purely appointed by the second Hokage. Then let's elect the Hokage. I think Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Namake's Minato are all very good candidates for the next generation of Hokage. How about electing one from among these four? Midokado Hamura proposed 4 candidates, seemingly allowing everyone to compete fairly, and did not even mention Hatake Tsukumo and Uchiha Naruto, the heroes of the ninja war. The Jonin in the field recovered from the shock of the third Hokage's announcement of his resignation, and at the same time, they were discussing the 4 Hokage candidates put forward by Midokado Hamura. Naruto couldn't help but sneer when he heard Midokado Hamura's words. He didn't express his opinion and prepared to let the bullets fly for a while. However, many of the Uchiha Jonin behind Naruto had their brows raised and looked a little angry. An Uchiha Jonin, with raised eyebrows and fierce eyes, wanted to stand up and speak, but was held down by the Uchiha Jonin next to him. What are you doing? The Jonin with raised eyebrows was indignant and asked the Jonin who was holding him down. The Jonin who was holding him down pointed at Naruto. The angry Jonin looked at the clan leader Naruto, only to see Naruto silencing him with a hand gesture, indicating him not to speak. Seeing Naruto's gesture, the Jonin was still unhappy. The candidates for Hokage were all disciples of the third generation. What kind of position was this? This Jonin was itching to nominate his own clan leader, Uchiha Naruto. Please be patient. The clan leader should have his own arrangements. We just need to follow his orders. The Uchiha Jonin next to him tried to calm the angry Uchiha Jonin again, signaling him not to act rashly. Snort. After some tugging, the Jonin with raised eyebrows calmed down a little, snorted coldly, and stopped looking at the senior executives on the platform. After Midokado Hamura spoke, he looked at the situation on the field and generally felt that there was no problem with the list of candidates he proposed. Sannin and Yellow Flash were famous enough to serve as Hokage. Midokado Hamura turned his gaze towards the Hyuga, Uchiha, and other ninja clans. The Hyuga clan never participated in the power struggle of Konoha. They always kept a low profile and listened to whoever was the Hokage. The Uchiha have always wanted to fight for the position of Hokage. Midokado Hamura saw that many of the Uchiha's Jonin had red faces and were obviously angry. Midokado Hamura nodded slightly in his mind. As a core member of the Hokage department, it was impossible for him to nominate Uchiha. Master Yin's nomination is good, but I think Master Hatake Tsukumo is also capable of being the Hokage and protecting Konoha. And Lord Uchiha Naruto, who defeated Miss Shinobi and San Shinobi, is fully capable of being the Hokage. May I ask why Lord Yin did not nominate these two heroes of Konoha? A Konoha Jonin stood up and questioned. The Jonin class has all kinds of Jonin, including civilian Jonin who support everyone. Many civilian Jonin are afraid of the Hokage, but many civilian Jonin are fearless and speak with facts. Naruto turned to look at the Konoha Jonin, a strange Konoha Jonin. Naruto didn't have any impression of him, and was a little confused about the nomination of this Jonin. But he saw Akita Yuya next to this Jonin. Akita Yuya saw the look in Naruto's eyes and gave Naruto a look with support. Naruto understood clearly that the promotion of Jonin usually requires the support and approval of other Jonin, so Jonin usually have their own circles. Jonin Akiyuya seems to have some prestige and has a lot of say in his own small circle. During the Battle of Kikiyama, Jonin Akiyuya's left arm was saved by Naruto, and he was attacked by the Sand Shinobi Scorch style. He could have survived, but even if he was lucky, his left arm should have been amputated. But Naruto rescued him in time. His left arm was just injured and had not completely lost its function. Under the full healing of the healing jutsu, it returned to normal. There might be some effects, but at least it looked no different from a normal arm. When Mitokado Hamura heard that a Jonin questioned his list, he did not show any anger. Instead, he nodded in agreement and said in a deep voice, "That makes sense. It is indeed my fault for neglecting this. If you have a Jonin that you recognize, or a candidate that you recommend, you may nominate them. The Jonin class will vote, and the top 5 will be the candidates. Then the candidate for Hokage will be determined. Each Jonin write the name of the Jonin you support on a piece of paper and put it in the campaign box, and then confirm the candidate's eligibility." Uchiha Koharu added, clapping his hands, and 2 Hokage building service staff came in, one carrying a mailbox-like box, and the other holding a plate with paper and pen on it. After the 2 came in, they divided the work between the left and right. One of them put the box on Jonin's desk in the front row, so that Jonin could write his name and then vote. The other person was distributing paper and pens, just like in the ninja school. Paper and pens were distributed in the first row and then passed to the back. After receiving the paper and pen, the Jonin picked up the pen and wrote down the candidates they supported on the paper. Some Jonin did nothing after receiving the paper and pen. After receiving the paper and pens, the nearly 40 Jonin of the Hyuga family laid them flat on the table, not moving. "Please write your name and put it in the mailbox. I will count the votes then." Namikaze Minato, the Jonin squad leader, stood up and put the note into the mailbox while speaking to the Jonin in the field. Namikaze Minato has golden hair and blue eyes. Many Jonin who have fought alongside Namikaze Minato no longer hesitate to write their names in support after seeing Namikaze Minato and stand up to put them in the mailbox. Naruto looked at the situation and without hesitation, he wrote his name on the slip of paper and handed it to Uchiha Yashiro next to him. "Collect the votes from the tribesmen and go and deliver them." Yashiro took the note, stood up, gathered the Uchiha Jonin's votes, each holding a handful, and walked towards the mailbox. Is Uchiha Naruto really interested in the position of Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the large amount of paper held by Uchiha Yashiro and thought to himself. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu looked at the vote of Uchiha 8th generation. Their eyes flickered, and they seemed to be thinking. In the Jonin class meeting room, many Jonins put their votes into the mailbox. "You have 10 minutes to consider. Please write as soon as possible, otherwise you will be deemed to have forfeited your right to vote." Many Jonin in the field did not move their pens, especially a large number of Jonin from the Hyuga family. None of them moved their pens from beginning to end. Namikaze Minato urged all the Jonin to vote and count the votes. The vote of the Jonin class is of great reference value, but does not mean that the person with the most votes will definitely be elected Hokage. There are also opinions from several high-level officials and the opinion of the Fire Nation daimyo. Although the Fire Country daimyo has little control over Konoha, he will still have some influence if he strongly opposes it. Okay, let's start counting now. After waiting for about 10 minutes, seeing that there were no more Jonin to vote, Namikaze Minato ended the voting session and began to count the votes. Namikaze Minato removed the outer shell of the envelope box, revealing a glass container with many notes inside. Transparent and open statistics are more convincing. Namikaze Minato 1 vote. Namikaze Minato picked up the first piece of paper, which had his name on it, and couldn't help but reveal a sunny and somewhat shy smile. Ahem. Saratobi Hiruzen behind him noticed Namikaze Minato's state and couldn't help but cough lightly. Namikaze Minato's face suddenly became serious when he heard the cough. As a candidate for Hokage, sunshine is important, but a majestic aura is more important. 1 vote for Uchiha Naruto. 1 vote for Orochimaru. Tsunade 1 ticket. The blackboard was brought in from the back, and as Namikaze Minato read out the names, they wrote their names on the blackboard, and then crossed out a character behind it. Each correct character counted as 5 votes. Namikaze Minato moved faster, grabbing the ballot and reading the names aloud. As Namikaze Minato chanted, the 3 senior executives behind him couldn't help but frown slightly. Namikaze Minato grabbed the glass container, which was empty of paper. He nodded and whispered to the ninja who was counting behind him. There are no more slips of paper. Count the votes. Chunin on the blackboard at the back began counting. Namikaze Minato, 61 votes. Uchiha Naruto, 63 votes. Tsunade, 17 votes. Orochimaru, 11 votes. Jiraiya, 5 votes. Hatake Tsukumo, 3 votes. There were also some jonin who voted for other jonin of Konoha, but they were only 1 or 2 votes and could not cause any waves. The good deeds we do in normal times still play a role at critical moments. Naruto couldn't help but smile when he heard that his votes ranked first. In the hasty voting, except for the Hokage faction who had discussed it and had concentrated their votes, and Naruto who had the Uchiha jonin votes, the rest of the votes were in disarray. The Sannin had no ambition for the position of Hokage. Some traveled, some studied ninjutsu, some were busy with medical treatment, and they didn't even attend a meeting. Naruto saved many ninjas in the war, many poisoned ninjas during the battle with Sand Shinobi, as well as Akita Yuya, and many more. This made Uchiha Naruto famous, and he was praised and admired by many Konoha shinobi. Uchiha Naruto is very powerful, never puts on airs, and never bullies the weak. Instead, he is always helpful and gives advice to the Konoha shinobi. At this moment, some of his efforts have borne fruit. Of course, there are still many Chujinin in Konoha, but they cannot participate in Jonin class meetings due to their Chujinin position. Maybe the Sannin have more supporters among the Chujinin, but in the Jonin class, they do not have the support of the 3rd generation and cannot win the election against Naruto. The top 4 are Uchiha Naruto, Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. The 4 are candidates for Hokage. We will also need to refer to the daimyo's advice and ruling. We will hand the list to the daimyo and wait for the final result. Udatane Kaharu said softly he had not expected that Uchiha Naruto would have so much support from the Jonin of Konoha, the Saratobi family, and the Ino, Shika, Cho families together had over 50 votes. The total number of Uchiha votes was less than 40. In the voting among the civilians and small and medium-sized ninja clans, Uchiha Naruto received a lot of support. Tsunade Haim and Orochimaru of Sannin are also supported by many civilians. Yellow Flash, who is fully supported by the Hokage, has an average number of votes among civilians. Namikaze Minato became famous relatively late, and although he was supported by many Konoha jonin, his fame was still some distance away from that of the veteran Konoha heroes. Namikaze Minato might not be bad in terms of strength, but fame is something that cannot be compensated by the efforts of other heroes in just 1 or 2 battles. The Konoha Sannin have been through so many battlefields. This is because the 3rd generation and others support Namikaze Minato. If they support the Sannin, Naruto's votes may not win. Sir Naruto is very powerful and popular. What else do you need to consider? We suggest that you just elect Sir Naruto as the 4th Hokage. An Uchiha jonin stood up and directly cheered for Naruto. Yeah, I support it. Sir Naruto is powerful, gentle, and reliable. He is a ninja you can trust. I believe that the responsibility of Hokage can be entrusted to Lord Naraku. An Uchiha Jonin stood up and spoke, and what made the Hokage clan even more embarrassed was that before the other Uchiha Jonin spoke, many Jonin from the civilian clan and small and medium ninja clans also expressed their support. The three senior executives looked at each other and frowned slightly. They didn't expect that Uchiha Naraku had so many supporters. When Naraku saw that he was supported by many ninjas on the field, he couldn't help but show a happy expression, which showed that his image in the eyes of Konoha shinobi was very reliable. Naraku understood that voting was voting, and there were other procedures, but now was the time for him to make a strong statement, so he stood up and said loudly, "Thank you very much for the support of all the Jonin. If I become the fourth Hokage, I will definitely take on the responsibilities of the Hokage and work for the welfare of the villagers of Konoha, generate income, and protect peace. Protect all the villagers of Konoha to live and work in peace, maintain the order of the ninja world, do our best to prevent wars from happening again in the ninja world, and let the young people of Konoha grow up healthily." Naraku stood up and spoke non-stop and ended with the will of fire, which was met with thunderous applause from the audience. Namake's Minato, who was in second place in the votes, couldn't help but applaud in support when he heard Naraku's words. The trio on the dais frowned even deeper as they looked at Uchiha Naraku, Mitokado Hamura, and Udatain Koharu, while Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe expressionlessly. How did Uchiha Naraku become so popular? Why is he different from other Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. The Uchiha in his mind was simple-minded. Sarutobi Hiruzen only had the impression of Uchiha Fugaku and Naraku, who were more thoughtful, but Fugaku was kind-hearted, peace-loving, and not fighting for power. This Uchiha Naraku is also peace-loving and kind-hearted, but he particularly likes to fight for power and take advantage of every opportunity. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that he has underestimated Uchiha Naraku. In the Uchiha community, the strong ones are often simple-minded and have little chance of becoming influential, while the gentle ones are often complex-minded and are more suitable for coordinating the overall situation. This Uchiha Naraku is very gentle, but he never hesitates when he is strong, as can be seen from his previous remarks. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed softly. Namake's Minato reacted, put down his clapping hands, and said in a deep voice, "Please all Jonin remain quiet and discuss this in private. The opinions of the third Hokage and the higher-ups have yet to be expressed." The Jonin in the field heard the words and looked towards the top leaders, waiting for a lecture. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the Jonin in the field gradually quieted down and said, "I have heard your opinions, and I will definitely make the person you all agree on the Hokage, but the change of Hokage still requires the consent of the daimyo. Uchiha Naraku, Namake's Minato, Tsunade, and Orochimaru are candidates for the position of Hokage and are awaiting the daimyo's opinion. Prior to this, and before the selection and appointment of the Hokage, I, Tion, will temporarily coordinate Konoha as the former Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to take it slow and finalize the peace talks with Rock Shinobi first, and then go to the Fire Nation capital to ask for orders after Shimura Danzo returned from his northwestern affairs. As for the support of the daimyo, that was completely made up by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha never looked at the daimyo's face, but this time the third generation had to use the daimyo's name to ease the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen already had a plan in mind. If all else fails, supporting the Sannin would be better than letting the power fall to Uchiha Naraku. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but glance at Hyuga Hayashi. Konoha, Uchiha Tribe Office Meeting Room. Lord Naraku, you have the most votes, which means you're the popular choice. The third Hokage said he would resign, but he is still holding the position. How shameless! Many villages and towns in the Land of Fire have been plundered by the Sand Shinobi and are in ruins. Sarutobi Hiruzen negotiates peace when he wants and disbands the war when he wants. The hero is getting old. Many members of our Uchiha family died in the war. There is really no point in continuing the war. The third generation should bear the humiliation and the blame for negotiating peace. At this critical moment of the election, Midokado Hamura seems to have blocked the promotion quota for our Uchiha clan's Jonin. These higher-ups are truly shameless. The Uchiha Jonin in the conference room were bustling about, discussing yesterday's Jonin meeting. Some of them despise the third generation, while others recognize the third generation. Naruto believed in his heart that peace talks were the right thing to do, but he would not do it the way the third generation group did, where they did not ask for any compensation and would just end it with a piece of paper. Naruto really couldn't agree with this way of peace negotiation. It should at least be similar to Miss Shinobi's peace negotiation, asking for some benefits. Naruto did not respond to the busy conversation of the Jonin, but said to Yashiro, "Yashiro, show me the list of Jonin to be promoted. If there is no problem, Yashiro, you can submit it to Midokado Hamura and ask him to speed up the promotion." "Hi." Uchiha Yashiro murmured in agreement. Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu are in charge of the administrative affairs of Konoha Village, with Midokado Hamura in charge of personnel transfers and ninja selection, as well as the acceptance and issuance of missions in the mission office. Uchiha Koharu is in charge of Konoha's finances and controls the financial power. No matter the financial income of the mission office, the grant from the Fire Nation, or the various business incomes of Konoha, they must be collected in the hands of Uchiha Koharu. The final grant is also allocated with the signature of Uchiha Koharu. These two have direct dealings and connections with basically all the ninjas of Konoha. No matter what the Konoha shinobi do, they cannot avoid these two. At the same time, the two are also consultants to the Hokage's advisory group, the right-hand men of the third generation, and serve as the think tank of the third Hokage. As for the Hokage assisting Shimura Danzo, he is responsible for many affairs of Umbu and some affairs of the intelligence department. The leader of Konoha's mysterious intelligence department organization is most likely Shimura Danzo. Naruto looked thoughtful and, at the same time, felt somewhat disgusted with the third-generation support for Namake's Minato for the fourth generation. Naruto thought that Namake's Minato was very good, but his power was too small and his foundation was not enough to take over many of the high-level affairs of Konoha Village. Even if Namake's Minato becomes Hokage, the structure of Konoha will not change much. The former Hokage of the third generation will continue to be reused, and their rights will not be lost. Even though Namake's Minato is an excellent, generous, and responsible ninja, Naruto will not give up the position of fourth generation. The Uchiha Jonin in the clan affairs room were still discussing and whispering. All the people present were powerful ninjas. Even if they were discussing in low voices, those who were paying attention could hear them clearly. Naruto said in a deep voice, "Since the third Hokage has resigned, I'm only temporarily serving as the leader. I will retire after the fourth generation is selected. This time will not exceed a month. Please be patient and wait." The peace talks between the third generation and Rock Shinobi should have come to fruition. Now only Cloud Shinobi is still at war with Konoha. Cloud Shinobi is exhausted and no longer a concern. The smoke of a ninja war has largely subsided. All Jonin serving in the Guard Corps should manage their respective departments well, help the Konoha villagers more, and prevent unrest. Naruto paused here. The Jonin had stopped talking and listened carefully to Naruto's speech. At the same time, some Jonin hesitated to speak. Naruto had some guesses in his mind and continued. The compensation that Konoha lacks will be paid to the tribe members by the Tribe Affairs Office first. We cannot let the tribe members who follow us to fight have any worries. The debt owed by Konoha will be slowly repaid. I believe Sarutobi Hiruzen is not so shameless and untrustworthy. Yashiro, after the meeting, you should make a calculation and pay out the compensation that is almost due. Hi. Naruto felt that he had explained almost everything about the events after the Jonin Conference and the war, so he nodded and said, "Everyone has worked hard in the ninja war. Those who need to rest should rest, and those who need to take a vacation should take a vacation. We don't need to worry about the rest. Please be safe during your rest and holidays. The chaos in the ninja world has not yet been completely quelled. If you need any feedback or additions, You can report them to the Office of Affairs after the meeting. That's all for today. Let's adjourn the meeting. Hi, X50. Many Uchiha Jonin stood up and began to leave their seats in twos and threes. Naruto looked at these Uchiha Jonin, many of whom were new faces and Uchiha rookies, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. In the Sand Shinobi battlefield of the Ninja War, Uchiha suffered less than 100 casualties, but many members of the clan activated Sharingan or evolved Sharingan under the tense environment and life-and-death test of the battlefield. Although many of the tribesmen died on the battlefield, the number of Sharingan elites did increase to more than 400, close to 500. When Naruto first became the leader of the Uchiha clan, there were only about 100 clan members who had activated the Sharingan. Compared with the current situation, it is a huge difference. It is almost close to the record during the time of Uchiha Sengoku. A group of ninjas can grow up when they're 10 years old, which means a generation of ninjas can be cultivated in 10 years. The new generation of Uchiha Uchiha Shisui is less than 12 years old and already has 3 Tomo Sharingan. Naruto, Itachi, is 5 years old now. I plan to send him to a ninja school to let people know about the Uchiha's genius. What do you think? Most of the Jonin had left, leaving only a few people. Uchiha Fugaku sat to Naruto's right and asked Naruto, Itachi? Itachi is a good kid. Don't put too much pressure on Itachi, Fugaku. Haha, Itachi is an amazing kid. He can learn many things right away. I'm worried that I won't be able to teach Itachi. If possible, Naruto, you can teach Itachi for me. When Uchiha Fugaku talked about Uchiha Itachi, a smile appeared on his face, and he was obviously very proud of Uchiha Itachi's genius. Uchiha Itachi is the second famous Uchiha genius after Uchiha Shisui. At the age of 5, he could learn ninjutsu quickly and could hit the target with just a casual throw of the shuriken. Ninjutsu, such as 3-body technique, great fireball, and Fengxian fire were very pure and did not seem like a child at all. Well, if Itachi goes to a ninja school, that's fine. I hope he can get along well with his classmates. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Sometimes, if you are too outstanding, you should keep a low profile, Fugaku. Regarding Fugaku's opinion, and since he is his own son, he lets Naruto make the decision, which shows his respect for Naruto. If Naruto really refused on such a small matter, it would embarrass Fugaku, and Naruto couldn't refuse. On the east blue shore of the Land of Fire, a dozen ships with the Miss Shinobi logo docked at the shore, and dozens of Miss Shinobi Umbu ninjas stepped off. Master Fugu, Mizuki has already negotiated peace with Konoha. The two sides are allies. It's not a good idea for us to do this, right? A Miss Shinobi Umbu couldn't help but persuade the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon to go his own way, even after arriving in the Land of Fire. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost lost all his weapons and armor in the great battle with Konoha, and had to survive in a cowardly manner. He was very dissatisfied with the Mizuki's peace talks, and even more angry at the Uchiha Naruto, who chased him twice. Miss Shinobi is in a chaotic situation. Zigwishin Pufferfish, as one of the major forces of Mist Shinobi, simply stamps the Mizuki seal on the mission scroll, forges an order, and arranges his Umbu subordinates to come to the Land of Fire to seek revenge. The Umbu of Miss Shinobi also have some understanding of Mizuki, and think that Mizuki should not have these actions, so they can't help but question Zigwishin Pufferfish Demon. Idiot, this is the order given by Master Mizuki. We just need to follow it. Zigwishin Puffer Ghost has several Mizuki seals. You can just fake them and post fake tasks. At that time, you can just pay some of your own money as the task reward. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost reluctantly made a huge investment and prepared to come to the Fire Nation to start the Water and Fire War again. Give the fourth Mizuki some fun so that he doesn't have to think about taking power and suppressing others every day. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish know the truth. 1 or 2 of them can be treated as traitors. There are dozens of elite Mist Shinobi Umbu here, and it is useless for the fourth Mizuki to deny it. Konoha will not believe it. Three Tails has already found the location. We will capture a Konoha Shinobi as a Jinchuriki. By that time, the Jinchuriki will riot in Konoha, and Konoha's strength will be greatly weakened. That will be our chance to take revenge. Iron Horse, 3 Horses, Crazy Horse. The 3 of you go on this mission and capture a Konoha shinobi. When the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost spoke, his mouth full of sharp teeth like shark teeth, giving orders and making arrangements. IX3. The 3 missed Shinobi Umbu, followed the order, and moved directly forward. Security Force Headquarters. Hanta, send someone to keep an eye on Noera Lin, especially on any missions related to Noera Lin leaving the village. Naruto instructed the head of the intelligence department, Uchiha Hayata, who was in front of him. Yes, Lord Naruto. Noera Rin is Hatake Kakashi's teammate. Do you want to secretly retrieve the Sharingan? In fact, there is no need to be so troublesome. We have a way to do it silently. Naruto interrupted before Hayata finished speaking. No, you just need to focus on Noera Rin, especially Noera Rin's mission to leave the village. Hatake Kakashi is Sakumo's son and a gift from Obito. Let him have it for now. If it is needed, I will take it back, but not now. Put on him first. You must pay attention to all of Noera Lin's missions outside the village, understand? Uchiha Shuna was a little confused about what the clan leader Naruto said, but he still agreed honestly. Hi. Hatake Kakashi transplanted our Uchiha's Sharingan. It will drain his chakra for a long time. His potential will be exhausted. What a waste of talent. Uchiha Hayata felt a little indignant after hearing Naruto's words and said in defense, "Why do you have to praise Kakashi, Chief? Shisui and Tiehua are smaller than Kakashi, but their fighting power is no less than his. Why do you have to pay attention to him?" "Ah, that's true. Go ahead and keep an eye on Noera Lin for me." Naruto smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. Hi. Hayata turned and left the security chief's office. Watching Hayata's leaving figure, Naruto touched his chin, thinking slightly. Obito's teammates, Hatake Kakashi and Noera Rin, are both fine at the moment, and Obito's Sharingan, which has great potential, should not have evolved yet. Just keep an eye on Noera Rin and rescue her when the time comes. If Obito is nearby, you can bring him back to Konoha. Naruto and Yagura of Kirigakure signed a mutual assistance agreement and sent 2 Uchiha teams to be employed by Yagura as Umbu in Kirigakure. Yagura blatantly passed the information to Uchiha Naruto, but he didn't care much about it. The situation in Kirigakure was more chaotic than Naruto had imagined. There are many missed shinobi mountains, and many ninjas died in the ninja wars, but the leaders of those major forces are still alive, and assassinations often occur. Lon, are you the only one in your team who has mastered ice escape? Naruto said softly in the empty office. A ninja dressed in the uniform of the Konoha Police Force, Special Police Division, and wrapped tightly, appeared instantly. Yes, Lord Naruto, it is not easy to awaken ice release. The tribe members who have awakened ice release are elite members of our Snow Clan. Okay, I'll trouble you to be the guard. This is my duty, Lord Naruto. Please don't be polite. Lon is very humble, and Naruto admires this ninja from the Snow Clan very much. It can also be said that Naruto admires humble and cautious ninjas. Well, continue to hide. Hi. Yagura hired Uchiha ninjas, and Naruto also hired Mist Shinobi ninjas, a team of the Snow Clan, a team of Mist Shinobi who specialize in assassinations. Yagura Kotachi didn't understand why Naruto recruited the Snow Clan. He thought that Mist Shinobi's ninjas were very powerful, and he'd been planning to send a few more to Naruto. They came here to collect salaries. Naruto also doesn't care about the leakage of some information. In the police force, most of them are about Uchiha. They know too much about Uchiha and can only appreciate how powerful Uchiha is. The ice-style ninja named Lon hides in the dark and has great respect for the strength of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. It would be great if our Snow Clan could also take control of the security forces in Kirigakure. Naruto stopped talking and began to look through the scrolls on his desk. Most of the information Hayata passed on was related to Uchiha, or the situation in various countries in the ninja world, or some information about important figures. For Naruto, The biggest role is to observe some people that Naruto wants to pay attention to or to exchange intelligence with the fire control city. Chakra armor is selling well, mostly bought by the daimyo of the 5 great nations. The first scroll Naruto read brought a smile to his face. The chakra armor developed was sold by a Fire Nation warrior named Chubei. This warrior puts on the chakra armor and goes out. He is not afraid of some wandering ninjas at all, and he loves the chakra armor like a treasure. Originally, Fugaku was put in charge of chakra armor matters, but because of the ninja war, this task was later given to Uchiha Ritsuji. No one knows where Ritsuji found a spokesperson. He is very reliable. 100 sets of chakra armor were sold in the capital of the Fire Nation, and the daimyos of the other 4 major countries purchased a total of 150 sets. The scroll said that the guardian ninja and samurai of the Fire Nation's capital city highly respected chakra armor, and after the daimyo purchased 100 sets, he ordered another 100 sets. If we sell too much, when the Fire Country daimyo becomes stronger, he won't have any inappropriate thoughts, right? Naruto looked at the information and couldn't help but think of the daimyo of the Snow Country. The performance of the first-generation chakra armor was average, and Naruto didn't think much of it, so he didn't equip his guards on a large scale. Naruto flipped it open and looked down, only to see information saying that after several years of research and development, the performance of the chakra armor had made a leap forward. Performance leap? I need to get 2 sets to see. The chakra armor in Fire Control City has a good income. I need to send a strong ninja to guard there. Inahiro has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and is very powerful. He has followed me for so many years, so it's time to let him go and gain some experience. Lord Naruto, I have not found any trace of Noara Rin in Konoha. There's no trace of Hatake, Kakashi either. It seems that they are out on a mission. Okay, I understand. Go ahead and get busy. Hi. Watching the sound of Uchiha Hayata leaving, Naruto was slightly in deep thought. The 2 of them haven't appeared in the village for 3 days. Perhaps they have gone out on a mission. Miss Shinobi is very confused. Could they have gone to the East Blue Coast? Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little anxious and whispered, Shan Shuelan, gather the team and follow me out of the village. Hi X2. Zensui's team members change, with the addition of Uchiha Tetsuka, 11 years old, 3 Tomo Sharingan, the same age as Uchiha Shisui, and second only to Shisui in talent among the Uchiha. During the time when Uchiha Shisui was on guard against Miss Shinobi, he had already become famous and was known as Flicker Shisui. He is even more powerful than Naruto at this age. When Naruto was in his early teens, he was famous for the title of Copy Ninja. Naruto's team guards have become 3 teams, the secret guards led by Uchiha Zensui, the small team composed of Raofeng and Manjiro, Taki, and Kaori, and the extra team is the hired ninjas of the Ice and Snow clan. The other team of ninjas that Miss Shinobi had sent over were directly placed by Naruto outside of Konoha village, in the base that Forbidden Technique had previously researched, to be on standby to help Naruto do the dirty work. Hatake Kakashi and Noara Lin fled to Konoha from the eastern base. Kakashi looked at the dozens of missed shinobi umbu behind him, and Kakashi stopped and said in a deep voice, Lin, you go first. Kakashi didn't expect that a simple mission on the Eastern Patrol would lead to such an emergency, with Lin being captured by missed shinobi umbu. After Kakashi learned of the situation, he went alone and risked his life to rescue Lin. Facing the missed shinobi umbu who was chasing him relentlessly, Kakashi made a decision in his heart. You better be careful. The mission is urgent at the moment. Noara Rin is a medical ninja and knows that staying will only drag down Kakashi. If she leaves, Kakashi is too powerful and she may have a chance to escape. Don't worry, I'll cover you first and join you later. Kakashi promised Uchiha Obito that he would protect Rin with his life. And looking at Miss Shinobi Umbu in the back, Kakashi knew that it was time to keep his promise. Although Kakashi rescued Lin by surprise when Miss Shinobi Umbu was not prepared, he knew that he would not survive if he stayed behind to stop the enemy. Kakashi is already a mature jonin, and his words will not reveal anything unusual. Noara Lin admired Kakashi very much. When she heard Kakashi's words, she jumped forward on the tree branch. After jumping over several branches, Noara Lin suddenly lost consciousness for a moment, but quickly woke up. No, this feeling. Noara Lin sensed something strange in her body and understood what Miss Shinobi had done to her when she was captured. This is Three Tails. I can't go back to the village. If I go back, the tailed beast will go berserk and bring disaster to the village. Noara Rin is a ninja influenced by the will of fire. After discovering the tailed beast in her body, she understood Miss Shinobi's conspiracy and her own situation. The trailing Kakashi had already pulled open the forehead protector, revealing the two Tomo Sharingan. After a fight with Miss Shinobi Umbu, he formed seals with both hands and condensed Raikiri in his hands. The body activated in lightning-style chakra nature transformation and rushed towards the opposing Miss Shinobi Umbu at high speed. Drink! Kakashi was determined to die and stayed behind to keep his promise to protect Lin. Kakashi Raikiri rushed forward at high speed, and when Raikiri was about to rush into the enemy's chest, a figure jumped out and pounced on Kakashi's Raikiri. Kakashi's Sharingan widened with disbelief after seeing the person in front of him. Under the stimulation of lightning-style chakra, Kakashi cannot easily change direction in a straightforward thrust, even with the assistance of Sharingan. Kakashi. The person who jumped in was Noara Rin, who was pierced through the chest by Kakashi's ninjutsu. Noara Rin coughed up a mouthful of blood. In order to protect the village and prevent the tailed beast from running rampant in the village, Noara Rin was willing to sacrifice her own life. This is to implement Noara Rin's ninja determination. At the same time, Noara Rin also hopes that Kakashi can escape after her death. Kakashi stared at the person in front of him in a daze, as his own Raikiri pierced through Lin's chest. Kakashi does not have Uchiha blood. At this moment, stimulated by the scene in front of him, the two Tomo Sharingan in his eyes rotated rapidly and changed. In the woods not far away, a figure, wrapped in white Zetsu armor, was moving at high speed towards the east blue shore. Kakashi, you promised me that you would do your best to protect Lin. I'll be there soon. Obito shuttled through the woods. Wrapped in and assisted by the white Zetsu armor, his chakra seemed endless, and he shuttled and moved at an extremely fast speed. Well, Uchiha Obito felt a pain in his empty left eye. Obito covered his empty left eye with his hand and felt as if he saw the scene of Noara Rin's tragic death. Obito seemed to see Noara Rin spitting blood and losing her spirit. Obito panicked even more, absorbing the chakra of the white Zetsu armor and charging forward even faster. Almost there. Almost there. The connection between Obito's Sharingan grew closer, and Obito understood that something was nearby. After Obito jumped out of the woods, he saw a large number of missed shinobi ninjas and a scene that Obito would never forget. Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through Noara Rin's chest. Obito stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. Where is this? Obito muttered to himself. Time seemed to stop, but his surging eye power was raging. Kakashi. Noara Rin spat out blood again, and Kakashi pulled his hand out with a dull look. The sizzling sound of the Chidori died out the moment he pulled it out. Kakashi held Noara Rin's shoulder with his left hand. Under the riot of his pupil power, Kakashi's physical potential was rapidly overdrawn. Kakashi was staggering and unsteady at this moment. His left hand loosened, and Noara Rin fell backwards. All of Kakashi's potential as a genius was concentrated in his left eye. In his grief and confusion, Kakashi awakened the forbidden power of Uchiha. Kakashi lost consciousness and fell forward. The power of Sharingan. The stronger the emotions of a person, the stronger the awakening of Sharingan will be. Uchiha Obito looked at the scene in front of him. Obito was completely stunned, and the double Magatama of Sharingan in his right eye socket rotated into 3 Magatama. After 3 Magatama, the rotation evolution did not stop. It rotated even faster and gathered at the middle pupil, then spread out and turned into a peculiar shape. Ugh, where is this? I will never admit to such a thing. Uchiha Obito cried out in pain and rushed towards the dozens of mist shinobi Umbu in front of him like a wild animal. Don't underestimate the blood mist village. Mist shinobi Umbu drew out her long sword and looked at the white monster rushing towards her from a distance. Uchiha Obito went completely crazy. With chakra riding and the help of white Zetsu armor, he was extremely fast and powerful, charging forward like a tank. A mist shinobi Umbu rushed towards Obito with a long sword in hand, but was hit in the chest by Obito's extremely fast punch. The mist shinobi Umbu's body exploded with stakes and died instantly. The gushing blood splashed on Obito's white mask. Obito broke off the wooden spike that was attached to the right half of his body and continued to rush forward, knocking down a mist shinobi Umbu. The fallen mist shinobi Umbu made a terrified sound and retreated backwards while holding a wooden spike in his hand. At this time, 3 mist shinobi Umbu cooperated tacitly and jumped high with long swords in hand, stabbing towards Obito below. Dying. Mist shinobi Umbu's mask revealed a bloodthirsty light, and 3 long knives stabbed at Obito's back. However, it was as if it passed through the air, directly piercing through Obito's body, stabbing the mist shinobi Umbu below Obito to death. Not stabbing. Uchiha Obito's pupils widened, and bloodshot appeared outside the pupils in the shape of darts from the Sharingan in his eyes. Drink! Uchiha Obito looked ferocious. He jumped up, kicked out with both feet to the sides, and kicked 2 Umbu away. The third Umbu jumped far back to escape, but Obito threw the wooden spikes in his hand. The wooden spike hit Mist Shinobi Umbu directly, and Obito made a seal with both hands. Mist Shinobi, who was stabbed, died when countless wooden spikes burst out of her body. You're using with style. Cutting technique? Obito, I understand why Madara is optimistic about you. The white Zetsu armor was wrapped around Obito to assist him in combat, but no one expected that Obito would be so good at fighting and powerful. The Mist Shinobi Umbu were horrified when they saw the monster howling in pain, but as the elite Mist Shinobi, they did not forget their business. At least take 3 tails back. Ugh! Dozens of Umbu rushed towards Noara Rin's body. Seeing this, Obito became even crazier and rushed towards Rin, howling all the way. All the attacks of Mist Shinobi penetrated and did not cause any harm to Obito. Obito rushed to Lin's side and put his big hand on the head of Mist Shinobi, who was rushing the fastest. With a little force, the mask broke, revealing Mist Shinobi Umbu's painful expression. Ugh! The white monster grabbed Mist Shinobi Umbu and screamed hysterically again. After squeezing Mist Shinobi to death, he did not stop and clench his hands to hit the limp Umbu crazily. Dozens of Mist Shinobi Umbu in the field looked at Obito's screaming and strange abilities. At this moment, they were really terrified, looking at the white monster. The Mist Shinobi Umbu retreated slightly. The white weirdo seemed to realize something and turned around to look behind him. Seeing the white monster turning around, many Mist Shinobi Umbu and even their long swords fell to the ground, and they slowly retreated again. The white monster's mask only revealed his right eye. The empty hole in the right eye of the mask was like the most terrifying beast in the world, staring at Mist Shinobi Umbu motionlessly. Mist Shinobi Umbu's sweat dripped from beneath their masks, and they dared not move in the field. A strange wood style like a wooden dragon burst out from the right half of the white monster's body, and the screams of Mist Shinobi Umbu resounded throughout the field. The bright moon seemed to be dyed red, and Obito remembered the words of the old man in Sharingan. This is hell. Have you forgotten? Obito stared at Noara Lin lying on the ground in a pool of blood and murmured, I'm in hell. In the evening, Uchiha Naruto led a group of guards and rushed to the eastern stronghold. The guards around him had already scattered, surrounding Naruto, patrolling a radius of 30 kilometers, looking for suspicious traces. Shisui, don't rely too much on the Sharingan forbidden technique. Remember, Uchiha Zensui and Uzumaki Taki followed behind Naruto as guards. Yes, I understand, Lord Naruto. Uchiha Zensui's right eye, which had originally lost its sight, has now been transplanted with a 3-tomo Sharingan. However, because it was not his own Sharingan and was not a close relative, it seemed to have some slight rejection and could not be easily turned on and off, so Zinsui wrapped his right eye with a bandage. Naruto encountered many Konoha shinobi along the way, but after seeing the logo of the security force, especially the name of Uchiha Naruto's guard, they did not question them. Where did they go on the mission? Why can't they be found here? Isn't it Mist Shinobi's place? Naruto searched for a long time, but couldn't find any trace of Noera Lin, Kakashi, and others, and couldn't help feeling anxious. Found it, Lord Naruto. A Konoha Chunin knows Kakashi and Noera Rin. They are at some outposts in the north. Uchiha Lin, who was leading the way, turned around and reported to Naruto. Okay, let's go to the north. Taki, pay attention to Kakashi and Noera Lin's chakra. Uzumaki Taki answered seriously. Some people that Naruto cared about had already told Uzumaki Taki to record the feeling of chakra. With the perception of Kagura's mind's eye, the difficulty of searching would be reduced. Kakashi and Lin are on a mission with Miss Shinobi, and I always have a bad feeling. The Land of Fire has forest vegetation, many streams and lakes, fresh air, and a good environment. After a long journey, Naruto and his party finally made a discovery. Lord Naruto, there's a powerful chakra ahead, but it is very cold and feels somewhat similar to Ruofeng's chakra. Uzumaki Taki seemed to sense something with his huge perception range, and said to Naruto next to him, "Let's go. Lead the way, let's get there." Naruto was a little anxious when he heard this. This kind of cold chakra feeling was usually only formed by the changes that the Sharingan brought to chakra after reaching Mangekyo. Yes, it's just 15 kilometers ahead. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Taki reported in more detail and led the way forward. Naruto followed the humanoid radar and rushed forward. Brush, brush, brush. After passing through the woods, the bodies of Miss Shinobi Umbu were scattered all over the ground. Kakashi was lying on the edge, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Obito was next to him, covered with a strange white substance, with some spikes protruding from his neck, and he was holding a lifeless body. Obito, Naruto saw the man's appearance and saw some wrinkles on the right side of his cheek due to injury. Naruto thinks highly of Obito. In Naruto's impression, Obito finally turned back. When Obito fell into the abyss, no one pulled him back. Only some white Zetsu, black Zetsu, and Uchiha Madara handed him a knife to brainwash him and dragged Obito into the abyss. At this moment, Naruto wants to pull Obito back to the right path. Obito had just finished killing Mist Shinobi with Kamui and was holding Noera Rin in his arms with a dazed look on his face, and when he heard the words, he looked towards the person coming from afar. Oops, this guy seems to be a member of the Uchiha clan that Black Zetsu told me to be. Obito didn't even take Kakashi's eyes. The darkness isn't deep enough. The white Zetsu attached to Obito regained consciousness. It wrapped Obito's already dazed head again, blocked Obito's hearing, controlled Obito's body to put Noera Rin down, and ran away. Obito originally heard Naruto's call and turned his head blankly, but white Zetsu wrapped around him faster, and Obito only saw Naruto's mouth opening and closing as if he was talking, but no sound could be heard. Don't go. I have a way to save Lin. Obito, who was wrapped in white Zetsu, ran away wildly. Obito's face was dull, neither sad nor happy, and he allowed himself to be controlled by white Zetsu. Naruto looked at Hatake Kakashi and Noera Rin on the ground, then at the figure running away at high speed in the distance. Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto shouted softly, his eyes turned scarlet, the Magatama in his eyes spun rapidly, and he looked at Noera Rin. Noera Rin's body changed. Flesh and blood slowly grew on her pierced chest, and even the outer garment destroyed by Raikiri was returning to its previous state. After a while, Noera Rin returned to the state before the piercing. At the same time, Noera Rin's chest began to beat and regained life. It seems that the soul of the person who just died has not yet entered the Pure Land. It can still be rescued. Naruku's Mangekyo Sharingan, I technique controls time, and Naruku rewinds the time of Noera Rin's physical state. Because Noera Rin had just died, Naruku used some of his eye power to restore Noera Rin to her pre-death state. Ahem, are you the ones who saved me? Hitaki Kakashi woke up, looked at Uchiha Naruku and the others, and then looked around. Lin. Kakashi saw Lin's body and rushed forward, but found that Noera Lin's injuries disappeared and her breathing was stable. This is... Kakashi sensed Lin's breath and showed an expression of disbelief. Kakashi's shock lasted for 2 seconds. Tears rolled down his eyes, and he hugged Noera Lin tightly. Why do you want to? The strong Kakashi broke through his psychological barriers, revealed his cowardice, and cried sadly. Kakashi has been praised since he was a child. After the White Fang incident, he also disapproved of his father's actions. Under the influence of Uchiha Obito's sunny self-confidence, Obito's emphasis on companions over missions, and Obito's admiration for the White Fang's practices, Kakashi's beliefs changed. Uchiha Obito, Noera Lin, is Hitaki Kakashi's most important friend. They're the two pairs of hands that pull Kakashi back when he is in darkness. From then on, Kakashi lived like Obito, inherited Obito's will, and protected Konoha. Even in darkness and pain, he would never get lost again. It's a pity that when Uchiha Obito fell into darkness, no one pulled him back. Uzumaki Taki and Uchiha Zensui behind Naruku looked at Hitaki Kakashi with a thoughtful look. Ahem, Noera Lin, who was in Kakashi's arms, woke up and coughed slightly. Is this the Pure Land? Kakashi, you are here too. Noera Lin looked at Kakashi, who was hugging her with an apologetic look. Lin, you're awake. When Kakashi heard Noera Lin's voice, his sad face stopped and he showed a strong look. However, his wet mask and the tears in the corners of his eyes betrayed him. Noera Lin felt something in his lower abdomen and realized something was wrong. Three Tails was still in his body. Naruku did not disturb the two of them. He watched Noera Lin come back to life. He accumulated some experience in the time reversal eye technique and confirmed that people who had died recently could be brought back to life by reversing time. But just now Naruku noticed the momentary abnormality of Noera Lin's chakra and had to speak out. Okay, let's stop the touching scene for a moment. Am I not in the Pure Land? Is this the place? Noera Lin was very confused about her situation. She was clearly, I saved you. Noera Lin, you owe me your life from now on. Naruku said softly. Uzumaki Taki and Uchiha Zensui looked at Uchiha Naruku with an expression of worship. This method of bringing the dead back to life was the power of God. What's going on? Hitaki Kakashi wants to ask Naruku. I raced against time to rescue Noera Lin. It's that simple. Naruku gave a brief explanation, but did not explain the secret of his eye technique. Ahem, Miss Shinobi Umbu implanted 3 tails in my body. If I return to Konoha, the tailed beast will go berserk. Please kill me. After Noera Lin understood the whole story, she said with a sad look on her face. What? So Linyu. At this moment Kakashi understood why Noera Rin wanted to crash into his jutsu. Haha, it's just 3 tails, nothing more than a scabby problem. Uchiha Naruku on the side sneered and didn't take it seriously. Hitaki Kakashi and Noera Lin both looked at Uchiha Naruku in surprise. Kakashi had some understanding of Naruku's strength. Noera Rin had often heard from Obito how powerful his clan leader was, but she had never expected him to be so arrogant. I saved you a great cost. If it weren't for Obito, I might not have helped you. Please cherish your life. As for 3 tails, just reinforce the seal. Noera Rin, for now on you will be Konoha's 3 tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Naruku's words were understated. As for 3 tails, all he had to do was reinforce the seal for Noera Rin. Not knowing Noera Rin's situation might cause some trouble. The information that there is a tailed beast in Noera Rin's body has been leaked. With Naruku here, how could there be any big trouble? Yes. Noera Rin heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Naruku's words. Although Noera Rin was willing to sacrifice her life for Konoha, who wants to die when they can live? Let's reinforce the seal here. Noera Lin, you sit cross-legged, and everyone else stay away. Nariku gave instructions and prepared to reinforce the seal right here. Noera Rin heard Nariku's words and sat cross-legged. The people around her heard Nariku's orders and stepped back. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood nearby did not affect the crowd. Nariku took out a scroll, summoned a 1-meter-long giant pen, and painted on the ground with the giant pen about 10 meters away from Noera Lin. After about 5 minutes, Nariku drew the lines of the 4-symbol seal at the southeast, northwest, and northeast corners of Noera Lin. Nariku walked to the direction facing Noera Lin and waited for about 2 minutes for the ink to dry. Nariku made seals with both hands, and after about 25 seals, Nariku pressed both hands to the ground. Sealing technique. 4-symbol seal. As Nariku pressed on the ground, the patterns drawn on the 4 corners of southeast, northwest, and northeast moved, and a burst of chakra light burst out. The light extended towards the center of Noera Lin. Upon closer inspection, countless black lines were seen. The black lines climbed from Noera Lin's legs up her body and finally gathered at Noera Lin's lower abdomen. The 4-sign seal is one of the ultimate sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Before the appearance of the improved 8-sign seal, a sealing technique that combines 2 4-sign seals and the forbidden technique. The Uzumaki clan relied on the 4-symbol seal to carry the banner and sealed away countless demons, monsters, and enemies. The 4-symbol seal is much more advanced than the Cloud Shinobi Iron Armor seal and other Ninja Village tailed B sealing techniques. Nariku believes that the 4-symbol seal is enough to deal with Noera Rin's situation. Noera Rin in the middle let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain under the invasion of the lines. Nariku's scarlet eyes watched as the seal patterns converged on Noera Lin, covering the original unknown seal. The irritable 3 tails became even more irritable at this moment, constantly emitting chakra, as if struggling with the 4-symbol seal. Nariku's eyes flashed with a strange look, and he entered Noera Rin's body, standing in front of the 3-tail seal in Noera Rin's body. The unknown seal that sealed 3 tails was now entangled with countless black lines. It was Nariku's 4-symbol seal. The tailed beasts are all very intelligent. 3 tails, Isegai looked at the ninja in front of him with bloodshot eyes and an aura as deep as a prison. The original riot calmed down a little and looked at Uchiha Nariku with fear. You turtle have quite a temper. Just live peacefully in Konoha from now on. Nariku looked at 3 tails. A strange red light flashed in his scarlet eyes. 3 tails looked at the person in front of him and fell into a dazed state. The pupils of 3 tails also turned into the shape of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Controlled by the power of the Uchiha, 3 tails became completely silent. The stalemate between the 4-symbol seal and the tailed beast chakra was due to Nariku subduing the 3 tails, who easily crawled all over Noera Rin's lower abdomen, forming an Uzumaki mark with a small chakra-like mark in each of the 4 corners. Sealing techniques are difficult to learn and have high requirements for the user. Not everyone who masters the sealing technique can seal the tailed beast. Nariku's 4-symbol seal could have no problem violently sealing 3 tails, but Nariku didn't want to waste chakra, so he subdued 3 tails and sealed them easily. That's enough. Try the power of 3 tails more often next time, and see if you can control it. Nariku whispered to Noera Rin, who was sweating profusely in Nariku's 4-symbol seal. Nariku recruited the Snow Clan. The original plan was to use Ice Release to freeze Noera Rin's body, and then find a way to use the self-reincarnation technique in Sunagakure, and maybe there would be a way. However, Nariku opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the power of the gods resided in his pupils, which saved him some trouble. Nariku glanced at Noera Lin and felt relieved. With Noera Rin here, Obito, how can you escape? The reason why Nariku did not chase after Obito's escape was because he wanted to rescue Noera Rin first. With the silver moon in the sky, A group of people were walking slowly in the forest on the east blue coast of the Fire Country. Naruto threw a scroll to Kakashi and whispered, "Kakashi, you have already mastered the lightning-style nature transformation. If the speed increase of lightning-style activation is difficult to master, you could try ninjutsu, such as Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Blade." Naruto and his group, along with Kakashi and Noera Rin, returned to Konoha. Naruto didn't dare to leave them behind, as if something unexpected happened on the way, it would be a waste of time. Yes, Kakashi looked weak. After the battle and the incident with Noera Rin, Kakashi was not as indifferent as he appeared to be. He was extremely tired inside. Naruto glanced at Kakashi. Naruto had taught Obito lightning style and other nature transformations before, and had also given Kakashi some pointers. The Chidori ninjutsu was originally created by Kakashi in the original time and space. In this time and space, Naruto gave some pointers and provided some inspiration, and Kakashi figured out and comprehended the Chidori. Naruto gave instructions for the second time, and also taught Kakashi the subsequent ninjutsu of the Chidori system, which also settled some causes and effects. Let's go back to Konoha. Your team is short one person, so there may be slight adjustments. Lin, your medical ninjutsu is excellent, and you will be better served working in Konoha Hospital. Hi. Both were very tired and wanted to set up camp to rest, but Naruto led everyone back towards Konoha. Call out. Huh? Who is it? Naruto reacted quickly, chakra surging from his body, and looked towards Kakashi at the same time. There was a flash of yellow light next to Kakashi, and a figure appeared. Hey, don't be nervous, it's me. The person who instantly appeared beside Kakashi was the yellow Flash Namikaze Minato. After Namikaze Minato landed, he looked around and felt relieved. Minato, it's so late at night and you haven't rested yet? Minato Teacher X2. Naruto and Kakashi Noera Rin said to Namikaze Minato at the same time. The guards around Naruto were all startled at the same time. If Naruto hadn't reminded them, they would not have noticed the yellow flash at all. As expected of a yellow flash that terrorizes the ninja world, no wonder you give up the mission right away when you see the yellow flash. Shanshui and Uzumaki Taki looked at the yellow-haired man with some fear and shock on their faces. Hearing about him was one thing. Seeing him with one's own eyes was another. This meeting left a deep impression on the two of them. I just finished my mission. Kakashi-Lin, I hope you two had a smooth mission. Namikaze Minato smiled and replied to the others. Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato, his friendly and sunny temperament, strong strength, and reliable feeling. He thought that Konoha was indeed lucky to have such a ninja. It's not going very well, Minato-sensei. I'll report back to you when I get back. Kakashi didn't want to talk much. Uchiha Naruto and others were around, and Kakashi didn't want to show weakness. I see. Namikaze Minato put away the smile on his face and showed a worried look. Based on Kakashi's words, Minato guessed that something bad must have happened to him. It's late at night. Let's set up camp and rest. Namikaze Minato looked at the tired faces of the two and said softly, feeling a little distressed. Minato-sensei, Naruto-sama is out on patrol, serving as the team leader. Kakashi's tired face hadn't forgotten how Naruto had urged him to return. With Minato here, I'm relieved that you're safe. Rest or go back. It's your choice. Naruto brought the two back, but was worried about their safety. Now that Namikaze Minato had arrived, Naruto no longer had to worry about it, and could just leave it to him. Thank you very much, Naruto. Namikaze Minato thanked Naruto. He also had some admiration for this Uchiha leader who was supported and respected by many Jonin in the Jonin meeting and whose reputation was not inferior to his own. You're welcome. You are Obito's teacher and companion. You should look out for each other. Minato, your two students have suffered a lot today. I hope you can protect them. Naruto glanced at Namikaze Minato with a complicated look in his eyes and a lukewarm tone. Then he sped away after he finished speaking. Naruto, are you blaming me for not protecting Obito? Namikaze Minato looked at the figures of Naruto and the others speeding away, and a question flashed through his mind. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade was in front of the bay window in the dean's office, looking out at the scenery of Konoha. Naruto hasn't come to see me for so many days. He might think I'm a casual woman. The Konoha hospital, coordinated by Tsunade, was busy, and although the intensity of the war in the Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi battlefields had decreased, small-scale battles still occurred from time to time. After the wounded retreated back to Konoha, they received recovery treatment under the guidance of the Konoha hospital. After finishing work, Tsunade had a rare, quiet rest, but he remembered what happened after drinking a few days ago. His face turned slightly red, and he felt a little discouraged. Bang, bang. Tsunade listened to the knock on the door and sighed. Come in. Long time no see, Tsunade. Uchiha Naruto walked in with a smile, wearing a robe and a purple cardigan. Tsunade turned around in surprise when she heard Naruto's voice. Tsunade replied coldly, a little embarrassed, and turned to look out the window again. Her face seemed a little hot, and she looked a little like a little girl. I came specially to see you. What's wrong? Are you worried about something? Naruto was very natural. He walked behind Tsunade and put his arms around Tsunade's waist. Tsunade, however, seemed to be stimulated and pried Naruto's hands apart to keep a distance, his face slightly red as he whispered, This is a hospital, and don't do this. Oh. Tsunade is very strong, and Naruto accidentally had his hands broken by Tsunade. Naruto felt a little strange after hearing what Tsunade said. She wasn't like this a few days ago. How come she has become a different person? Naruto thought about it, but didn't think much about it, and said softly, My admired tribe member, the member of Yellow Flash Namikaze's Minato squad, Uchiha Obito, died on the battlefield. A few days ago, I went to inspect the eastern base and accidentally saved his teammates, Hatake Kakashi and Noara Rin. Noara Rin's medical ninjutsu is pretty good. The war between Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi has not yet been settled. I guess the medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital are very busy. Let's see if we can transfer Noara Rin to the medical team at Konoha Hospital. Noara Rin is an important person in Naruto's mission to save and recall Obito. Naruto does not want Noara Rin to go out on missions. If possible, she should stay in Konoha so that her safety can be guaranteed. Yeah, sure. I didn't expect you would care about my work. Tsunade did not refuse and replied softly. Although she didn't know why Naruto cared about a medical ninja, as Naruto said, Konoha Hospital was indeed very busy and needed manpower. I've always cared about you, Tsunade. Naruto saw that Tsunade, who is usually carefree and heroic, seemed a little abnormal today, so he couldn't help but reach out and touch Tsunade's cheek. Seeing Naruto doing this kind of intimate action again, Tsunade's face turned redder, but she did not dodge. She was nervous and her eyes flickered. As if she mustered up the courage, she asked in a serious voice, Do you think I'm a casual woman? Naruto was slightly stunned when he heard Tsunade's words, and saw Tsunade's face was slightly red, and his eyes were a little evasive. Naruto couldn't help but feel Ichiraku in his heart. Tsunade looked quite bold in the past, but now she is acting like a little girl. Naruto lowered the hand that was caressing Tsunade's cheek and pulled out a small box from his pocket. Inside the box was an exquisite jewel ring. Tsunade's eyes flashed with panic when she saw Naruto's actions and the ring. Naruto took Tsunade's delicate hand and put the ring on Tsunade's ring finger. No matter what you look like, you are my woman. After Naruto put the ring on Tsunade, he looked at Tsunade lovingly. Tsunade's face was even redder at this moment. Since the last time, although Tsunade had a carefree attitude, he was very nervous inside. Hearing Naruto's words and his gentle actions, I felt a little relieved, but I no longer had that heroic spirit. Marriage in the Fire Nation is very traditional. Ninjas may be a little more unrestrained, but in the context of the Fire Nation, they still follow the 1,000-year-old system. Tsunade was a little overwhelmed and stammered. Are you proposing to me? Proposing requires. Naruto didn't wait for Tsunade to finish speaking. He knelt on one knee, took the little hand that already had the ring on it, kissed the back of the hand, looked up at Tsunade, and said seriously, Marry me, Tsunade. Rain Country. On the tall steel building unique to the rain country, a man with short orange hair and a bandage on his forehead was on the rooftop of the building, letting the drizzle from the rain country drip onto his face. "Be careful, Yahiko." In the rain shelter of the tall building, Conan whispered instructions to Yahiko. "You don't have to send me off. You should go and take care of Nagato's injuries. The next person you should worry about should be him. He is the key to Akatsuki. He is the man who will next change this country and the world." Yahiko turned her face and looked at Conan sideways. "The same goes for you. Everyone joined Akatsuki because they admired you. Most importantly, the same goes for Nagato." Conan, the blue-haired woman, responded to the orange-haired man in the roof passage of a tall building. "Nagato will be the bridge to peace, and my mission is to be the pillar that supports this bridge." The orange-haired man was not shaken by the woman's encouragement. He turned his face and looked up at the gloomy sky. The never-ending drizzle of the rain kingdom fell on him. "Yahiko." Yahiko's words made Conan, who had always admired Yahiko, feel a little distressed. Yahiko looked up at the drizzling rain in the sky, stretched out his arms with his fingers spread out, as if trying to grab something. "The country is still crying and still suffering as always. I used to hate this country that was always crying, but now I want to save her. I want to save her from the bottom of my heart." The orange-haired man narrowed his eyes slightly when he said this, with a look of pity and helplessness on his face, and then he continued, "Because she is very similar to me, a crybaby, so I can't ignore her." After the orange-haired man finished speaking, he jumped down from the tall building, his wide robe fluttering in the wind. "Yahiko!" The woman on the eaves called out, but Yahiko, who had already jumped down, could not hear the words behind him. The blue-haired woman whispered, as if blessing, "Be careful. It is he who should build the bridge to peace. It is his will itself that is the bridge." Deep in the tunnel, Nagato appeared with many Akatsuki members. They also admired and respected Yahiko's lofty ambitions. "Nagato." Conan looked at his many Akatsuki companions and called out softly, "We trust Yahiko." The Akatsuki ninjas behind Nagato spoke words of affirmation and recognition. These ninjas were gathered together because of Yahiko's personal charm. "Everyone, let's go." Nagato called out and ran towards the exit of the passage, following Yahiko's pace. "Hi." Conan replied heavily, followed Nagato, and went in the direction of Yahiko. A large group of Akatsuki ninjas, led by Nagato and Conan, jumped down from the roof of a tall building. "I will be the pillar that supports the bridge between Yahiko and Nagato." Conan landed quickly, a feeling of determination flashing through his heart. A base in the land of grass. Shimura Danzo is in the Root Organization's secret base, handling recent intelligence and affairs. Uchiha Naruto has been recommended by many jonin, and he has the most jonin votes. It seems that we can no longer waste time with Rock Shinobi. We need to return to Konoha as soon as possible and deal with Uchiha Naruto. Shimura Danzo put down the scroll in his hand, looked at the news about the jonin class vote, and made a decision in his heart. The northwestern stronghold of the Land of Fire has many neighboring countries. The Land of Grass and the Land of Rain are the villages that Awagakure and Konoha village are vying to win over. There is no figure like Hanzo in the Grass village. Basically, they will side with whichever side's army approaches. They are real fence-sitters. Shimura Danzo did not stay in the Land of Grass for long. He negotiated with the Grass Country's Hidden Grass Village and successfully brought the Hidden Grass Village to Konoha's side. The matter of Uchiha Naruto cannot be delayed any longer. Even if Awagakure makes a small concession in the peace talks, the consequences and the blame will be borne by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The negotiations between Konoha and Rock Shinobi were conducted by a delegation sent by Konoha Village 3rd Generation, but the final signing of the contract would definitely not be Sarutobi Hiruzen going to Rock Shinobi or Inoki coming to Konoha. Instead, both sides would send a heavyweight figure to sign the peace treaty. After confirming that both sides were willing to negotiate peace, Konoha's side, led by Shimura Danzo, who had been secretly coordinating affairs at the Northwest Base, went to Iwagakure for negotiations. The peace talks between Konoha and Rock Shinobi were stuck on the issue of compensation. Konoha did not ask for compensation from Rock Shinobi, which showed its sincerity. However, Iwagakure Inoki was not an easy person to deal with. He demanded 10 billion in compensation from Konoha. This amount was not a lot for Konoha, but Konoha was already having some financial difficulties. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally criticized for the Sand Shinobi peace talks. If such a compensation treaty was signed, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be nailed to the pillar of shame in Konoha, so Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree to the terms, and the peace talks were slightly deadlocked. After the hardliner Shimura Danzo took over the peace talks, he only made one trip to Iwagakure to suppress Inoki's arrogance. Danzo originally did not want to negotiate peace, and Inoki's thoughts were exactly what Danzo wanted. In response to the third Tsuchikige's demand for compensation, Shimura Danzo not only refused to pay a penny, but also demanded that Iwagakure hand over the murderer who invaded Konoha's northwest stronghold before Danzo would accept the peace agreement. The situation in Iwagakure is not much better than that in Konoha. Seeing that he cannot get the compensation, Inoki has been bargaining step by step, and now the compensation demand has reached 2 billion taels. This amount of money doesn't seem to be a question of money anymore, but rather a matter of pride. Originally, Shimura Danzo ignored Inoki, but at this moment, Danzo felt very pressured by Uchiha Naruto in Konoha village and did not want to continue the stalemate. In the negotiations and compensation, in the end, the blame for the loss of the compensation rights was borne by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo has borne countless blames. This time, Danzo wants Sarutobi Hiruzen to bear it too. Shimura Danzo made up his mind and was about to call for guards when he heard the sound of ninjas running in the dark underground base. Danzo-sama, urgent letter from the Rain Country. Danzo took the file from his subordinate, opened it and looked at it carefully, then frowned slightly. After negotiating with Hanzo to destroy the Akatsuki organization, Danzo found that Hanzo of the Salamander was too cautious. It would take a long time to deal with a mob like Akatsuki. Now more than half a month had passed before Hanzo decided to take action and sent a message to summon Danzo to help. Hanzo is really becoming more cautious in his actions now. He even asked me to assist a mere mob. After Danzo read the letter, his brows furrowed even more at Hanzo's invitation. The Akatsuki organization has the Rinnegan. If I can obtain this pair of immortal eyes and find out the secret of the Sage of Six Paths, then Konoha will rise in my hands. Shimura Danzo quickly reviewed the various matters at hand in his mind and decided to go to the Rain Country first to take back the Rinnegan. After exploring the power of the Rinnegan, he would become the Hokage of Konoha with his powerful strength. Urgent mission. Recall all the root members of the Grass Kingdom and set off to the Rain Kingdom immediately. After Danzo made his decision, he called out to the air in a deep voice. "Hi." There is a response from the stronghold, followed by the sound of footsteps. Danzo heard the noise, lowered his head, and sighed slightly. "Hiruzen, you are really old now. You have been compromising with the big countries and turning a blind eye to the threats of the Uchiha. This Konoha can only prosper if it is governed by me, Shimura Danzo." Rain Country. On a small hill, Hanzo of the Salamander threw a kunai downwards, then held a blue-haired girl in his right hand, looked down at the two people below, and said indifferently to the red-haired young man, "Take it and kill Yahiko." Then Hanzo turned his gaze and looked at the orange-haired Yahiko. "Yahiko, I want you, the leader, to die here. If you dare to resist, this woman will die." Hanzo finished his words and pressed the kunai against the blue-haired girl's neck. Nagato picked up the kunai at his feet, his mind in a mess. The Yahiko trio never expected that Hanzo of the Salamander, who had protected the Rain Country for many years and declared war on several major ninja countries in order to protect the Rain Country during the Ninja War, would be so despicable and shameless. The previous legends and respect for Hanzo disappeared at this moment. Yahiko's dream began to waver under Hanzo's despicable tactics. Yahiko understood that Konan was captured because of her trust in Hanzo. Kill me. Yahiko looked at Hanzo and Konan on the mountain wall and whispered to Nagato beside her. The never-ending drizzle of the rain kingdom dripped onto Yahiko and Nagato in the middle of the valley. Nagato was in agony. He always followed Yahiko's lead, but when he heard Yahiko's words, his mouth opened slightly. Nagato could not accept this order. Yahiko saw Nagato's hesitation and shouted, "Nagato, stop!" Konan, who was held hostage by Hanzo, shouted to stop the two men. If he had known this was the situation, Konan would have committed suicide when he was captured. At this time, his hands were tied and he was held hostage by Hanzo, so Konan had no way out. Hanzo of the Salamander looked at the friendship between the three people without any ripples in his heart and urged coldly, "Hurry up! Don't you care about this woman's life?" Nagato was confused about the current situation. He had always followed Yahiko's instructions. He had never considered Hanzo's request. Me? Nagato turned around and wanted to ask Yahiko if he had any good ideas, but before he could finish his words, when Nagato slightly turned sideways, Yahiko instantly jumped forward and hit the kunai in Nagato's hand. Nagato's eyes widened, and his brain froze at Yahiko's death. Yahiko! Seeing his close friends fighting each other off the court, Konan cried out in pain. Together with Konan, we must survive no matter what. You are the savior of this world. It's you. Actually, Yahiko bumped into the kunai, which pierced his heart. Yahiko spoke his last words incoherently, and then collapsed, his blood staining the ground red. Nagato listened to Yahiko's last words and Konan's screams on the cliff with his eyes widened and his mind went blank. Nagato's eyes were stinging, his pupils were surging, and strange chakra was born in his eyes. Nagato seemed to have mastered all the strange ninjutsu that he had found difficult to master before. Hanzo watched his best friends killing each other without any emotion, and gave the order in a deep voice. "Get started." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of range shinobi wearing range shinobi forehead protectors and rainproof cloaks threw kunai at Nagato below after hearing Hanzo's order. When Nagato heard the sound of breaking air, his thoughts came back to his senses. He could easily use the ninjutsu that he had not been very good at in the past. Nagato raised his left hand, and when countless kunai were about to hit him, they all bounced away as if they had hit some transparent protective shield. It actually bounced? How did you do that? The range shinobi elites who followed Hanzo out were a little surprised and asked questions. Nagato came back to his senses at this moment, bent his calves slightly, and jumped towards Hanzo on the mountain wall. Hanzo looked at the red-haired man rushing towards him. The cautious Hanzo had already fallen. Instead of going forward to fight, he jumped back to avoid him. After getting away from him, he pressed the ground with his right hand. Fire style, detonate the fire formation. The ground around Konan turned into countless pieces of paper and rolled towards Nagato, who was trying to rescue him. Nagato Rinnegan took a closer look and found the word explosion written on the paper. These papers were all disguised as detonating tags. In the moment of crisis, Nagato rescued Konan without hesitation. After picking up Konan, who was beside him, he jumped towards Yahiko at the bottom of the hill. Boom! Did it work? After a loud explosion, the mountain wall where Konan was located collapsed. Hanzo looked at the smoke and dust produced by the explosion in front of him and talked to himself. Even though Nagato reacted quickly, he was still affected by the strong chakra. His lower body was on fire, his clothes were burned, and his legs were blown red and peeled, but they did not break into pieces. Nagato! Konan! Hold Yahiko and don't move. Nagato untied Konan's rope and gave instructions, concentrating on being alert for the person coming in front of him. You're quite capable, kid. You were hit by my fire style, and yet you managed to escape alive. Hanzo, a veteran warrior known as the Apex Ninja Demigod, quickly realized that his ninjutsu had not paid off and couldn't help but praise Nagato. You're not just any brat, those eyes. Nagato looked up, and Hanzo noticed something unusual. There was something wrong with those eyes. However, Before Hanzo could issue an order, the captain of the root organization, Hanzo's ally Danzo's reinforcements, shouted, "Get started!" Dozens of ninjas wearing masks, vests, and carrying long swords jumped from the mountain wall towards Nagato. Summoning spell, Geto statue. Nagato's chakra surged, and with a roar he slapped the ground with his right hand, and a tall, strange, and hideous giant crawled out of the ground. The ferocious giant clapped his hands and slapped the root organization ninja that jumped down like a fly. After the ferocious giant monster slapped a group of ninjas away with its big hand, its other hand stretched out from the ground, with both hands supporting the ground. Its entire upper body was dozens of meters high, and it let out a roar. Roar! What is that? Hanzo of the Salamander has been active in the ninja world for decades, but this is the first time he has seen this kind of summoning thing. Nagato, you can't use that. A thin black stick protruded from the ferocious giant's body, and the black stick kept splitting as it stretched and finally pierced into Nagato's back. As the first black stick pierced in, the next 10 or so black sticks soon followed. Ugh! Nagato cried out in pain, and his chakra surged, transmitting through the black stick to the Geto statue behind him. As chakra was transmitted, the Geto statue opened its mouth, and a ball of purple chakra condensed in its mouth. At the same time, an expression of fatigue and pain appeared on Nagato's face. The ninjutsu condensed by the purple chakra in the Geto statue's mouth quickly took shape, and a giant purple chakra dragon flew out of the Geto statue's mouth. As it flew, the dragon continued to grow larger and eventually became dozens of meters long. The giant dragon rushed towards the ranged shinobi on the mountain wall without stopping. The dragon was extremely fast, and the elite ranged shinobi brought by Hanzo had no time to dodge and were pierced and wrapped by the dragon. The ranged shinobi who were pierced by the dragon had a human-shaped light flying out of their bodies, as if their souls were devoured by the dragon. If you touch that, you'll die. The ranged shinobi realized something was wrong and turned and ran away. Ugh! Nagato controlled the chakra dragon even more frantically, sweeping towards the ranged shinobi. Finally, the dragon head stopped in front of Hanzo of the Salamander. It seems like you are the real leader behind this. It's surprising that you even possess the Rinnegan. Hanzo looked at the terrifying dragon of chakra in front of him, his words still cold. The purple chakra dragon paused for a moment, and its upper body stood up straight. Roar! The purple chakra dragon roared, and its huge head rushed towards Hanzo. Hanzo's face was solemn and majestic, and he made a seal with one hand. Instant body technique. Hanzo, who seemed cold and powerful in the past, actually performed the escape ninjutsu. In the basement of Orochimaru's mansion, Naruto and Orochimaru walked side by side, looking at the many bottles and jars hanging on the walls, as well as the many experimental subjects hanging on the walls. A trace of pity flashed in Naruto's eyes. Orochimaru, aren't you afraid that your basement will be discovered by the third generation? Even though Naruto had killed countless people in the ninja war, he still couldn't accept this cruel environment. Orochimaru licked his lips slightly, glanced at Naruto, and whispered in a hoarse voice. Naruto-kun, you have contributed a lot to these experimental subjects. Naruto hid the look of reluctance in his eyes and gave a dry laugh. Ninjutsu experiments require sacrifices, but this is a bit too cruel. How is your research and development of longevity ninjutsu and curse seal going? I have already obtained the data from the experiments. My idea of developing ninjutsu is correct. Follow me. Orochimaru was in the dark basement with a smile on his face, as if this environment made him happy. Naruto said nothing more and followed Orochimaru to the small room inside the laboratory. The scene in the small room was even more horrifying. The walls were covered with naked experimental subjects hanging on the walls. There were dozens of them at a glance. Naruto-kun, the cursed seal I developed is a ninjutsu that overdraws the body's potential. If a person's energy is 100%, most people can only use 10% of their potential. If a person's muscle strength is 100%, the maximum that a person can use is no more than 30%. These are the thresholds set by the human body's own protection system to protect itself. Human beings are a treasure trove. My research and development of cursed ninjutsu is to unlock the thresholds and stimulate the potential of the human body. Of course, the more you stimulate, the stronger the after effects will be, and I will show you now. There was a bed in the middle of the small room, on which lay a naked man, with 3 small spots in the middle of his chest, and his left chest throbbing slightly with pain, and he seemed to be still alive. Orochimaru walked to the bed and made a seal with one hand. The 3 small spots on the chest of the man on the bed began to emit red light, which spread like lines all over the man's body. After the lines covered most of the naked man's body, the naked man opened his eyes. "Drink!" The naked man opened his eyes and saw Orochimaru. He roared like a wild animal and reached out to grab Orochimaru at lightning speed. "Drink!" Orochimaru didn't care about the naked man's unusual movements. He shouted softly and mobilized chakra to maintain the original seal. The man stopped halfway with his hand extended, as if he was hit by a freezing spell. The naked man had a very ferocious look on his face. His eyes were wide open, his teeth were gnashing, and his immobilized body was still moving forward slowly, as if he was struggling with Orochimaru. Orochimaru watched the naked man's actions with a teasing look in his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest, as if he wanted to see if the naked man could touch him. It's very rare to see a chakra this big. Naruto had already activated Sharingan when the naked man moved. From the perspective of Sharingan, the naked man's chakra was very huge. According to Naruto's perspective, this amount of chakra is half of Naruto's own. Naruto devours and combines multiple people, so the amount of chakra cannot be measured conventionally. The chakra capacity of this experimental subject is half of Naruto's, which is considered a natural talent and rare in the ninja world. Naruto watched carefully, trying to see how long the man could last. Well, about a quarter of an hour later, the man's expression froze, and his unwilling roar turned into a painful groan. He seemed to have lost his strength, and his chakra rapidly declined. At the same time, the naked man's body functions were rapidly aging. His originally strong body, like a deflated balloon, quickly shrunk and became skin and bones. Seeing the scene in front of him, opened Naruto's eyes. With such strong chakra qualifications, he would definitely become an excellent ninja if trained as a ninja. Naruto didn't think Orochimaru's experiment was so crazy that he would waste such a talent. The cursed seal has stimulated his potential and released all of his physical potential. He is just a wandering ninja who has just learned how to refine chakra. He is barely at the level of a genin. Orochimaru seemed to sense Naruto's thoughts, licked his lips, and explained patiently. "That's a pretty good ninjutsu," Naruto exclaimed in admiration, and at the same time, he was somewhat impressed by the way Orochimaru controlled the naked experiment subject. Naruto guessed that the naked man was controlled through the curse seal. It can amplify the strength of subordinates, stimulate their potential, and control their bodies. It is indeed a good ninjutsu. The first stage of the research and development of the curse seal has been perfected. There are 2 curse seal ninjutsu in the first stage. Of course, it can also be said that these 2 ninjutsu are just 2 different thresholds. Naruto-kun, the natural energy we are interested in is the next stage of the curse seal ninjutsu, and I already have a research and development direction. That is an excellent child who is born with rich natural energy. Orochimaru spoke of the child who was born with strong natural energy, with a look of longing in his eyes. Snap, snap. Hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Naruto couldn't help but clap his hands. Orochimaru-kun, your talent and ability are unmatched in the ninja world. As part of our deal, can we share the curse seal? In the business cooperation between Naruto and Orochimaru, Naruto provides experimental materials and equipment, and Naruto also has the right to get a copy of the developed ninjutsu information. Orochimaru has no shortage of funds and equipment, but he has a huge demand for corpses or captives as experimental materials. The supply from the root cannot satisfy him. which leads to the cooperation between Naruto and Orochimaru. Naruto-kun, this is the content of our deal. Of course, it is shared, but it is limited to the first stage of the curse seal. For the second stage, I'm afraid you are not eligible. Orochimaru licked his lips and did not deny it, but at the same time pointed out that Naruto's contribution was not enough for the next step of results. Stage 1 is just to stimulate the potential of the human body, which is a double-edged sword. Perhaps the two thresholds in your data are the safest. But, Orochimaru, you know that what I have been interested in from the beginning is natural energy. Even if an ant can exert 100% of its power, it is still just an ant, but natural energy has infinite possibilities. Orochimaru, tell me what I need to give in order to contribute the information for Phase 2. Naruto said slowly with a blank expression. The research and development of ninjutsu is very hard, and at the same time, it is still unknown whether Orochimaru has kept any results. Naruto will need to experiment and test them when the time comes. The most important stage 2, which involves the use of natural energy, is what Naruto is interested in and was also the initial goal of their collaboration. The curse seal developed by Orochimaru using the root tissue in Naruto is good. For the leader of a force, this kind of ninjutsu that can stimulate the potential of his subordinates while controlling their bodies is indeed a very good ninjutsu. But this was not Naruto's original intention. Naruto's original intention had always been to study natural energy. Orochimaru used his public power for personal gain, and what he did in Stage 1 was just his own interest. This display attracted a little interest from Naruto, but only a little. Naruto-kun, I am very interested in a child of yours, Uchiha, who was in the cemetery the day before yesterday. He asked me what the meaning of life is. Haha. Such a young child is already thinking about the meaning of life. His future is definitely limitless. I like him very much. If possible, I would like him to be my disciple. Orochimaru spoke in a calm tone and seemed to really like the Uchiha children. Kid, what's his name? Naruto looked thoughtful. Since Orochimaru was a child and could travel by himself, he should be around 4 to 8 years old. Naruto thought about the children in the tribe and suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi is the one who is thinking about life at such a young age? I didn't ask his name. He should be around 5 years old. He has already condensed his chakra. He is a very good child. Okay, I know who it is. My nephew, Uchiha Itachi, is appreciated and taught by the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. I think his father would agree. Even though I am the patriarch, I still need to seek his father's consent. Naruto neither refused nor agreed, but based on his understanding of Orochimaru, Orochimaru was obsessed with studying ninjutsu and regarded human life as worthless. Maybe Orochimaru's teaching level is very high, but Orochimaru's practices like forbidden technique and curse seal on the left and living corpse reincarnation on the right, Naruto would not agree to let the Uchiha disciples become Orochimaru's disciples. As for seeking the opinion of Uchiha Itachi's father, it was just an excuse for Naruto. Hihi, your nephew? My teaching is very strict. He might even die. Orochimaru glanced at Naruto, and when he heard that he wanted to accept a disciple, Naruto said that the disciple was his nephew. Orochimaru couldn't help but remind Naruto that if he didn't do it well, he might lose his life. However, Orochimaru's words were totally different from Naruto's. Naruto had never thought of asking the Uchiha disciples to become his disciples. Such a ruthless person who always cares about other people's bodies should be guarded against. It is a great honor to be able to study under the legendary Orochimaru. Naruto replied insincerely and then continued. Orochimaru, this curse seal is good, but as a ninja of our level, and from what I know about you, you shouldn't do such boring things. Does this curse have any hidden purpose? Well, reincarnation ninjutsu requires the cooperation of curse seals. Curse seals can carry the consciousness of the caster and subtly change some characteristics of the recipient of the curse seal. In the future, when performing reincarnation ninjutsu on the recipient, it can effectively reduce the rejection and incompatibility of the soul, which is one of the prerequisites for reincarnation ninjutsu. Of course, reincarnation ninjutsu does not necessarily require a cursed recipient. If you don't mind rejection or other things, it doesn't matter if you are not a cursed recipient. This is all I can say about the development of these ninjutsu. Orochimaru's eyes were a little vague. If he continued talking, all the secrets of the ninjutsu he developed would be leaked. After talking about the advantages of ninjutsu, Orochimaru stopped the topic. I see. This really opens my eyes. Naruto praised, understanding. In the original work, Orochimaru was resurrected twice. Once in the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, he resurrected and performed the Yaki technique, but was punished by Uchiha Itachi's Tenka sword. The second time he was resurrected by Uchiha Sasuke during Anko's Heaven's Curse seal. This cursed ninjutsu and the related ninjutsu that go with it do have incomparable advantages, but the disadvantage is that the soul can be easily damaged. It is impossible to determine whether Orochimaru's soul reincarnation was damaged. However, Orochimaru's curse seal will split the soul into fragments and parasitize on the recipient of the curse, which will definitely cause damage to the soul. In the original novel, there were only a few people who were cursed by Orochimaru, and all of them died. However, it is still unknown how many people were cursed secretly. Although this way of splitting the soul can allow for unlimited resurrection, Orochimaru was originally a ninja with no weaknesses to ninjutsu. But because of his ninjutsu, he exposed his weakness of being afraid of illusions. Naruto thinks that this ninjutsu has more advantages than disadvantages overall, because even if Orochimaru is killed, there is no guarantee that he will be resurrected one day. It seems that although this curse seal is excellent, it is only a safety lock for you to perform the reincarnation ninjutsu. In this case, Orochimaru-kun, your reincarnation ninjutsu should have already been figured out. Orochimaru frowned slightly, secretly sighing that Uchiha Naruto was just like Shimura Danzo. Both were old foxes who discovered the details in just a few words. Yes, the framework of the reincarnation ninjutsu has been established. I named the ninjutsu Living Corpse Reincarnation. It is a ninjutsu that can grant immortality, but the specific details are still under experimentation, and this is my personal experimental result and has nothing to do with others. Hey, what's related or not? As partners, isn't it normal for you and I to exchange ninjutsu with each other? Besides, living forever alone is so boring and lonely. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you and I, good friends, could live forever together? Tell me what you want to give me, so I can participate. Seeing that Naruto was so interested in the eternal life ninjutsu, Orochimaru licked his lips, and some inexplicable light appeared in his eyes. The eternal life ninjutsu is Orochimaru's secret. Orochimaru will not teach this ninjutsu to anyone else. It is his capital for survival. Orochimaru thought that he had talked too deeply with Naruto-kun and leaked a lot of secrets. At the same time, the research and development of forbidden technique was coming to an end. Compared to immortality, being a Hokage or other high-ranking official in Konoha has no meaning to Orochimaru. Konoha has been established for more than 50 years. Compared with the eternal life, Hokage is only the temporary leader of the Konoha organization. After 100 years, it is completely unknown what the situation of Konoha will be. Orochimaru has mastered the art of immortality, so he can live not only 100 years later, but also 200 years or 500 years later. It is still unknown whether the Konoha organization will still exist by then. It will cost a lot to obtain the information on my living corpse reincarnation jutsu. Naruto-kun, do you really want it? Naruto glanced at Orochimaru and saw that Orochimaru's eyes were deep and a little weird. He couldn't help but curl his lips slightly and said as if he was a good friend, "Well, what's the price? My Uchiha clan is now in full swing, and I am also respected by many Konoha shinobi. Perhaps soon I will succeed as the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru-kun, is there any price that Konoha cannot provide?" Naruto-kun, I am very curious about your abilities. As a leader of the same Uchiha ninja, you may be stronger, but your strength, you are too unique. Other Uchiha Jonin are far inferior to you. Even if you look at the entire Konoha or the entire ninja world, it is difficult to find such a powerful ninja. Naruto-kun, if the price is that you become my experimental subject, would you be willing? Orochimaru raised his right hand, and a white python shot out from his sleeve at high speed. The white snake wrapped around Naruto's upper body, and Naruto's hands were also tied up by the python, and it seemed that he could not make hand seals or perform ninjutsu. Orochimaru licked his lips. He didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed. Every time Naruto came to his mansion, he did it secretly, and no one knew. Even if he murdered Uchiha Naruto, as long as his hands were clean, no one would dare to doubt him as Sannin Orochimaru. Well, I'm afraid I can't agree to this price. However, I will offer you something else in exchange, and you will definitely agree, Orochimaru-kun. Naruto said calmly with a blank expression. Seeing that Naruto was tied up, Orochimaru smiled with interest and said jokingly, "What would I be interested in? Your life. Your life." Naruto said in a calm tone, "Ha ha ha ha. Sure, if it's my life, then it can definitely be exchanged for my ninjutsu. How are you going to take my life?" Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh when he heard Naruto's words. As one of the legendary Sannin, he was a famous ninja in the ninja world. Even to his own teacher, the third Hokage, Orochimaru did not think he would lose. Although Uchiha Naruto was very powerful, Orochimaru thought he was at most at the Hokage level and there was nothing he could do to him. Orochimaru controlled the python with his right hand and tried to pull the arrogant Uchiha Naruto over, but found that his arm could not move. What is this? A spell to freeze? Me? I'm actually under an illusion. Orochimaru's smiling face froze and gradually became serious. Orochimaru discovered that several nodes of his own chakra were blocked by Naruto's illusion without his knowledge. Orochimaru frantically mobilized his chakra to riot in an attempt to break the illusion. Hee. Naruto smiled slightly, and flames ignited on his body, burning the bound and entangled python. The python let out a hissing sound of pain, but it did not last more than 2 seconds before the flames burned the python into ashes. Chidori Ryu releases chakra nature transformation from acupuncture points all over the body into lightning, while Naruto's fire attribute transformation is also very pure, releasing chakra from acupuncture points all over the body into flames. It's no use, Orochimaru. In my eyes, you are just a stronger ant. After Naruto finished speaking, he slowly pulled out a kunai from the ninja tool bag on his waist and threw it towards Orochimaru's feet. With a clunking sound, the kunai landed between Orochimaru's feet and stabbed into the floor. Orochimaru saw Naruto take out a kunai and mobilized all his chakra to break Uchiha Naruto's golden binding illusion. Orochimaru's chakra was in turmoil, and the illusion was quickly broken. But Naruto's kunai was faster, piercing the center of Orochimaru's forehead. Orochimaru lost all his strength, and at the same time, he showed an extremely unwilling look at his own death. Nice combination of illusions. Orochimaru was sweating profusely on his forehead and breathing heavily. Breaking Naruto's illusion allowed Orochimaru to understand Naruto's strength more intuitively. Orochimaru felt a pang of fear when he saw the scene of being frozen and killed by kunai in the illusion. Look at the kunai at your feet. If you get shot in the forehead, you'll be dead. Do you want to become a corpse and let me search for the ninjutsu in your corpse's mind, or cooperate with me and offer the results of the ninjutsu to me? Orochimaru gasped and looked at the man in front of him with fear. At this time, Orochimaru knew that Uchiha Naruto really had the power to kill him. Even if he was careless and fell into an illusion, he shouldn't be suppressed like this. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Orochimaru regained some composure. Since Naruto didn't kill him, everything could be negotiated. It's my power, that's all. Sharingan, just one of my powers. Naruto stared at Orochimaru, whose breathing had become more stable. Orochimaru was not so easy to defeat. But in the confrontation just now, if Naruto had killed Orochimaru, it would be hard to say what would have happened to him. What a powerful force. The research and development of living corpse reincarnation is nearing completion. The theoretical basis has been formed, and what remains is just experimentation. The current living corpse reincarnation is an imperfect jutsu, but since you want it, I'll give it to you. Orochimaru came to his senses, thought about it again and again, and did not continue to attack. The development of living corpse reincarnation is coming to an end, but after all, it is not a perfect ninjutsu. Experimental data is still needed, and the final effect can only be known after the real reincarnation. At the same time, Orochimaru now had a deeper understanding of Naruto's ninjutsu. During the 3 battles on the East Blue Coast, they were comrades in arms, but he did not expect that Uchiha Naruto, as an enemy, would be so terrifying. And if the battle continues, this laboratory will definitely be destroyed. There are a lot of experimental data and materials inside. Once exposed, Orochimaru will probably spend the rest of his life in Konoha prison. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of the 3rd generation, once ordered many experiments, but they were later banned by Sarutobi Hiruzen because they were too cruel. Although the 3rd generation is about to step down now, at least for now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the Hokage. Orochimaru was very clear about his teacher's character and knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would never tolerate this openly. As for whether he would tolerate it in private, Orochimaru had no idea. Mutual benefit and win-win cooperation have always been what I believe in. I took the risk to provide you with so much experimental material. You should have a share of this data and information. Orochimaru-kun, don't be discouraged, we are still allies. Naruto didn't care about the fight with Orochimaru. Tigers and lions can coexist peacefully. If a tiger and a dog cooperate, the dog will only become crumbs. Naruto is equal to Orochimaru in every aspect, or even surpasses Orochimaru, and has no worries about backlash from Orochimaru. Orochimaru spit out a large scroll from his mouth, licked his lips, and threw it directly to Uchiha Naruto, and asked, "Since you're interested, I'll give it to you, Naruto-kun. When I first met you, you definitely didn't have the power you have now. What is the reason that made you grow so fast? Your chakra is the largest among all the people I know. What is the secret that makes you so powerful?" Naruto took the large scroll thrown by Orochimaru, and without caring about the disgusting sticky stuff on it, he opened it and read through it. After reading the beginning and confirming that it was the theory of living corpse reincarnation and some experimental data, he closed the scroll. Everyone grows, Orochimaru-kun. The possibilities of ninjutsu are endless. You have studied this art thoroughly, so you should know it better than me. You are such a terrible person. I think after Sensei Sarutobi steps down, Konoha will be yours. Orochimaru had returned to his previous peaceful state and licked his lips. As for the resignation of his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the little bit of conscience Orochimaru had left made him feel a little pessimistic about Sarutobi Hiruzen's fate. Don't say that, Orochimaru-kun. Konoha is our world, and I admire your talent and ability very much. If you're interested in competing for the 4th Hokage, I will fully support you as a reward for your gift of ninjutsu. Naruto said hypocritically, accepting the benefit and saying some nice words to slightly mend the relationship so that Orochimaru wouldn't go solo and stop contacting Naruto. Haha, the moment my teacher gave up on me and supported Yellow Flash as the 4th Hokage, I lost interest in the Hokage. My ideal is to achieve immortality and learn all the skills in the world. At the same time, the Uchiha are determined to win the 4th generation. Even if you are willing to make concessions, your tribesmen may not make concessions. I appreciate your support. Orochimaru softened a little at Naruto's words, but Orochimaru was smart and very aware of the current situation in Konoha. Well, if you're not interested in the 4th generation, then I hope you can support me in becoming the 4th Hokage. In order to continue the experiments of immortality ninjutsu and keep the secrets of these cruel experiments secret, we need to help each other. On winter nights, the moon is like a shy little girl, hiding in the clouds and not coming out. The lights in the hall of Naruto's mansion were bright. Naruto was sitting cross-legged on a seat in the hall, with a large scroll spread out in front of him. Living corpse reincarnation is so complicated. Orochimaru is truly a genius in the ninja world. Naruto carefully studied the forbidden technique scroll submitted by Orochimaru. After Sharingan copied it, he flipped through it for the second time to study it carefully. The more he studied, the more frightened he became. Living corpse reincarnation covers a wide range of ninjutsu. Living corpse reincarnation occupies the body of the recipient and reads the recipient's soul memory. Without fusion, it can obtain everything about the recipient, including the body and memory. This flipping type of soul secret technique is probably a reference to the Yamanaka clan's ninjutsu, and the root organization includes many Ino, Shika, Cho geniuses. The training method of the root organization will only produce members who are loyal to the root. The values of these members are definitely that the root comes first and the family comes second. Any secret techniques and the like have long been handed over. In Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation, he plunders everything from the recipient, including the recipient's ninjutsu and memories, without causing any trouble to himself, just like reading a book. The second focus of living corpse reincarnation is the alien space. Orochimaru performs the reincarnation ritual in the alien space, and everything in the alien space is controlled by Orochimaru. Reincarnation in a different space. After successful reincarnation, the soul of the recipient will be slowly devoured by the different space, strengthening the soul energy of the caster. The different space is another lock for the caster besides the curse. Another dimension, it's really amazing, slowly devouring soul energy and strengthening one's own soul. This is somewhat different from the impression that the reincarnated soul is damaged. Naruto has been studying for a long time and is very interested in the cultivation methods of this alien space. No matter which world it is, as long as it involves space and time, there are extremely powerful existences. Through the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto was able to get a glimpse into the mystery of time. At the same time, Naruto is also very interested in space. I had the impression that Orochimaru's soul reincarnation would damage his soul, but with Orochimaru Grandmaster's illusions and soul mystics, he shouldn't be so foolish. After Naruto looked up living corpse reincarnation, he found out that the reincarnation technique can even devour the soul of the recipient to repair and strengthen his own soul. The curse seal should be the culprit for Orochimaru's soul injury. The curse seal has advantages and disadvantages. It splits the soul into pieces and affects the recipient through the soul fragments. Even when the recipient's chakra is depleted, it can be reawakened and living corpse reincarnation can begin again to revive. After thoroughly recording and studying the living corpse reincarnation, Naruto had some doubts about the living corpse reincarnation information provided by Orochimaru. Not to mention the final reincarnation, the prerequisite curse, the memory review of the intermediate steps, and the condensation of the different space. Naruto feels that these three alone can become the family's secret ninjutsu. Another suggestion for Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation is to transplant the cells of the white snake, which symbolizes resurrection, and transform himself into a white snake that can be resurrected. Orochimaru's body structure is different from that of ordinary people, which is the secret of his ninjutsu, proving that this transformation is feasible. But Naruto was not planning on doing all this messy stuff like transformation and transplantation, and as for the white snake cell transformation, the scroll did not specify the amount, process, consequences, samples, etc. There was no data at all, so it might be a trap. Orochimaru is so generous. Is he thinking that others can't master these ninjutsu? Naruto thought about it, and according to the information on the scroll, he made a few seals with his hands, closed his eyes, and came to his own soul space. In Naruto's soul space, a figure in white clothes with his eyes closed was a man from the Uchiha tribe of the Land of Water. Naruto used the living corpse reincarnation's memory reading ninjutsu to check the man's soul memory. It really works. Naruto flipped through the pages like turning the pages of a book, focusing mainly on the man's memory fragments, such as his ninjutsu training and taijutsu training. The medicinal bath of the Hui clan. When Naraku was reading the soul of a Uruchi man, he saw that after practicing, the man often took baths and put various medicinal herbs in the bathtub. This medicinal bath should be one of the aids to the Hui clan's physical training. I wonder if it has anything to do with improving Kagaya's bloodline disease. Naraku remembered that in the original work, the last orphan of the Hui clan was very powerful at a young age, but died young due to the bloodline disease. After flipping through the book for a while, Naraku found out the identity of the man. The man he devoured was named Teruuchiha, the second elder of the Teruuchi clan and one of the 3 most powerful elders in the clan. Teruuchi also has a very powerful bloodline limit since childhood, and the ability of Dead Bone Pulse is very outstanding. In the memory fragments, Teruuchi also often fights, especially with mist shinobi ninjas. Uruchi is also very skilled in using various Dead Bone Pulse ninjutsu that Naraku knows and doesn't know. I thought that Dead Bone Pulse was unhygienic, and that's why the bloodline disease appeared. This battle of Hikuruchi was also very rough. He also lived to be 30 years old. If I hadn't killed him, he would have lived to old age. That medicinal bath must be very important. After Naraku roughly looked through Teruuchi's memories, he especially remembered the medicinal bath segment of Teruuchi clearly. White orchid, agave, fairy stone, red lotus, rabbit flower. Naraku was also quite an expert in medical treatment, so he was not completely clueless about these medicinal herbs and recognized most of them. Since being swallowed by Naraku, Hui has been in a coma and has no consciousness at all, but his soul has not dissipated. Perhaps it was because Naraku's body had strong energy that the soul that was supporting Uchiha did not dissipate. Try to condense a different space. After Naraku successfully performed the ninjutsu of browsing memories, he prepared for the second step, experimenting with condensing an alternate space. 49 seals, is that a coincidence? Naraku carefully recalled the method of condensing and making seals in the different space in his mind, and after feeling that there was no difference, he began to make seals. As Naraku mobilized his chakra and the seals of his hands progressed, the hall seemed to tremble. "Drink!" Naraku shouted softly, and 40 seals were quickly formed. The hall was shaking like an earthquake, but the shaking did not come from the ground. It seemed that this space was shaking. Naraku followed the living corpse reincarnation's method of condensing the different space, maintaining the gesture of the 40th seal, and the shaking hall was distorted in a bizarre way. Naraku's mansion was huge, and the furniture and other objects in the hall on the first floor seemed to be reflected and stirred in the water. Naraku noticed that the previous steps had been completed and quickened the seals with both hands, completing the last 9 seals in about 2 seconds. As Naraku completed all of his seal techniques, he felt a fluctuation in his soul's sea of consciousness. "Become!" Naraku shouted softly, and the twisted hall on the first floor twisted faster and disappeared. At the same time, Naraku's soul sea seemed to be connected to the disappeared hall. The disappeared first floor hall is in Naraku's sea of consciousness, and the soul of Uchiha, who was swallowed by Naraku Kidra, also appears in the hall. Naraku placed his hands in a seal in front of his chin and closed his eyes. Naraku's sea of consciousness has changed a lot. The originally pitch-black sea of consciousness now seems to have space. A room with a coffee table, vases, and futons is exactly the lobby on the first floor of Naraku's original mansion. In the Sea of Consciousness Hall, Hui also closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on a futon wrapped with exquisite patterns next to Naraku. Naraku looked at Uchiha, who had his eyes closed, and frowned slightly. He mobilized the chakra in his body and operated it according to the secret method. As Naraku's chakra was mobilized, the futon that Hui was sitting on changed. Countless thin strips emitting blue light emerged from the futon and wrapped Hui Hui entire body turned into a blue light cocoon. This is the power of the soul. My soul seems to be growing stronger. Nariku's control over his own power was extremely meticulous, and after the blue light bar enveloped Uchiha, Nariku felt that his soul seemed to have grown a little stronger. Nariku had some experience in the condensation of the different space and nodded slightly. The soul of Nariku in the different space made 7 seals with both hands. As the seals were completed, the soul of Nariku dissipated. The hall on the first floor of Nariku Mansion has completely disappeared. Fortunately, Nariku Mansion was built large, and even though one hall disappeared, the load-bearing supports of other rooms still supported the entire mansion and it did not collapse. Nariku in the real world opened his eyes and saw a person lying on his side in front of him. The wall that was originally blocking the person had disappeared, and Nariku turned his head to look. A piece of the building seemed to have disappeared from the mansion, including the wooden planks on the ground. Another dimension, a space that connects reality and soul. The condensation of this other dimension has raised the level of the Gia Luo technique to a higher level. In the future, even the souls of the devoured can become my nourishment. It is true that a stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. Nariku murmured, techniques like devouring are already harmful to nature, and now even souls are not spared. Nariku felt that he had become the biggest villain in the ninja world, the kind that would eat people without leaving any bones behind. In a place like the ninja world, it is more important to strengthen yourself. Nariku felt a little uneasy, but when he thought about being in the ninja world, he quickly put it aside. The living corpse reincarnation space condensation was successful, and there were no problems with the soul search secret technique. The next step is to experiment with the seal. Curse seals are divided into several ninjutsu, or subjects, according to the threshold of stimulating human potential. Many ninjas have studied the value of stimulating human potential. Many powerful ninjas have developed their potential beyond the normal value, that is, beyond normal people. The most well-known technique for stimulating human potential is the 8 inner gates formation. The third gate before the 8 inner gates is basically about liberating one's own potential. The 8 inner gates can be classified as S-level. Their danger is not just talk. If the practitioner is not practiced well, the first few gates can kill the practitioner without even having to reach the 8th gate. Orochimaru's curse seal is divided into several ninjutsu according to the threshold of releasing human potential, but generally there are 2 thresholds as the main direction. The first is the so-called Earth Seal. As long as the ninja has solid skills in all aspects of his practice, he can release 2 to 3 times his potential through the seal. It is a so-called relatively safe seal. The survival rate of the implanted person is over 50%, which is a high survival rate in Orochimaru's words. The second is the so-called Heavenly Curse Seal, which has some requirements for the implanter, and the potential is stimulated 3 to 5 times. It is still under experimentation, and the survival rate is very low, about 1 in 10. If the recipient has a strong belief, the survival rate can be increased. There are some other miscellaneous thresholds in the Earth Seal, named after the ninjutsu, such as the B Seal. The amplification of the first stage of the curse is roughly like this. The curse also has a second stage. After adapting to the first stage, it means that the recipient has strong endurance. By injecting natural energy, one can increase one's own chakra and other attributes again. In the second stage, compared with the initial state of the recipient, the overall increase in the ninja may be 10 times. Moreover, the curse seal not only amplifies the effect of the recipient, but is also a means for the caster to control the recipient. The caster can use the curse seal to cast ninjutsu, such as immobilization techniques on the recipient. Although the recipient has gained power, no matter how strong the power is, he has basically no ability to fight back in front of the caster. The most important is the third level, where fragments of the split soul are mixed into the seal, just like a copy of one's own memory data is sealed in the recipient seal. The seal can be used at any time to activate living corpse reincarnation to seize the recipient's body and resurrect oneself. Overall, it's not bad. The second stage of the curse seal can increase the natural energy. The child that Orochimaru mentioned can automatically absorb natural energy. It's that kid named Yugo, right? I wonder if he can directly control natural energy after being devoured by the ghost bud Luo. Nariku has some pursuit for natural energy. In some of Nariku's past life impressions, natural energy is the most important energy for practitioners. Relying on one's own physical energy and spiritual energy will always be limited. Natural energy is much more powerful than a personal energy and has infinite possibilities. In the basement of Orochimaru's mansion, Orochimaru was fiddling with some mysterious liquid in the laboratory. This body fluid is the secret of the child's ability to absorb natural energy. What a miraculous child. In the medical laboratory, Orochimaru discovered the secret of Yugo's natural energy through some of Yugo's fine tissues and arranged for his subordinates to use the summoning snake to obtain some of this body fluid. After some experiments, he found that his previous guess was correct. It was indeed this body fluid that caused Shugo to always have rich natural energy. Orochimaru looked at the precious liquid in the container, extracted some with a test tube needle, and walked towards the experimental subject cell. You can already use the power of the curse, so you should be able to withstand the energy of nature. Orochimaru looked at the unconscious naked man hanging on the wall, untied the ropes on the naked man, and laid him flat on the experimental bed. Then he used a syringe to inject Chongwu's body fluid into the man's neck. As Chongwu's body fluids were injected, 3 spots on the naked man's chest began to emit red light and spread throughout his body like thin snakes. The curse seal covers the entire body. Yes, this idea is correct. As long as the recipient can adapt to stage 1, then the natural energy of the second stage can be fully tolerated. Orochimaru looked at the experimental subject on the experimental bed. The curse seal covered his entire body and emitted a red light. The red light slowly dissipated, and the subject's skin turned gray. Uchiha Nariku, what's the use of you having my ninjutsu? The second Hokage has so many ninjutsu. How many people in the world can learn them? Uchiha Nariku, Uchiha bloodline limit. Sharingan, what a wonderful bloodline. As the experiment of the second stage of Orochimaru's curse seal began, Orochimaru's desire to reincarnate and seize blood became uncontrollable. The gray man on the experimental bed undergoes a transformation. His eyes open and 2 thick giant hands grow out his back. When the experimental subject sees Orochimaru, hatred surges in his eyes and the forearms reach out to grab Orochimaru. Just as the naked man raised his hand to take action, there was a bang and it exploded into a blood clot. The dosage still needs to be studied. Konoha, Hokage Building. In the small conference room of the Hokage Building, the top quartet gathered. Hiruzen, I have already reduced Iwagakire's compensation demands to the minimum. Also, my root members suffered heavy casualties in this Northwest operation fighting the Rock Shinobi, so we need reinforcements. Shimura Danzo's actions in the Rain Country caused terrible losses to the root organization, but Danzo did not dare to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen because he was busy with personal matters. The only thing that can be blamed for Jin's death is Rock Shinobi. Danzo, we can negotiate for the sake of peace, but Hiruzen should have made it clear that he cannot accept compensation. Accepting compensation is very different from your usual behavior. Danzo, I really don't know how you negotiated with Rock Shinobi if the news of the compensation gets out. Udatain Koharu felt nothing about the loss of the root, but was very dissatisfied with the compensation. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, glanced deeply at Danzo, and said nothing. What can I do? Without compensation for the losses, Rock Shinobi will not accept the peace talks. Besides, it's only 2 billion taels. For the sake of peace, do you care about such a small amount of money? If it really doesn't work, I will just sell my property to make up the compensation. For Konoha, Danzo, don't care about these things. Shimura Danzo looks righteous, but in reality, he is like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Originally, Danzo would never agree to pay compensation But Danzo thought that Konoha had more important things to deal with and didn't want to delay, so he gave in and returned to the village urgently. Pay some compensation and damage the Hokage's reputation. If Danzo really needs to pay the compensation, Danzo won't panic. At worst, he can pay it himself. The staff expenses of the root organization are very low, and most of the root members are just tools, and there is no such thing as task rewards. Only the children of the family, Danzo dare not go too far and give them a proper reward. Moreover, Danzo often dispatched members of the root organization to do bounty missions and hunt down renegade ninjas from various countries. Therefore, the expenses of the root organization were not high, but the income was not small, so Danzo had some savings. If Danzo really has to pay, it's not that he can't afford it. By then, Danzo will do some publicity, and the Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo, who is not well known to the Konoha villagers, will become more glorious because of his generosity and selfless dedication. Especially at this important time of the Hokage change, spending 2 billion taels is not without return. If the matter of compensation were to get out, Hiruzen's reputation would be ruined. Can't you think of this level? Midokado Hamura was also somewhat dissatisfied with Danzo's actions and questioned. But Midokado Hamura would not really let Danzo pay for it himself. Konoha could still squeeze it out if it tried. Danzo had no expression on his face when he heard this. Danzo was always experienced, so how could he not think of this level? He did on purpose. At this moment, Danzo didn't want to dwell on this matter, so he said, "It's only 2 billion ryo after all. Is there anything more difficult than Uchiha Nariku?" At the Jonin class meeting, Uchiha Nariku Jonin got the most votes. Hiruzen, you abdicated, but haven't you made any preparations for your abdication? If the position of Hokage is taken away by Uchiha, will we be worthy of our teacher? Danzo didn't respond and changed the topic to Uchiha. Danzo knew exactly what his old friends were thinking. They were reluctant to give up their power, but they also wanted to protect their reputation. Danzo's words silenced everyone present, and no one asked about the peace talks and compensation. Danzo couldn't help feeling proud when he saw the others were silent. After this compensation and peace negotiation incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have to think about gaining power in Konoha again. Danzo struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Uchiha's threat is too great. It looks like I have to take action. Hiruzen, I told you a long time ago that the Uchiha family has the Mangekyo Sharingan. I have already done some research on this Uchiha ninja of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He has been serving as the bodyguard of the Uchiha Nariku. With the existence of Mangekyo Sharingan, it is not so easy to get rid of Uchiha Nariku. More importantly, Uchiha Nariku can make the Uchiha ninjas willingly obey his orders. Such an Uchiha leader, perhaps he had already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, Uchiha Nariku would not have become the leader of the Uchiha at the age of 13. Now the ninja world respectfully calls Uchiha Nariku the Shura of Konoha. Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the power of a man of the same era as the first Hokage, Shura. This is also the name of that man. You still don't realize the seriousness of this matter." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little unhappy when he heard this. He took a deep puff of his pipe and said insincerely, "Uchiha Nariku, also the heir of the Will of Fire, fought bravely for Konoha on the battlefield." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke a few words, but paused and took another puff of his pipe. Shimura Danzo looked at the third Hokage's behavior, but did not expose him. He said softly with a practical attitude, "I have a plan to get rid of Uchiha Nariku." Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking his pipe, not getting angry at being interrupted. Udatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura were very interested in what he said. Udatane Koharu asked softly, "Danzo, what do you want to do?" "We can arrange for the Hokage candidate to go to the Fire Nation capital and accept the appointment of the daimyo. Uchiha Nariku got the most votes in the Jonin class vote. We cannot ignore the opinions of the Jonin, so it is a good opportunity for Uchiha Nariku to go to the capital to meet the daimyo and let the daimyo make the decision. And I have set up numerous ambushes along the route that Konoha must take to reach the Land of Fire. I will be able to eliminate Uchiha Naraku without any intention or plan. By then, Uchiha Naraku will die unexpectedly, and the position of Hokage will be. Danzo had a blank expression on his face and spoke coldly, without saying anything more. This was very Danzo-like, simple and crude, threatening to eliminate him directly. Mitokado Hamura frowned slightly. But Danzo, Uchiha Naraku fought for Konoha in the war, and more importantly, he is very powerful. If the assassination attempt fails, then there may be a full-scale showdown with the Uchiha. Konoha's current situation cannot be messed up anymore. Danzo frowned slightly, somewhat speechless at the indecisive students, and said patiently, "It's just a little trouble, so what can we do? The Uchiha's power has grown so strong. Will we all be laid off and unemployed when the Uchiha becomes Hokage?" Danzo's words silenced several people. Danzo looked at his friends, sighed inwardly, and decided to reveal some of his cards. In my root organization, there are 2 ninjas who have mastered wood-style ninjutsu. Although Uchiha has the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, with the wood-style secret technique that the first Hokage used to pacify the troubled times, we will have no problem countering the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. At that time, all members of our organization will be dispatched, and you only need to provide good intelligence. I asked Jin to disguise himself as a wandering ninja. If the operation fails and Uchiha Naraku is attacked by wandering ninjas, it will have nothing to do with us. Several people were surprised when they heard Danzo's words. Danzo's words contained too much information. Several people looked at each other and seemed to be communicating with their eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not comment on Danzo's words, but focused on other important points and said in a deep voice, "Wood-style ninja? Danzo, where is the wood-style ninja?" Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously started the wood-style experiment. All the volunteers who participated in the wood-style experiment died under the erosion of first-generation cells. It was extremely cruel and caused Konoha a great loss. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed the experiment and did not allow it to be carried out again. Regarding the wood-style ninjas under Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo with a deep look in his eyes. Danzo heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's question and noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, but Danzo was not panicked. Since the information of the genin leader has been exposed, the worst that can happen is that one of them can be sent out. There are 5 real wood-style ninjas in the root organization, but Danzo only reported 2, so he is ready to let one go. It's the wood-style experiment, of course. The members of our root organization are not afraid of sacrifice and are vying to inherit the wood style, hoping to make more contributions to Konoha. 3 of the 5 volunteers in the wood style experiment died, but fortunately, God helped 2 of them succeed, which is a blessing in disguise. Danzo minimizes the cruelty and sacrifice of the wood-style experiment and downplays it. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, put down his pipe, and said seriously, "Danzo, why didn't you report such an important matter to me? Transfer the wood-style ninjas to my direct jurisdiction, Umbu. Wood-style ninjas are Konoha's precious treasures." Really, Danzo was very aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior. He sneered inwardly, but did not refute. He asked softly, "Transfer there now? This will affect my plan." Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu understood the importance of wood-style ninja, and even more so the importance of Danzo's plan, and spoke up. "3rd generation, it won't be too late to transfer after the trip to the capital is over. Hiruzen, the new Hokage will still need your assistance, especially since you have been in charge of Umbu for many years. How can the 4th Hokage be without the assistance of the 3rd generation? Wait until after the election for Hokage is over before transferring him." Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu talked to each other, as if they were considering Sarutobi Hiruzen very much. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words of the 2 advisors and nodded Kaido. "Well, since you all said so, I can't be too arbitrary." Sarutobi Hiruzen almost forgot about Danzo's plan. If the wood-style ninja was transferred here, Danzo would lack combat power, and the operation would fail, which would be troublesome. Moreover, if the wood-style ninja is transferred to Umbu, when the assassination is arranged, it cannot be arranged for Umbu to take action, as that would go against the great and glorious image that third generation has established for many years. Night, Senju residence. Naraku wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, feeling a little tired. Can you do it? Tsunade blushed and glanced at Naraku teasingly. Naraku was furious when he heard Tsunade's words, and despite being tired from having S*X 7 times in one night, he rushed forward again. Tsunade, you're too arrogant. Let me show you how powerful I am. Suddenly, there was some lascivious music in the room. About half an hour later, the noise in the bedroom stopped. Naraku lay on the bed, wiped his forehead with a towel again, and closed his eyes slightly, but did not dare to look at Tsunade again. You passed the test. After exercising for most of the night, Tsunade was a little tired. He closed his eyes and leaned on Naraku to breathe slightly. Hearing Tsunade's words, Naraku felt relieved. Because he had damaged the house while training at Uchiha's mansion yesterday, Naraku asked the 8th generation of Uchiha from the clan affairs office to repair the house. But he was too lazy to wait for the house to be repaired, so he just moved into Tsunade's mansion. After Naraku and Tsunade had physical contact and put on the ring to confirm their relationship quickly became intimate and heated, and they have reached the point where they spend every night together. Naraku was very excited in the first few days, but now he feels a little tired. Both of them have Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu, Grandmaster Pharmacology, and Grandmaster Taijutsu. The battles every night are too intense. Naraku took a rest and recovered. He looked at Tsunade, who was breathing evenly beside him. Haki hugged him in his arms, stroked Tsunade's cheek, and said gently, "Tsunade, we will have the wedding when I become Hokage." Naraku, are you pursuing me in order to use my popularity to become Hokage? Tsunade's originally rosy and happy face turned a little serious at this moment, and he opened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Naraku. Naraku heard Tsunade's words, looked into Tsunade's eyes, and said softly with some doubt, "Tsunade, when did I ever pursue you? Didn't you seduce me? You be *******************. D. Tsunade's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that, and he used his arms, which were originally around Naraku, to pull Naraku over with force. Stop! The bed is going to collapse. Tsunade, I was wrong. What's wrong? Tsunade, I'm the one pursuing you. I've fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. Naraku, who has an indifferent personality, is relaxed in front of Tsunade, less calculating and more energetic. That's more like it. After hearing Naraku's words, Tsunade finally calmed down. After the commotion just now, Tsunade's original doubts were somewhat dissipated. Naraku, however, looked a little serious. He got up from the bed, put on his coat, walked to the window, and looked up at the moon. Tsunade, most of the ninjas in Konoha dream of becoming the Hokage, and I am no exception. Becoming the Hokage is also my dream. Keep the villagers of Konoha away from war. Keep the young from going to the battlefield, and allow them to live and grow in peace. To make Konoha and the ninja world no longer have tragedies. For these goals, I want to become Hokage. And to achieve this goal, I will use all the power available to me. Tsunade, are you willing to help me? Naraku turned around from the bed, bathed in the bright moonlight, and looked at Tsunade seriously. Tsunade looked at Naraku's figure. Naraku's figure was a little hazy in the moonlight under the bright moon behind him. Tsunade seemed to see his younger brother Nawaki and his first love Kato Dan, who also had the same ideal of being Hokage and the same lofty ambitions. Konoha is the treasure left by his grandfather, and the person in front of him is the most important person to Tsunade. Tsunade stood up and walked towards Naraku. Tsunade, if you don't wear clothes, I'm going to have problems. Naraku looked at Tsunade's appearance, and even though they had fought 7 or 8 times, he still felt his nose moist. Tsunade put her hands behind her neck and took off a necklace. She walked closer to Naruto and put it around his neck before snuggling against his chest. I do. Feeling Tsunade's dependence, Naruto regained some of his composure. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he also hugged Tsunade with his hands. Thank you, Tsunade. I can't wait to announce to the world that you are my wife. Naruto was wearing a coat and was basically naked, and Tsunade was even more naked. After a few words, both of them blushed. Tsunade looked up at Naruto with emotion and asked in a daze, "How impatient? Just as impatient as this." Naruto bent down and kissed her. Under the moonlight, a pair of white-faced lovers stood in front of the window, expressing their love. A normal person's body cannot withstand such consumption, but both of them are experts in medical treatment. Konoha, Hyuga tribe. The chief of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, led many guards and waited at the gate of the Hyuga clan territory. Brush, brush, brush. There was a sound of movement, and several figures dropped from the sky. They were Uchiha Naruto and his 4 guards. Chief Hayashi, I am truly ashamed that you are here to greet me personally. Naruto was surprised to see the Hyuga clan leader personally leading the team to greet them. Chief Naruto, your visit is a great honor to our Hyuga family. Please come in. Hyuga Hayashi forced a smile on his expressionless face, waved his hand, and turned to walk into the Hyuga tribe's territory. As the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi came to greet them personally, showing them the most courtesy and respect. Okay, thank you. Naruto nodded, followed Hyuga Hayashi's steps, and walked shoulder to shoulder with Hyuga Hayashi towards the Hyuga tribe's land. The 2 great ninja clan leaders traveled with many guards following them. It was quite a show, but there was no conversation along the way. After a while, they arrived at the clan leader's residence. Hayashi waved to Naruto. Please. The guest follows the host's wishes. Please go ahead. Naruto responded politely without any arrogance. Hyuga Hayashi nodded and walked into the mansion first, leading Naruto to the large and luxurious reception room. After some pleasantries, both parties took their seats. Hyuga Hayashi clapped his hands, and the servants who had been prepared long ago brought tea and cakes. Our Hyuga family has a 1,000-year-old tradition. These cakes are made using traditional methods. Naruto-kun, please taste them. Soft and crispy nice. Naruto picked up the pastry and tasted it, nodding slightly and praising it. Hyuga Hayashi nodded. The pleasantries were over, but Hayashi did not try to find a topic to talk about. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a purpose. Hayashi waited for the guest to get to the point. Hayashi-kun, 3rd-generation leader Sir Toby Hiruzen, has made great contributions and dedicated himself to Konoha. But this time in the Ninja World War, Konoha suffered serious damage and people's livelihood has been in decline. Konoha was invaded by neighboring countries several times. Although Konoha won the war and repelled the invasion, it did not get the compensation it deserved. This caused many ninjas and villagers in Konoha to complain. The ninjas of Konoha followed the orders of the Hokage and risked their lives, but the ending was like a child's play. It was really sad. Naruto picked up the teacup and took a sip. The purpose of this visit was to win over Hyuga, or to ease the relationship with Hyuga. During the Ninja World War, my Hyuga clan suffered heavy casualties. The 3rd Hokage has not even paid out all the compensation. However, since the 3rd Hokage resigned, it is not unreasonable. Hyuga Hayashi nodded in agreement. Everyone was aware of Konoha's predicament. The Ministry of Finance had been delaying the payment of pensions to many ninja clans and ninjas and had not distributed them in full. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the finances had been stretched to the limit. The Hyuga family has never participated in the election of Hokage in the past. I wonder what they think about the 3rd generation abdicating and electing the 4th Hokage this time. Naruto got down to business, wanting to know what the 3rd generation's attempt to win over Hyuga was like. Jonin voted. Naruto-kun, you came in first with 63 votes. Yellow Flash came in second with 61 votes, and everyone else had less than 20 votes, which is too big of a difference to be elected in a tie with the 2. Yellow Flash is kind and powerful, and has made outstanding contributions in the Ninja War. Naruto-kun, You have made great contributions, and the support of many Konoha Jonin also speaks to your reputation. But most of us Hyuga people still admire the Yellow Flash more. Hyuga Hayashi nodded, spoke softly, and explained cryptically the candidate he supported. Nariku fell silent after hearing this. Nariku didn't know how the third-generation group won over Hyuga, but Nariku still wanted to talk about the interests of both parties and said gently, "Yellow Flash is kind and powerful. That's true. I admire Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, but the Hokage fight is... I can't give up the election just because of personal admiration. Hayashi-kun, Hyuga, and Uchiha are both thousand-year-old clans, and both of them are great clans with Ijutsu-type bloodline limits. In Konoha, Hyuga and Uchiha are natural allies. We all share the same philosophy of protecting the eyes of family members and preventing the bloodline limit from leaking out. Both of our families have great power. If someone from a family like ours can become Hokage, I think it is a blessing for our family. Hayashi-kun, what do you think?" Hyuga Hayashi glanced at Nariku after hearing that, then picked up the teacup and looked thoughtful. "Although I am the head of the Hyuga family, I do not have the final say. Many elders and other seniors support Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nariku. Even if I want to support you, it is not so easy to unify the Hyuga's opinions." Hayashi had a thought in his mind, but he would not say it, and said softly, "Nariku-kun, you and I are both clan leaders. You are well aware of the clan factions, and I don't need to explain much. The third generation is admired by many members of our clan." Hyuga Hayashi's words made Nariku nod slightly to show that he understood. There are many gaps between the Uchiha family and the Hokage, and there are still many people who admire the third Hokage, not to mention the Hyuga, who does not have a big gap with the Hokage. "I see. I heard that your brother Hizashi had a baby boy. When Hizashi and I were fighting against Miss Shinobi at East Blue Coast, Hizashi was very reliable as a comrade. You are too kind. It's a pity that Hizashi was punished within the clan. During the Battle of East Blue Shore, a member of the main family disappeared on the battlefield. Hizashi didn't find out in time. The Hyuga family's bystanders may have already been leaked." Hyuga Hayashi sighed even more when he heard this, and whispered that although they were from different branch houses of the main family, they had a deep relationship with his twin brother. Although Hayashi never showed it, he felt guilty towards Hizashi in his heart. What? Is there such a thing? Why didn't Hizashi say anything at the time? Nariku was a little surprised. In the peace talks between Konoha and Miss Shinobi had already paid compensation. If she asked to take back her Byakugan, there shouldn't be any problem. The battlefield was in chaos. Hizashi was seriously injured and only woke up after a week of recuperation. The children of the main family secretly followed him to the battlefield. The Hyuga tribe members who were protecting him were killed. By the time they found out, the peace talks were over. Nariku stretched out his right index finger and rubbed his temple when he heard that. This kind of thing could not be blamed on Nariku or the third generation and others. The upper-level ninjas of Konoha all had some understanding of Hyuga's main family and branch house system. At the same time, this system is also the reason why Konoha is afraid of Hyuga. If Hyuga and Konoha split up, those Hyuga people will definitely follow the Hyuga main family, and there is no need to win them over. Perhaps the descendant of the main family simply died somewhere on the battlefield, and it is not necessarily the case that his bloodline limit was lost. Mr. Hayashi, I have been famous for many years, but I have never accepted a disciple. If possible, how about I guide Hizashi's son? Hyuga Hayashi looked up at Uchiha Nariku after hearing that, picked up the teacup, and moved his eyes, as if thinking. If Uchiha Nariku can become Hokage, and Hizashi's son becomes Uchiha Nariku's apprentice, then perhaps his fate as a branch house member can be changed. Hizashi, I was born a few minutes earlier than you, and this is the only way I can help you. Hyuga Hayashi thought about it and nodded. I need to seek Hizashi's opinion on this. If Hizashi agrees, I have no objection. As a fellow clan leader, Nariku understood Hayashi's meaning immediately. Oftentimes, these kinds of words were used as excuses, but Hayashi's words should have been sincere. After all, Uchiha Nariku didn't have a bad reputation. Okay, how about inviting Hisashi-kun to see you now? Okay, wait a moment. Hayashi replied politely, clapped his hands, and a servant came in. Call Hisashi. Hi. After the servant came in, he heard the patriarch's order, bowed respectfully, and responded, then turned and left. The Hyuga clan is quite traditional, with a strict hierarchy. Naruto picked up the cup and scraped the tea, observing the differences between Hyuga and Uchiha. Naruto's mansion also has servants and maids, but Naruto has many things to do. Sometimes he sleeps in the security force headquarters, and sometimes he sleeps in the clan affairs hall. Although he often went to his own mansion to rest, the few times he stayed there, he made the mansion a mess because of practicing ninjutsu. Now the mansion is under repair. While Naruto was lost in thought, Hisashi arrived soon along with the servants from the clan leader's mansion. Master Patriarch. Hyuga Hisashi greeted Hayashi respectfully, then glanced at the situation on the field, noticed Uchiha Naruto, nodded to Naruto, and greeted him restrainedly. Naruto raised his hand in return. Hyuga Hayashi had a cold expression, nodded, and said softly, Hisashi, take a seat. Hisashi heard this and took a seat respectfully. Naruto watched the two brothers communicate and couldn't help but complain in his heart. How can this be called brotherhood? This is just the feeling of a superior and a subordinate. Hisashi-kun, it's been a while since we fought side by side in the Mist Shinobi battlefield. How have you been? Naruto adjusted his attitude and greeted Hisashi with a smile. Sir Naruto, thank you for your concern. I'm doing fine lately. Hyuga Hisashi, feeling a little reserve in the clan territory, smiled in response. Hisashi, Naruto-kun is the chief of the Uchiha clan. He once fought alongside you at East Blue Shore, is very impressed with your character. At the same time, Naruto-kun heard about Niji's birth and wanted to take Niji as his apprentice. What do you think about this? However, after Hisashi came, Hyuga Hayashi looked a little more dignified and spoke more seriously. Hyuga Hisashi was a little surprised when he heard this and looked at Uchiha Naruto. Naruto smiled and nodded, then looked at Hyuga Hayashi, but Hayashi had no expression on his face. Hisashi gritted his teeth and said, It's all up to the clan leader. Hyuga Hayashi glanced at his brother and sighed inwardly. In the Hyuga family, etiquette and rules are strict, and there's an order of hierarchy. Hayashi summoning Hisashi is an obvious expression of his agreement, but Hisashi thinks that Hayashi is suppressing him. Hisashi, if that's okay with you, then I agree. Hyuga Hayashi understood the helplessness of the people in the branch house and their fear of the main house. Although he had a serious look on his face, he took the lead in the matter of Uchiha Naruto accepting disciples. Hyuga Hisashi looked at his elder brother Hisashi with some surprise. Hisashi originally thought that his elder brother did not agree with this matter, so he called him over. Uchiha Naruto is the leader of the Uchiha clan and holds a noble status. He is also the leader of the police force in Konoha and holds power. He is also a popular candidate for the 4th Hokage. It is possible that the next Hokage will be Uchiha Naruto in front of him. If Uchiha Naruto accepts Niji as his apprentice, it may be a turning point in Niji's fate. Hisashi knows that his eldest brother Hyuga Hayashi must be aware of the pros and cons of this, but he didn't expect Hayashi to agree to it. It's all up to Big Brother. Hyuga Hisashi felt touched and called out Big Brother for the first time in a long time. Hyuga Hayashi felt warm inside when he heard Hisashi's words, but he glanced at Hisashi and corrected him. In Hyuga land, it's better to address him as the chief. After Hayashi corrected him, he looked at Naruto and said seriously, Naruto-kun, Hisashi has no objection. Niji is still in his infancy. When Niji grows up and can practice chakra, you will teach him then. From now on, Niji will be in your care. After Hyuga Hayashi finished speaking, he stood up and bowed slightly to Naruto. As the head of the Hyuga clan and Niji's uncle, Hayashi showed some concern. Hyuga Hisashi saw Hayashi's action and also stood up and bowed deeply to Naruto. Niji's future is in your hands. Naruto quickly stood up, bowed slightly in return, and said seriously, Please take a seat, both of you. Is your child's name Niji? I can sense that he will be a powerful ninja in the future. Thank you for entrusting Niji to me. I will teach him carefully and help him become a talent faster. Thank you. Thank you. When Hyuga Hizashi saw that his son had found a good backer as soon as he was born, a smile appeared on his face, and he thanked him twice in a row. Hyuga Hayashi was relieved to see that the future of his brother's child was finalized. Naruto-kun, I will fully support you in the 4th Hokage election, but I cannot represent all of Hyuga. I hope you can understand. It's all right, Hayashi-kun. I'm very happy to have Niji as my apprentice today. As for the battle for the 4th Hokage, it's up to the capable to decide. I believe the ninjas of Konoha will have their own opinions and choices. Rain Country, a secret stronghold. The door was open and 3 people were standing there. A strange man wrapped in a white mask with only his right eye exposed, a strange man in black and white with a pitcher plant, and a blue-haired woman. The blue-haired woman walked into the stronghold. Am I right? The strange man wearing a white mask with his right eye exposed was Uchiha Obito, who spoke coldly to the red-haired man in the base. Yes, I finally understand. The red-haired man was sitting in a strange puppet device. When he saw the 3 people opening the door, he nodded in response. The selfish will to maintain peace will lead to war. In order to protect love, hatred will arise. In this cursed world, there is no real peace. The red-haired man not only understood Uchiha Obito's philosophy, but also had his own understanding. That's it. Obito was relieved to see Nagato had fallen into darkness. The right eye that appeared from the mask emitted a distortion Uzumaki, and the whole person quickly disappeared as the Uzumaki twisted. The pitcher plant monster Zetsu next to him also sank into the ground when Obito activated Kimui and left with Uchiha Obito. The stronghold seemed a little dim under the light from outside the door. A man walked out of the light outside the door and walked into the stronghold in an orderly manner. The red-haired Nagato and the blue-haired Konan looked at the man who was getting closer and closer. The man had short orange hair, wore a black robe embroidered with red clouds, and had strange eyes that were shaped like ripples. The leader of Akatsuki will always be you, Yahiko. Konoha, Police Force Headquarters. In the office of the head of the Security Department headquarters, Naruto sat at his desk, handling the work of the security forces in person, a rare occasion, and slowly flipping through the files on his desk. Most of the contents and work in the files have been signed off and processed by Uchiha Yami and Uchiha Fugaku. The files on Naruto's desk were some memo-like documents, and Naruto patiently read through them one by one. More and more ninjas and villagers are going to the Hokage building to cause trouble. We in the security department can't do anything about it. Naruto was looking through the documents, and at the forefront were the ninjas and villagers asking for compensation or requesting a war to defeat the Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi. What 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did was indeed cowardly, but Konoha was not very violent and ruthless under Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. Although Konoha Village, under the influence of the Will of Fire, has won the hearts of a large number of people for Sarutobi Hiruzen, under the same thinking of the Will of Fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot ignore the lower-level ninjas and ninjas of small forces. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans all admire Sarutobi Hiruzen, not to mention the other ninjas. This is a plus for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the minus is that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot deal with some Konoha villagers who are unaware of the situation in a lightning manner. His image of being great, upright, and approachable does not allow him to do such things, and he is not capable of doing such things. Shimura Danzo is a bit rough, but he probably welcomes such things. Naruto shook his head and continued flipping through the files. There are many more refugee shelters and orphanages outside Konoha Village, taking in many homeless Fire Nation citizens and orphans. Naruto took the file and looked at it carefully for a while, focusing on the name of the person who submitted the file to see who submitted such a boring report. Uchiha Muwa. He's been promoted to squadron leader. Naruto had some impression of this name, and the content of the file made him somewhat satisfied. Although they were just some miscellaneous matters, They showed that the patrol members cared about the people's livelihood. Naruto immediately shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a military leader, even rushed to do disaster relief, which was something that the Fire Country officials were concerned about, but he had no money to pay for the ninja pensions in Konoha village. I really don't know how to describe third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. If I remember correctly, Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Nono seemed to be in the orphanage, right? After a few hours of handling official business, Naruto finally found something of interest. Damoto notifies Zensui and Lon. Meet at the main gate of the security department, then go to the Hokage building and request a permit to leave the village. The security department will patrol outside the village. Hi, Uchiha Damoto, 16 years old, 2 Tomo Sharingan, an outstanding rising star in the Uchiha family. After Damoto agreed, he climbed through the window and disappeared in an instant. The Uchiha clan secret guard team that Naruto brings with him has frequently changing members, and Uchiha Damoto is one of the new Uchiha secret guards who joins the guard team. All the former members of the Uchiha secret guard squad were assigned new jobs and took up positions above the rank of squadron leader in the security team. Naruto doesn't need too many guards when he stays in the village. A few guards are enough to keep up the occasion. Uchiha Zensui is the only tribe member Naruto knows who can use Izanagi. Naruto pays great attention to people who can use the Sharingan forbidden technique Izanagi and does not dare to let them go too far. Even though he knows that Uchiha Zensui is loyal, he still keeps him by his side. Naruto continued to handle the security work for a while, and felt that it was almost time for Uchiha Damoto to return with his request, so he stood up and walked downstairs. At the gate of the security department, Uchiha Zensui and Lon had already gathered, and Naruto, who came out of the gate, nodded when he saw them. Come on, follow me out of the village for a tour. Hi X8. Naruto and his group quickly walked out of the village, through a pass to the guard ninja at the gate, and then they left the village in a mighty manner. The 2 guarding ninjas did not dare to stop them and watched Naruto and his group leave the village. One of the Chunin looked at Naruto's back and seemed to have some yearning. The area surrounding Konoha village is a little outside and should be the patrol and surveillance area of the security department. However, these outer patrol and guard work is done by the Umbu who are directly under the Hokage. The Umbu take shifts day and night to patrol outside the village and do the work of the security department. The security department is a force managed by Uchiha. When not on a mission, Uchiha are usually allowed to stay in the village. If they want to leave the village, they can only do so by carrying out a mission or reporting their purpose of leaving the village and obtaining a certificate of leaving the village. Some parts of Konoha village are in complicated situations. The original purpose of setting up Umbu is generally to perform some shady tasks and hunt down rebellious ninjas, or high-risk tasks that need to be executed quickly. According to what Naruto learned, most of these shady tasks are handled by the Root organization. Konoha's so-called assassination tactical force is actually just another security department that patrols, guards, conveys orders, and at most eliminates some wandering ninjas within the territory. Some certificates for the security department to carry out missions outside the village require a copy to be issued at the Hokage building. When Naruto is in a hurry or has personal matters to attend to, it is generally not so troublesome. If it was a serious job, someone would be sent to get a certificate to leave the village, revealing their whereabouts and giving the Hokage some face. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Midokado Hamura from the administrative department would not be idle and would not stop them on small matters. Naruto and his group soon arrived at the orphanage that Uchiha Muha reported. You guys stay outside and keep watch. I'll go over and take a look. Hi X8. Outside the orphanage, many children were doing what seemed to be physical training or some kind of fitness exercise. Leading the group was a blonde woman wearing glasses. Yurusi, be serious. The blonde woman wearing glasses taught the children. In Konoha, if you can become a ninja, you will basically have no worries about food and clothing. Of course, this is only true if you have superb ninjutsu skills or are not performing high-risk missions. Although Yakushi Nono doesn't want his children to follow the path of ninja, In the Konoha shinobi village, there is no other way out except teaching the children to become ninjas. For those children who really do not have the talent of ninja, they can only be arranged to learn some craftsmanship skills to subsidize the expenses of the orphanage. At the same time, they can master some survival skills so that they can make a living on their own in the future. About 10 minutes later, the children's gymnastics training stopped. Many children were panting. Under Nono's guidance, they would not slack off. Although the children are young, they are grateful to the dean who took them in. In the precocious ninja world, the children also understand that if it weren't for the deans taking them in, they might have died long ago. You've been watching for so long. Can you tell me why you're here? After finishing Nono's training, Yakushi turned around and asked Uchiha Naruto, who had been standing outside the orphanage railing for a long time. Yakushi Nono is an elite spy of the root, known as the Walking Shrine Maiden. Danzo recognizes Nono's abilities, but does not approve of Nono's mentality, thinking that Nono is not dark enough, just like Nono's overflowing love and taking in orphans. As a former ninja of the Root organization, Nono could naturally feel the extraordinary aura of Uchiha Naruto behind him. I didn't expect there was an orphanage outside of the village, ma'am. There's no need to be on guard. I'm Uchiha Naruto, the leader of the Konoha Guard, and the protector of Konoha. What's your name? Yakushi Nono. Yakushi Nono. Nono replied respectfully, somewhat in awe of the identity of the person in front of him, taking a closer look. The head of the Uchiha clan, the head of the security department, the Uchiha Naruto, and one of the key figures in the Root organization. As the Root organization's ace spy, Yakushi Nono also has some knowledge of the deeds of Uchiha Naruto, a hostile figure of the Root organization. Yakushi Nono, thank you for your love and for taking in these children. If it weren't for you, it would be unknown whether these children could survive. As the head of the security department, it is my duty to care for and protect the villagers of Konoha. Is there anything this orphanage can do for us? Naruto saw the blonde woman wearing glasses and guessed that this person was Yakushi Nono. After hearing Nono's self-introduction, he felt a little happy. Yakushi Nono, Yakushi Kabuto, these are rare talents. Let's see if we can recruit them. Well, after hearing what Naruto said, Yakushi Nono was hesitant to talk about Naruto's offer of help. The orphanage's funds are a bit tight, and all of it depends on Nono's support. Yakushi Nono is the organization's ace spy, but he is not from a big Konoha family. As a ninja selected and trained by the Root organization, he served Konoha with very low remuneration, so Yakushi Nono was a little tight on money. Although Yakushi Nono's salary is low, it is still a salary. This is because Nono is an ace spy of the Root organization, with outstanding abilities and personal excellence. Ordinary Root organization members receive no remuneration and are just tools to be thrown away after use. Please come in and take a look. Yakushi Nono invited somewhat embarrassedly. Okay, helping the villagers is the working philosophy of the security department. If you need any help, just ask the security department for help. Don't feel any psychological pressure. Naruto keenly sensed the change in Yakushi Nono's mentality. He smiled and followed Yakushi Nono to the house, looking around the orphanage and the noisy children as he walked. There were gaps in many places in the house, and the repairs were very crude. The children's clothes seemed a little thin in the early winter. Winter is coming soon. I see that the children seem to be wearing very thin clothes. Have you prepared winter clothes, blankets, firewood for heating, and other winter supplies? Yakushi Nono led Naruto into the house, and listening to Naruto's caring words, he felt a little ashamed in his heart. Sir Naruto, to be honest, the orphanage is short of funds, and the funds from the Hokage have not been released yet, so the orphanage's supplies have not yet been delivered. Yakushi Nono uses the honorific title for Naruto not only because Naruto holds a high position of power, but also because Nono knows that he needs help from him. What do you mean? It shouldn't cost much to take care of these children. How could this happen? There are only about 30 children in total. Children of this age should not have much expenses. Naruto is a little puzzled about Yakushi Nono's financial difficulties. It doesn't cost much, but the orphanage has no source of income, and the income from odd jobs is too meager. I know some medical ninjutsu, but most of the ninjas in Konoha go to Konoha Hospital for formal medical treatment. Those who come here are usually low-income ninjas, so the remuneration is very limited. Yakushi Nono didn't know how to ask for help, so he just took Uchiha Nariku around the small orphanage. Medical ninjutsu? Ninjas who know medical ninjutsu are rare talents, even in Konoha Hospital. You are too modest. Nariku nodded and praised him, but didn't say anything more. If a Konoha shinobi was injured, he would go to a regular Konoha hospital for treatment, not just anyone. Yakushi Nono is a retired member of the Root organization. Before retirement, all information was kept confidential. The ninjas of Konoha were not aware of Nono's medical level. Nariku and Yakushi Nono walked side by side, chatting briefly about the orphanage while looking at the orphanage and the children. That white-haired kid, wearing glasses at such a young age. That child is a little nearsighted. He is an orphan from a village that was destroyed in the Battle of Platycodon Mountain. But he seems to have lost his memory. I took him in. He is a very good child. Yakushi Nono followed Nariku's gaze and saw Yakushi Kabuto, revealing a warm smile Kaido. Yakushi Nono is just as Danzo commented, not dark enough. Although he has excellent abilities in the Root organization, Danzo thinks that Nono is not qualified for some jobs. Yakushi Nono took Uchiha Nariku on an inspection of the orphanage. Although his face looked a little haggard, he always had a warm smile on his face. The children in the house saw Nono with a stranger, and many of them even looked interested. He is nearsighted at such a young age. He shouldn't be nearsighted at this age. Let's see if we can correct his vision. White hair, glasses, small stature, about 5 or 6 years old. This must be Yakushi Kabuto. It is a bit too early for a 5 or 6-year-old to wear glasses. It has been corrected. The child may have injured his optic nerve or something. Fortunately, his eyesight has not deteriorated, and the glasses are just the right prescription. Do, come here and let this uncle take a look at you. Yakushi Nono answered Nariku's words and waved to Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto was unusually quiet among the crowd of children. Ever since Nariku walked into the room, Yakushi Kabuto had been secretly eyeing Uchiha Nariku. Hello, Dean. Yakushi Kabuto heard the call from the dean, Yakushi Nono, and trotted over to greet him in a somewhat crisp manner. He addressed Nono as the dean, and simply greeted the unfamiliar Nariku with a simple hello. Nariku's mouth curled up into a hearty smile, and he stretched out his right hand to rub Yakushi Kabuto's white hair. At the same time, Nariku noticed that Yakushi Kabuto's clothes seemed a little thin in this season. What a polite and good kid, but the clothes seem a little thin. Your name is Do, right? Aren't you cold wearing so little? Yawn, I'm Do, it's okay if it's cold. Yakushi Kabuto didn't know what was going on, and he sneezed. The young Yakushi Kabuto was still an honest and good boy at the moment. He wore glasses and had an innocent and cute look in his eyes. Yakushi Kabuto had his hair rubbed by Nariku, and seemed to be a little shy and dodged, hiding behind Nono. Don't be nervous, Kabuto. This uncle is from the Konoha Guard. He's a good man. Nono smiled and stroked Yakushi Kabuto's hair to comfort him. Nariku smiled and nodded, and asked Nono softly, Dean Nono, I suggest you don't hold out too much hope for Konoha's funding. Konoha's finances are somewhat exhausted, and they are in debt everywhere. Dean Nono, I suggest you don't have too much hope for Konoha's funding. Konoha's finances are somewhat exhausted, and there are debts everywhere. Even our security forces' funds are in arrears. But even so, I think we can't treat these children unfairly. These children are the seedlings and future of Konoha. I decided to donate some money to the orphanage as a small token of love from a kind-hearted person. How much does it cost to run your orphanage in a year? The children don't have much to spend. 5 million taels a year is enough. Nariku's words sounded like heavenly music to Yakushi Nono's ears, and the slight sadness between Yakushi Nono's brows was completely covered by tenderness at this moment. 5 million taels, well, I will personally donate 10 million taels to give the children a better environment and treatment. They're all the young seedlings of Konoha, and we hope that a little bit of our kindness can help them grow better. Where the leaves dance, the fire will continue to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. The smile on Nariku's face became more dignified as he spoke further, and there was even a sense of compassion when he talked about the will of fire. With the proceeds from the sales of Nariku's chakra armor and arms during the Ninja War, he had more than 3 billion ryo in his hands. He decided to use a little of his funds to help the orphanage and spread Uchiha Nariku's own will of fire. Oh, really? Thank you so much, Nariku-sama. This orphanage and the children will never forget your help. Yakushi Nono, as the former ace spy of Root, seemed a little nervous when he heard what Nariku said. It was not easy for Nono to raise these children with funds, and he really put in a lot of effort. Nono originally thought that Nariku's funding of a few 100,000 taels would be the most he could get, but he didn't expect the person in front of him to directly cover a year's expenses. 10 million taels. If the orphanage holds onto its wallet and is frugal, it won't have to worry about funding for 3 or 4 years. Nariku's donation is just to make the children's lives better, and he doesn't have any requirements. Nono now firmly remembered the will of fire, which he had not quite understood in the past. Yakushi Kabuto was young, but possessed extraordinary intelligence. He looked at the man and the dean in front of him while carefully savoring Nariku's words. Leaves sprouting? These words flashed through Yakushi Kabuto's mind. Well, Yakushi Nono, I don't ask for anything in return for my support, but since you know medical ninjutsu, I would like to make a small suggestion. I hope you can consider it. I hope you can serve as an external doctor for the security force. If the security force needs doctors and medical ninjas, you will be required to cooperate with the security force as much as possible. Of course, since you have been hired, the security force will pay you relevant remuneration and allowances, which can be considered as an alternative income. If you can train more medical ninjas, the security force will try its best to recruit as many as they can. Nariku softly raised a request that was not really a request, but rather a mutual aid. Accepting employment with the security forces could also bring income to the orphanage, and for the orphanage that was short of income, this request could be considered an alternative form of help. At the same time, Nariku can also gain a lot of medical-related talents, such as the cute little white-haired boy hiding behind Yakushi Nono. Mr. Nariku, thank you for your care. I will obey the orders of the security forces. As long as you need it, Nono will do my best to provide medical care. I still have some confidence in the way of medicine. That's great. Let's do it this way for now. To prevent any unexpected events, the donated funds will be distributed once a quarter, 2.5 million taels each time, for a period of 1 year. I will arrange for someone to deliver the funds this afternoon. Nono, take good care of them, especially the little guy behind you. Nariku nodded slightly in response to Nono's words of gratitude, spoke in more detail about the donation, and pointed to the white-haired boy Yakushi Kabuto hiding behind Yakushi Nono. Night, Yakushi Nono took out 500,000 taels of the 2.5 million taels of funds sent by Nariku for the operation of the orphanage, and hid the rest in the cracks of the bottom floor of the orphanage. This amount of money was too important for Nono to be careless. After Nono hid the funds, he summoned the other 2 adults in the orphanage, eager to share the good news and cheer up the orphanage staff. 2.5 million ryo per quarter, a total of 10 million ryo for a year. Lord Uchiha Nariku, you are such a good man. Yes, I heard before that many people in the village excluded Mr. Uchiha Nariku's people. Now it seems that those villagers who excluded Mr. Uchiha Nariku's people are simply ungrateful. The fat nanny and the tall and thin old man with glasses behind Nono were very happy that the orphanage received such a large donation. The tall and thin old man is quite old and has lived in Konoha for a long time. He has some knowledge of the name and past of Uchiha. Now, after actually coming into contact with Uchiha, he finds that it is not what the rumors said before. The tall and thin old man had dealt with the security department several times and had always had a good impression of many staff members in the security department's public security section. This time, when he received a donation from the head of the security department, he was even more impressed. How bad could such a kind-hearted person and his people be? The tall and thin old man secretly decided that after getting off work and returning to the village, He would have a good argument with those neighbors who said bad things about Uchiha every day. They are not allowed to slander and spread rumors. I'm so happy. I'm a little thirsty. I'll go get some water. The fat nanny was a little excited and even thirsty when she heard the good news, so she went out to get some water. As soon as she reached the door of the house and opened it, she saw 3 uninvited guests. The fat nanny knew the leader. She had been to the orphanage once before to see the director, but the fat nanny had a bad impression of this person. This person gave the fat nanny a very bad feeling. Is Nanoyu here? I'm here to look for her. Danzo had just arrived at the orphanage and was about to knock on the door when the fat nanny opened it. Yes, please come in. Although the fat nanny had a bad impression of Danzo, she knew that he was an important person, so she did not dare to neglect him and invited him in. I didn't expect that you, who are known as the Wandering Shrine Maiden, have become a babysitter now. Long time no see. You seem a little haggard now, Nono. Danzo walked in and sat down on a stool across from Nono without any hesitation, with 2 guards standing guard behind Danzo. I've already retired, and I should have already negotiated with Konoha village about the aid. Why are you here now? Yakushi Nono has worked hard for the orphanage for a long time, and his face has always been very haggard. Fortunately, Uchiha Nariku's visit today brought hope to the orphanage and made Nono feel much relieved. But with Danzo's visit, Nono, who was originally in a good mood, became very resistant. Danzo's visit must be no good. You were once the most elite member of the intelligence department. After you left the route, do you know nothing? I'm not here just for the aid money. Shimura Danzo stroked his chin with a gloomy look on his face, just like the condescending look that Yakushi Nono had shown when he was playing for Root, and at the same time mentioned something about the aid money. One of the guards behind Shimura Danzo, Aburame Ryoma, who was wearing black sunglasses, spoke. We have received intelligence that a Wagakure intends to launch a large-scale attack during the war. In the negotiations between Shimura Danzo and a Wagakure, because of the 2 billion Ryo issue, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally did not dare to take the blame and ordered a renegotiation. In view of this, the smell of fireworks between Konoha and a Wagakure is gradually getting stronger. Yakushi Nono was a little surprised to hear what Aburame Ryoma said. As a ninja trained by Konoha, influenced by the 3rd generation and Nariku's will of fire, Nono is also a ninja who can dedicate himself to Konoha. Aburame Ryoma noticed Yakushi Nono's expression and continued. Now I need you to sneak into a Wagakure and investigate whether this information is true. If it is true, I hope you can investigate the time, location, and specific content of the action and report to us. I am afraid this will be a long-term mission. Yakushi Nono refused without hesitation. Then you have the wrong person. I have already. The tall, thin old man with glasses behind Nono couldn't help but say after hearing what Aburame Ryoma said. You simply don't understand how important the director's presence is to the orphanage and the children. The director worked hard to raise funds and managed to keep this place together. The fat nanny couldn't help but question. Why don't you send your people to do such a dangerous mission? Why must the dean go? Danzo remained unmoved, with a bandage wrapped around his head to cover his right eye, and spoke coldly like an excellent leader who was selflessly dedicated and strong-willed. The only one who is capable of this long-term mission is the Wandering Shrine Maiden. There is no spy more capable than him in the current route. Most people would just end up having a mental breakdown or switching sides with the enemy, but I know this guy will never betray Konoha. Danzo noticed Nono's expression and continued in a cold voice. From your expression, it seems that you have understood. No, that's right. If you refuse, the orphanage will never get a penny from now on. The fat nanny was very surprised when she heard this and said, How can this be? The 3rd Hokage has already agreed. There is no way he would allow this to happen. The 2 guards behind Danzo were both high-ranking members of the Root organization. Aburame Ryoma couldn't help but sneer and threatened. It seems that this orphanage is very easy for thieves to sneak in. I advise you to hire a bodyguard to prevent your money from being stolen. But the prerequisite is that you have money. At this time, another guard who had been silent also threatened. By the way, be careful not to let the children get stolen by mistake. After all, Children with unknown identities still have some value. The guard had a hoarse and attractive voice. It was Sannin Orochimaru. Orochimaru was indeed very interested in children. You are so despicable. Are you still a ninja like this? The tall and thin old man couldn't help but yell at and question the two threatening ninjas. You are the ones who don't understand. Danzo held his chin with his hand and lowered his head, not intending to stop the threat from the guards behind him. At this moment, hearing the question from the tall and thin old man, Danzo shouted loudly. Then Danzo slowly raised his head and said solemnly, "For the sake of protecting Konoha, this price is not worth mentioning." I see. Yakushi Nono looked at Danzo and understood Danzo's determination. The fat nanny behind him heard Nono's words and tried to dissuade Nono anxiously. Danzo looked at Nono with cold eyes, shook his head slightly, and said softly, "It is precisely because you are not ruthless enough that you have come to this point. You are indeed not suitable for the roots. So shameless." The tall and thin old man looked at Danzo in front of him and was shocked by Danzo's shamelessness. Danzo didn't care, glanced at the tall and thin old man and said, "Also, one of my subordinates died in order to obtain this intelligence. I will choose one of the children here to replace him." These words touched Nono's sore spot. Nono treated these orphans as his own children. Nono originally had a heart dedicated to Konoha, but now he was a little angry. "You are pushing it too far." Aburame Ryoma stood behind Danzo and supported Danzo. "These are two different things. We will prepare subsidies from now on, but this time, we need one of you to exchange the money." Danzo shook his head slightly and sneered. "After all, it's not like kids won't ask to become Konoha's ninja. Go ask them. Maybe you can find one." Danzo's root organization did suffer a lot of losses in the Northwest, but it was for Danzo's personal reasons. Danzo used the excuse of dedicating himself to Konoha to collect orphans and train them everywhere. Since he was here this time, Danzo wanted to pick one to take away. Everything that was said in the room was heard clearly by Yakushi Kabuto, who was hiding outside the window. Yakushi Kabuto was very young and silent, so no one in the room noticed this little guy. "That's enough. Danzo, I won't agree to this. I'll ask the third Hokage. I'm sure the third Hokage-sama will never agree." Yakushi Nono stood up and refused mercilessly. As for Danzo's character, Nono worked for Root for many years and knew everything about the Root organization. Nono would never let his children go to the Root organization. Originally, Yakushi Nono was going to Wagakure to carry out a spy mission, and he was obliged to contribute to Konoha, but before that, Nono had to clean up the orphanage. At this moment, Nono was suddenly stunned, as if thinking about something. "No, I promised Master Uchiha Nariku that I would work for the guard force. Now, I am a contracted physician for the guard force, and I have already retired from the Root organization. I need Master Uchiha Nariku's consent to do this." Yakushi Nono was busy all day and almost forgot about Uchiha Nariku. Nariku visited him in the morning, and after a brief understanding of the situation, he sent someone to deliver the donated funds here in the afternoon. And if Yakushi Nanoyu remembers correctly, when Uchiha Nariku came to visit in the morning, he said that if there are any problems or if you need help, you can find the security forces. Nono had his mind set on the threats from Danzo and the others. Uchiha Nariku's glorious deeds, through the propaganda of the security forces, most of the Konoha villagers know who Uchiha Nariku is. Uchiha Nariku fought for Konoha on the battlefield. In the battle between Uchiha Nariku and San Shinobi, he was seriously injured and unconscious before leaving the front line to receive treatment. Such stories of heroism and selfless dedication were widely circulated in the village. Uchiha Nariku also said this when he visited in the morning. He is the guardian of Konoha. Even if the third Hokage is busy with political affairs and can't take care of this, Lord Uchiha Nariku will definitely take care of these matters. No, you have to take responsibility for what you said. Are you sure you want to do this? When Danzo heard Nono's refusal, he asked in a voice as piercing as ice in the cold winter, "Please give up these thoughts. Lord Danzo, as your subordinate for many years, I am very familiar with the situation of the roots. If Konoha really needs to recruit a retired ninja like me, I will obey orders, but before that, I will ask the third Hokage. Yakushi Nono thought of Uchiha Nariku, and his back couldn't help but straighten up a little. Uchiha Nariku donated funds and clearly stated that there was a need to find a security force, and based on Nono's work experience in the Root Organization. The relationship between the Root Organization and the Uchiha clan is very clear. It is not uncommon for them to kill each other in the wild where there is no one around. Nono was right. Danzo had done the same thing, and so had Uchiha Nariku. Konoha, Security Force Headquarters. Nariku frowned slightly when he heard what Yakushi Nono said. 500,000 taels were stolen. All the money from the orphanage was stolen. Who is so heartless? Yes, of the 2.5 million taels that arrived the day before yesterday, I hid 2 million taels, but the 500,000 taels used to maintain expenses were stolen. Yakushi Nono looked a little sad and ashamed. As a once elite ninja, his money was stolen silently, which made Nono feel ashamed and even more angry at Danzo's shamelessness. Since he reported this to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm sure the third Hokage will ask about this matter. However, I need to explain to you that third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has abdicated and is no longer Hokage. As the previous Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently only exercising the power of Hokage temporarily, and it is unknown whether he will handle this matter. Nariku pondered for a moment about Nono's arrival. It was obvious that the theft was done by Danzo's men as a revenge for Nono who disobeyed his orders. Yes, third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, asked me to talk to Danzo. The third generation gave the relief money to Danzo for distribution, but Danzo did not distribute it to the orphanage. It's not that I can't perform tasks for Konoha, but the orphanage needs my care. Besides, I have retired, but the third generation still asked me to communicate with Danzo. I think I understand what the third generation means. Before Nono came again, Yakushi went to the Hokage building first and cried to the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted her, but finally passed the ball to Danzo and asked Nono to negotiate with Danzo. Nono went to Danzo's mansion to find Danzo, but couldn't find Danzo at all. Nono had a grudge against Danzo at the previous base of the Root Organization, so he didn't dare to go there. He had to come to the security force and place his hopes on Uchiha Nariku. The relief fund given by Konoha is 3 million taels, which can cover most of the expenses of the orphanage. In addition, the orphanage often has odd jobs to maintain its operation. Now, with Nariku's financial support, it doesn't really matter whether there is relief money or not. However, Nono is unable to cope with Danzo's relentless pressure and despicable tactics. What does third generation mean? Communicate with Danzo? Humph, they are in cahoots with each other. Nariku responded to Yakushi Nono, while also making a subtle reference to third generation, and then said, "The security forces will never turn a blind eye to thefts and will severely punish the perpetrators regardless of who is behind them. Nono, please go back to the orphanage first. The children need your care. I will send a special police squadron to guard the orphanage. With the security force guarding it, I think there will be no more thefts in the future." Nariku had a serious look on his face and did not refuse Nono's visit for help. He planned to send special police officers to guard the place. Yakushi Nono was somewhat moved by Nariku's tough response, and at the same time he understood Uchiha Nariku's position and the nature of the work of the security force. Of course, Nono is also aware of the relationship between the Root Organization and Uchiha. This Uchiha Nariku seems to be very concerned about matters involving the Root Organization. Nono felt relieved, but at the same time a little worried about the upcoming competition. Children are the most important. I can't back down. Nono encouraged himself in his heart, bowed slightly, and said with a grateful tone, "Thank you for your help, Lord Nariku. The children will repay you in the future." "No need to repay. This is the job of the security forces. No, I can see that the children like you very much. Go ahead, don't let the children worry." "Yes." Yakushi Nono bowed slightly and turned to leave. Nono looked haggard. She knew the darkness of ninjas very well, but But she didn't expect that in addition to the third generation, there were people with such a strong will of fire in Konoha. Naruto watched Nono leave and touched his chin. He stole all the money from the orphanage. What a piece of shit Danzo is Demoto. Hi. Uchiha Demoto released the transformation technique, and a puff of smoke came out of a green plant in the corner of Naruto's office, and a figure emerged from the smoke. You heard of the lady just said, summon Uchiha Fugaku. Yes. Uchiha Demoto nodded, opened the door, and walked towards Fugaku's office to carry out the summons. Night. The orphanage outside the village was very quiet. At this time, the children and staff of the orphanage had already rested and fallen into a deep sleep. Outside the orphanage, a four-man team in night clothes quietly approached the orphanage. They were angry after being blamed by the third generation for Yakushi Nono, who complained to Sarutobi Hiruzen during the day. Send out the root team to capture a child tonight and warn Yakushi Nono. The root organization carries out the mission, with 2 people on guard outside and 2 people going inside to carry out the mission, with a clear division of labor. Hey, look at this vase. It didn't seem to be their last time I came here. The 2 people who sneaked into the orphanage had strict organizational discipline, so they would not chat with each other. However, they had some questions about the vase that suddenly appeared. That stool over there seems to be a new addition as well. No, it's the transformation technique. After 2 members of the root organization communicated in whispers, they discovered something was wrong. Bang, bang, bang. The lights in the orphanage lit up, and not only the vases, but also the tables, chairs, and benches appeared in a puff of smoke, transforming into figures wearing black vests and masks. Tie up these 2 daring thieves. Yes. The surrounding SWAT members took out shackles and sealing talismans and put them on the 2 thieves in black. The 2 root organization members had dazed expressions at the moment. When Uchiha Fugaku appeared, they had already fallen into the illusion woven by Uchiha Fugaku. Yeah, the children who were woken up in the orphanage and Nono and others looked at the subdued thief. Nono and the other 2 adults could not hide their sorrow on their faces, but the children cheered. The 2 root members were now stuck with sealing shackles and sealing talismans, becoming lambs to be slaughtered. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward and removed the masks of the 2 root members, looking them over carefully. As expected, he is not from Konoha. He is a disgrace to the ninja world. Among the members of the root organization, there are some ninja clan members, but most of them are war orphans who have been nurtured through brutal training. As a security force, most of the ninjas and villagers of Konoha would be familiar with their faces, but these 2 Uchiha Fugaku and the surrounding special police members were completely unfamiliar and had never seen them before. Uchiha Fugaku originally wanted to give 2 slaps to each of them. Fugaku despised these scums who stole money from orphans. But in front of so many orphans, Fugaku couldn't be too rude, so he said softly, "Take them back to the prison and treat these 2 scum well tonight." Hi, X8. Team Hitting. Continue to guard this place, and don't be careless. Team Taizan. Escort these 2 back. Hi, X4. There are a total of 17 members of the Special Police Department who are waiting tonight, including the leader Fugaku, and the 2 teams are taking turns to rest. Fugaku led 2 teams and was initially reluctant to carry out this kind of mission. But now that he had caught the thief, even the expressionless Fugaku couldn't help but smile. Yakushi Nono looked at Fugaku and his men escorting the thief away, and his eyes became more worried. But he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes became firm again. Uchiha Fugaku led the Iron Mountain team back to Konoha. The 2 thieves were awake at this time and were being chained by the SWAT team. The 2 root members were bound by sealing shackles and sealing symbols, unable to condense chakra to use ninjutsu, but they were not panicked. Their faces were indifferent, like 2 pieces of wood. You have worked hard to guard the orphanage under the orders of the Hokage. Please leave these 2 to us. On the branches of the tall giant tree, 2 ninjas wearing black tights, umbu combat vests, strange masks, and carrying ninja swords stood. The 2 spoke coldly to Uchiha Fugaku and others below. Fugaku looked up at the 2 people on the branch and frowned slightly. These 2 umbu gave Fugaku a different feeling. As well-known jonin of Konoha and high-ranking members of the security department, they had had many contacts with Umbu directly under the Hokage, but the image and temperament of these two were very different from the Umbu they had come into contact with before. Fugaku thought of the root organization that Uchiha Naruto had emphasized several times. The root organization, the Umbu team directly under the Hokage Shimura Danzo, was hidden deeper in Konoha. You are Umbu ninja? That formation? Fugaku looked at these two ninjas whose temperament was inconsistent with the previous Umbu and felt a little suspicious. After asking, Fugaku felt a little regretful. Secret. As Fugaku expected, the two people in Umbu costumes had no desire to explain and answered simply with 2 words. Since we are on guard duty, do you have a mission scroll? Uchiha Fugaku saw that the two were a little suspicious. Although they were wearing Umbu clothes, Fugaku was not so quick to obey orders. Umbu mission. There is no record, and you have no right to view it. Don't waste our time. We will bring the personnel back. If you have any questions, you can ask the Hokage during the day. The two Umbu seemed a little impatient. One of them jumped down, took the chains from the special police member, pulled one in each hand, and dragged the 2 thieves away. Faced with this situation, several grassroots special police officers were a little confused and looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku saw the look from his subordinates and shook his head, stopping the SWAT ninja from attacking. Faced with Umbu snatching food from his mouth, Fugaku felt a little unhappy, but he couldn't get angry. After all, they were just 2 petty thieves. The third Hokage must be aware of what happened in the orphanage, so it was reasonable to send them to perform short-term guard duties. I'll leave the thief to you. Fugaku remained silent and indifferent. Thank you for your hard work, Fugaku Jonin. We will report your achievements to the Hokage-sama. The Umbu costume member, standing on the branch, nodded, said a word of comfort, and then jumped off the branch. He and another Umbu walked away, one in front and one behind, escorting the 2 thieves in between. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the people who left and felt something was wrong, but one of them was following the orders of the Hokage, and the other had no right to check, but could recognize his identity, which meant he must be a Konoha shinobi. Fugaku cannot attack, nor can Fugaku capture Umbu and interrogate him. If he makes a wrong judgment and the opponent is really Umbu, there will be some trouble later. Master Fugaku, I feel like there's something fishy about these 2 Umbu. Team leader Uchiha Taizan watched the 2 Umbu leave, then walked up to Fugaku and spoke softly. Umbu is on a mission. We have no right to interfere. I will report this matter. Go back. The people have already been handed over, so what's the point of talking about these things? Fugaku stopped thinking about these things, gave his instructions, and led the team back. In the secret base of the Root organization, it was late at night and Danzo had not rested yet, watching the Root squad coming back to report. You know the consequences of mission failure in the Root's regulations, right? Danzo's exposed left. I was staring at the 4 people who came back to report. Danzo was a little angry that such a simple mission could fail. I know. 2 teams of a security force are guarding the orphanage. The ninja leading them is the famous Jonin Uchiha Fugaku. I think this information should be reported back as a priority. The 4 Root members had blank expressions on their faces, and the team leader answered in a deep voice. Okay, I understand. You can now carry out the punishment for mission failure. Hi, X4. 2 Root members who were carrying out the infiltration mission had chakra in their hands, and they looked like they were going to commit suicide. The other 2, however, looked straight ahead, expressionless, and knelt on one knee, indifferent to their teammates' suicide. Shimura Danzo looked at the people off the field indifferently. The Root organization never took in useless people who failed in their missions. The result of failure in a Root's mission was the most severe punishment. If a simple task like this fails, there's only one result. Wait a minute. The 2 Root members had rich chakra in their palms, and when they were about to kill themselves by bombarding their hearts, Danzo unexpectedly spoke up to stop them. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself from your crime. Go and capture the children from the orphanage tomorrow. If any guards try to stop you, kill them without mercy. If you can obtain Uchiha Sharingan during the mission, it can be considered a success. If you fail the mission again, you don't have to come back to report. Danzo gave the two a chance to redeem themselves, not because he had a change of heart, but because the root organization had suffered serious damage in the successive actions during the Ninja World War. There's a shortage of manpower at the moment. If one dies, there will be one less. It takes several years to cultivate a root elite. At this moment, we can no longer punish and eliminate members easily. IX4. The root ninja has no name, no emotions, no past, and no future. He returned after failing in this mission only to convey information from the security department. The two root members who were spared did not look moved. The expressions on their faces were like icebergs, without any change, as if they did not care about life or death. Konoha, Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was temporarily acting as Hokage, looked at Danzo's rare visit with some surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about Danzo's rock shinobi peace proposal and finally rejected it, although Sarutobi Hiruzen was not afraid of bearing the blame for the sake of peace. However, in the peace talks between Konoha and rock shinobi, the situations of both sides were similar, but they were still required to pay compensation. Even though the third generation wanted to negotiate peace, they did not dare to obey rashly. Danzo looked at his old friend and had some opinions. He was not worthy of being the Hokage, as he was not even brave enough to bear the infamy of just 2 billion ryo. Hiruzen, the security forces are becoming more and more unruly, and the responsibility of patrolling outside the village should be the purview of the Umbu. At this moment, you are still indulging the Uchiha and the guards. Hiruzen, the ropes of the guard should be tightened a little bit. Danzo had some complaints about Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart, but he didn't dare show it on his face. His words hit Sarutobi Hiruzen's sensitive spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who came to visit early in the morning to talk about the affairs of the guard team. Sarutobi Hiruzen had his own ideas about Uchiha. Uchiha Naraku must be eradicated, as Danzo said. But then again, Danzo's concern for Uchiha and the guard seems a bit excessive. Why? Did the security forces offend you? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, somewhat interested in Danzo's words. No, I just felt unhappy when the security forces questioned the root ninja last night. The root is also an Umbu directly under the Hokage. I think the security forces are really too presumptuous. Patrolling outside the village is the Umbu's duty. Hiruzen, I hope the Uchiha will live in the village and take care of the village's security and environment. Things outside the village have nothing to do with them. Don't indulge them anymore. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's nonchalant look and felt a little annoyed. Uchiha Naraku was such a threat to the Hokage, yet his old classmate was still so leisurely. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Danzo's story, took a puff of his pipe, and thought for a while, then said softly, "Well, you are right. I will instruct the administrative department to reject all applications from the security forces to leave the village to carry out missions and to issue certificates for leaving the village. In this case, you should rest assured." Sarutobi Hiruzen was influenced by the attitudes and words of some of his old classmates, and he really needed to tighten up a bit when it came to Uchiha. Hiruzen, Rock Shinobi's request is only 2 billion ryo. Such a small amount of money can buy peace. Why would you refuse it? If it really doesn't work, I'll just invest and let me bear the blame. After talking about the security department, we talked about the Rock Shinobi peace talks. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo. Why did he refuse? It was because of Danzo's good deeds. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little regretful after he ordered the negotiation again, which led to the resumption of the war at the border. If Danzo can bear the blame, why can't I? That's all. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Danzo's words and sighed inwardly at Danzo's sense of responsibility. Well, Danzo, you go to Iwagakure as a representative to conclude a peace treaty. I will have Uchiha Koharu give you funds. The peace between Konoha and the Rock Shinobi depends on you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was inspired by the sense of responsibility in Danzo's words and decided to conclude the treaty according to the previous negotiations. Don't worry, Hiruzen. I will do my duty. Danzo did not hesitate to accept the task issued by the third generation. After dealing with Rock Shinobi, the important thing was to take back the power as soon as possible and kill Uchiha. Konoha, Security Force Headquarters. The early morning sun shines into the office. In the autumn and winter seasons, such good weather makes people happy. Uchiha Naruto listened to the mission report given by Uchiha Fugaku on the field, but his expression looked a little unhappy. The thieves were taken away by Umbu. It should be Jin. 2 people were arrested, and there were also 2 Umbu, which makes 4 people exactly. It should be a small team. Naruto, the orphanage director, Nono, reported the situation to the third generation at the Hokage building. It is normal for the third generation to send Umbu guards. Maybe you're overthinking it. Just ask the third generation and you will know. Uchiha Fugaku didn't care. They were just 2 little thieves, not a big achievement. The third generation had been in power for many years, and their great and glorious image was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Although the Fugaku in front of him can be considered loyal to his family, he is also very obedient to the will of fire and Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. This Fugaku still hasn't been beaten up by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After hearing Fugaku's mission report, Naruto sighed inwardly. He was powerless to stop Fugaku from thinking too highly of the third generation. Naruto had slandered the third generation many times in previous meetings, both implicitly and explicitly, and had revealed a lot of negative information about the third generation. In the end, the third generation in Uchiha Fugaku's mind is still so great and glorious. Naruto has to admire the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is really capable. Okay, I know Fugaku. I told you before that there is an Umbu subunit under Shimura Danzo called Root. The Root organization is a group of crazy ninjas. I should have told you about the Root ideology many times. Never mind. Go ahead and do your work. I will ask the third Hokage whether what happened last night is true or not. Naruto waved to Fugaku, indicating that Fugaku could leave. Fugaku was acutely aware of Naruto's dissatisfaction and felt somewhat baffled, not quite sure what he had done wrong, and after agreeing in surprise, he turned and left. Naruto looked at Fugaku's leaving figure and shook his head slightly. Naruto knew clearly about Fugaku's mission report. He knew that Umbu was definitely a Root ninja pretending to be a ninja, and it could only scare the ninja who was bewitched by the third generation. If Naruto was there, he would have found a random excuse to deal with them, and he wouldn't even listen to all that nonsense. In the ninja world, fists are the way to go. And if the famous Jonin Fugaku hadn't been there last night, the Root organization wouldn't have been sure of winning. Based on Naruto's understanding of the Root organization wouldn't argue at all and would probably just attack and silence them. Demoto, there's no need for guards. Tell the team members to have a day off today. Hi. Naruto gave instructions to the office, then stood up and prepared to go to the Hokage building to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is not a good idea to bring guards with you when traveling in Konoha. It would make you look too arrogant and damage Naruto's friendly image. Naruto walked slowly towards the Hokage building. On the way, many Konoha shinobi greeted Naruto, and Naruto responded with a smile. Naruto soon arrived at the Hokage building and went straight to the Hokage's office. Bang! Bang! Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly with his pipe between his teeth, somewhat confused by the visit from the number 1 threat, Uchiha Naruto, but his expression remained as gentle as usual. Mr. Third Generation, the security forces arrested 2 thieves in the orphanage last night, but they were taken away by Umbu. The ninjas on the mission said that the 2 Umbu from last night were a little strange, and they were a little suspicious of the Umbu from last night, so I came to check it out. Naruto came to the Hokage building and first mentioned what happened with Jen last night. Although it was a small matter, since he was here, he should mention it. Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe in his mouth and recalled the problem with the security department that Danzo had come to report. Danzo's subordinates must have had a conflict with the security department last night. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood what Naruto said. Yes, I sent them. The security forces have worked hard. The root organization also belongs to the Umbu organization. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to smooth things over and clean up Danzo's mess. Third-generation adults are so busy, yet they still care about the little things in the orphanage. Naruto admires that. Where the leaves fly, the fire will also continue. As the Hokage, it is normal for you to worry about the villagers. Well, Naruto, you are not here for such a small matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to talk about what happened last night anymore. He knew very well that talking too much would only lead to more mistakes. Third generation, sir, you are no longer the Hokage. Please respect yourself. Naruto still addresses Sarutobi Hiruzen with respect, but only calls him third generation. The Jonin meeting before Sarutobi Hiruzen had already announced his abdication and the election of the fourth Hokage, so calling Sarutobi Hiruzen Hokage was no longer appropriate. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice after being choked by Naruto's words, put down his pipe, and drank a sip of tea. After putting down the teacup, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gentle image changed drastically. His face became very serious, and he said in a deep voice, I've been the Hokage for so many years that I've forgotten it. Naruto, did you come here just to remind me of this? No. Third generation master. Konoha cannot be without the Hokage. As the previous Hokage of Konoha, you should train the fourth generation. Moreover, the conflict between Konoha and Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi still exists. Although you have abdicated, the public sentiment in Konoha is still turbulent. Please elect the fourth Hokage as soon as possible to lead Konoha to end the Ninja World War. Naruto was polite to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was occupying the position and would not move unless urged. However, his words were full of urging for the Hokage to change. Naruto, what you said is correct, but I neglected it. It is now mid-November of the 50th year of Konoha. I plan to gather the candidates for Hokage to the capital of the Land of Fire in early December. Listen to the opinions of the daimyo and finally select the Hokage. In the 51st year of Konoha, a new Hokage will inevitably lead Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a blank expression on his face, showing no anger at Naruto's words, and seemed to have arranged everything for the Hokage. Please don't blame me, third generation. I am just worried about the future of Konoha. I mean no disrespect to you. Konoha does need a new Hokage. Compared to the third generation's expressionless and cold faces, Naruto has a gentle face and speaks softly like a spring breeze. Konoha needs more ninjas like you who are worried and concerned about Konoha. You're not the first person to ask questions. Every day, villagers and ninjas come to my residence to report this, so you don't need to worry about it. As the former Hokage, I have already made preparations. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe on the table, took 2 puffs, and replied to Naruto's words softly. The anger that rose in his heart when he was urged by Naruto subsided in the smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had controlled Konoha for many years, would not act according to his mood. Third generation master, Konoha is fortunate to have you in charge. But third generation master, the compensation for the Uchiha during the Ninja War has not yet been paid out. Naruto is the head of the clan and has been repeatedly urged by the clan members to implement the compensation as soon as possible. Naruto, don't rush the compensation. Many of Konoha's compensations are being distributed slowly. I promise that they will all be in place within a year. Konoha is in financial trouble right now, and you are one of the candidates for Hokage. Don't you understand the plight of Konoha right now? Please be more understanding. The third generation's face was somewhat solemn, but their words were polite, which made it difficult to blame the elder too much. Okay, I understand. Naruto nodded. Naruto knew Konoha's predicament very well. Naruto had a way to resolve the predicament, but he didn't want to give the credit to the third generation. Well, the security forces have worked hard. Naruto, you must lead the security forces and make more contributions to Konoha. However, The security forces only need to take care of the village. As for the refugee camps and orphanages outside the village, Naruto, don't worry about them. Umbu will take care of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not forget what Danzo had told him when he came. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that the Uchiha was indeed becoming more and more presumptuous. He secretly decided to let Danzo's root suppress the Uchiha. Okay, if there's nothing else, Naruto bye. Naruto nodded, without refuting the third generation's words, and turned to leave. This Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed protecting Shimura Danzo from bullying the orphanage. Arrange a squadron to guard the orphanage at night. Let Ruofen go this time. Forget it. I will go myself and see what tricks Danzo can come up with. Naruto has his own ideas in mind. If refugee shelters and orphanages are attacked, the villagers of Konoha will not understand the authority of the security department or the Umbu. As the name suggests, the security department must be responsible for guarding and garrisoning. Any orphanage outside the village walls will be attacked, and the reputation of the security team will inevitably be attacked. It is absolutely impossible to expect the third generation and Umbu to take responsibility. If something happens to the orphanage or refugee camp outside the village, the villagers will only criticize the security department. Therefore, Naruto cannot just ignore the affairs of Yakushi Nono in the orphanage. Besides, Naruto has promised Yakushi Nono that Nono does not need to worry. Giving up halfway is not Naruto's style. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto's departing figure, his serious face looking somewhat gloomy. Ghost Fox summoned Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen is troubled by the feelings of Uchiha Naruto and Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants the Sannin to leave a legacy in Konoha. Except for Namake's Minato, the disciple left by Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru did not leave any inheritance, and because of their other situations, it caused a lot of headaches for the third generation. Orochimaru was obsessed with studying ninjutsu. Without the guidance of the third generation in the Root organization, he became even more obsessed with studying ninjutsu. He agreed to take over the power, but when he started studying ninjutsu, he forgot everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen had some doubts about Orochimaru's obsession with and research on ninjutsu, as conventional ninjutsu would never make anyone so obsessed. Orochimaru must be studying forbidden technique. Danzo's wood-style ninja may be the work of Orochimaru. No one knows a disciple better than his teacher. The third generation knows Orochimaru very well and understands his talents. The wood-style research initiated by the third generation also allows Orochimaru to play an important role in the wood-style research. However, because the wood-style research was too cruel, the third generation eventually banned the wood-style experiments completely. As for Orochimaru, who had experience in wood-style experiments, wood-style ninjas emerged in the Root organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not think of anyone other than Orochimaru's talent. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a clear understanding of those emotionless tools in the Root organization. It is absolutely impossible to develop wood-style ninjas relying on those people. Bang! Bang! Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed Tsunade's visit and was too polite to his student. As a teacher, he had to maintain some dignity. Old man, what's the mission? Tsunade was a little confused about the summoning of her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since the Sannin became famous, they were mostly summoned for missions and very rarely summoned at other times. Occasionally, I would seek advice or seek professional guidance, but those times were few and far between. Tsunade, I have a mission for you. Perhaps you are the only one who can help me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a very serious face as he looked at the mature Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Tsunade to leave his bloodline and heritage, but Tsunade went to find Uchiha Naruto. In this case, it is better not to leave the bloodline and heritage. What mission? Tsunade looked at the serious-looking teacher, and some questions flashed through her mind. She had never seen the third generation so serious in any dangerous mission before. Before issuing the mission, I want to know, are you and Uchiha Naruto lovers? Tsunade was a little caught off guard by the third generation's question. With a serious face, she asked such a question. However, she was not shy in front of the teacher. She smiled and said softly, "Yes, teacher, I didn't expect you to care about these things." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat unsure whether Tsunade would agree to his mission. However, if Tsunade and Nariku are not close, he cannot carry out his mission. Thinking of this, the third generation's face became more solemn, and he said seriously, "Tsunade, the mission I'm going to issue is to kill Uchiha Nariku. Can you do it?" After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished talking about the mission, he stared at Tsunade with a serious face, observing the details. Tsunade's pupils widened when she heard that. "Tsunade, the mission I'm going to issue is to kill Uchiha Nariku. Can you do it?" The third generation finished his words and stared at Tsunade, paying attention to the facial expression of his favorite student. As a Hokage for many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally would not be led by Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen had his own alternative plan, a simpler and faster solution. If he still had influence among his disciples, he could complete the task alone without all the fancy arrangements made by Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen is confident about his position in the hearts of the Sannin. The Sannin are all ninjas carefully trained by the third generation before they became Hokage. After Sarutobi Hiruzen inherited the position of Hokage from Senju Tobirama, his three beloved disciples became Sarutobi Hiruzen's most important figures in consolidating his position as Hokage. Although Sannin has been famous for a long time, and now their name and fame are getting louder and louder, and their strength is beyond even the teacher himself. But after all, these are three disciples that he has watched grow up. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks he understands their psychology very well. The Sannin are all people who love the village deeply. Uchiha Nariku is a threat to the village. As long as the greater good is explained to them, the Sannin will understand. Why? Tsunade recovered a little from her initial state of shock, and her originally relaxed attitude towards the teacher now tensed up, and she asked in a deep voice, "Tsunade, Konoha is the village that was given to me by both the first generation and the second Hokage. I can't give it to the Uchiha, and the Uchiha are the Senju's mortal enemies. Have you forgotten that?" The third generation calmly explained the reason. The second Hokage handed over the village to the third generation. Although the third generation was more open-minded about the various clans of Konoha, they never forgot the research data of the second generation. According to the second Hokage's research on Uchiha, Uchiha will secrete special chakra due to loss of love, thus opening Sharingan. The more love is lost, the more powerful the Sharingan becomes. The Uchiha of the three Tomo Sharingan may also be able to control and channel it. If it is a Mangekyo Sharingan level Uchiha, it is often accompanied by extreme pain before the eyes can be opened. At the same time, because of the painful experience of the Uchiha, the strong Mangekyo Sharingan are often very dangerous and very abnormal. Teacher, as the heir of the Senju clan, I don't reject Uchiha. You are also the one who inherited the ideas of the first and second generation. Why are you so narrow-minded? Tsunade asked back as she looked at her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in front of her. Tsunade recalled the teachings of the man in front of him when he was a teenager. He didn't realize that the man in front of him actually had such thoughts. He continued, Konoha was founded 50 years ago, and the Senju clan has fallen into decline. In the past 50 years, Konoha's Uchiha clan never seemed to have done anything atrocious that would infuriate both humans and gods. Teacher, you criticize the Uchiha so arbitrarily and planned to assassinate the leader of the Uchiha. Is this the will of fire that you advocate? Tsunade's questioning is not only because Nariku is his lover, but also because Tsunade understands Nariku's personality and thoughts. Nariku is a ninja with the will of fire, and Tsunade couldn't understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions, such as assassinating the leader of Konoha Security Department in Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's originally serious face showed some bitterness. Tsunade, Uchiha Sharingan. The second Hokage has done research. The deeper the Uchiha's hatred, the stronger the Sharingan will be. 3 Tomo's Uchiha ninja with Sharingan may be able to barely punish them. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, the depth of the malice hidden in its heart is unimaginable, and I suspect that Uchiha Naruto has already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. As the former Hokage, I cannot ignore such a threat. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused here, stared into Tsunade's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "For Konoha, Tsunade, I hope you can carry out this mission. At present, perhaps only you can destroy Uchiha Naruto." The scientific theory of the second Hokage Sharingan data that Sarutobi Hiruzen referenced is applicable to some Uchiha members, but as a Hokage, using this kind of thinking to judge a clan is obviously unfair to the clan. Teacher, I know Naruto's strength very well. There is no so-called Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, Uchiha Naruto is the successor of the Will of Fire. Is it because Naruto, who is respected by the Jonin of Konoha and admired by the villagers, poses a threat to your position as Hokage, so you want to get rid of him? Tsunade was very disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment. As for the potential political threat, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not think about improving his own qualities, but actually wanted to physically destroy the political enemy. It seems that you didn't listen to all I said. Tsunade, you make me very sad, and I am very disappointed in you. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt sad in his heart. He was devoted to Konoha, but his favorite disciple actually misunderstood his intentions. Grandfather and second grandfather, they definitely don't have such narrow-minded ideas. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined forces with the Uchiha clan to establish Konoha. Sensei, I think you have misinterpreted their ideas. More importantly, Naruto is a ninja with a strong will of fire, as evidenced by the support of the Jonin and the admiration of the villagers. I don't support Naruto without limits, just because he is my lover. Naruto has the potential to become Hokage. Okay, shut up. Tsunade didn't finish her words, as she was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen in a huff. Tsunade, I know Uchiha Naruto very well. I admired him in the past, and even considered passing the Hokage to Naruto. But I have information that proves that Uchiha Naruto has already opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The owners of the Mangekyo Sharingan all have eyes that are born under great stimulation. Such a ninja is very dangerous, and Naruto has hidden the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan so deeply, he must be plotting something. For such a person, I must eliminate the trouble in the future. Tsunade, do you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that it was useless to use the teacher's authority to command Tsunade, and there was more falsehood than truth in his words. With their solemn and serious faces, one gets the feeling that although the third generation's methods are despicable, there are people who will do whatever it takes to protect Konoha. I understand your decision, teacher. I'm not qualified for this task. Please find someone else. Also, this behavior makes me feel sick. I want to leave the village for vacation. Teacher, I will keep today's conversation confidential. You can fight slowly. Tsunade firmly refused the mission, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Tsunade feel tormented. On one side was his lover, and on the other side were his teacher and village. Tsunade wanted to govern Konoha together with Naruto, but he didn't want to drag his teacher into the quagmire by standing on Naruto's side. The teacher regarded Konoha as his home. If his reputation was ruined in his later years because of him, Tsunade knew that it would be more painful than killing him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade and sighed slightly. Leave approved, Tsunade. I hope you can understand me. Night, outside Konoha village. In the woods north of the orphanage, Uchiha and Team Light used invisibility to hide on the branches, carrying out the guard mission issued by Naruto. Captain Hudding, we caught 2 thieves last night. There shouldn't be any stupid thieves coming here today, right? On the branch, a team member was wearing camouflage cloth. If you didn't look carefully, the whole person seemed to be integrated with the branch. Just carry out the mission well. Lord Naruto is here in person tonight, and we can't embarrass ourselves in front of him. Uchiha Kazuto, 17 years old, 3-Tomo Sharingan, a well-known genius ninja in the clan, serves as a squad leader in the special police department of the security team. He is an outstanding young man who has received attention from many Uchiha upper echelons. Yes. The team member who asked the question heard Deng's harsh words and responded nervously. Uchiha and Deng use camouflage techniques to blend into the surrounding environment. Even the team members could only hear their voices but not see them, and had no idea where their captain was lurking. Uchiha Naruto also used the camouflage technique to hide his body, sitting on the top of a tall tree, looking at the bright moon in the sky. Naruto heard all the conversations between Uchiha, Deng, and the team members below. The camouflage hidden technique is one of the advanced stealth techniques. It may seem a little pale in comparison from the perspective of the Sharingan or the Byakugan, but in ordinary ninja confrontations, the camouflage hidden technique is a powerful weapon. The ability to hide in the environment and not be noticed until after being attacked is an essential skill for sneak attacks and assassinations. It is said that the camouflage technique is one of the S-rank ninjutsu of a Wagakure. In the confrontation between the Uchiha Jonin and the Rock Shinobi elites on the Rock Shinobi battlefield, after seeing through the camouflage technique, the ninjutsu was copied and deduced. It is difficult to learn, and few people in the clan have learned it. Naruto sensed several strange figures approaching the orphanage from this side. Naruto did not expect that the root organization would come again, and that old thief Danzo would really take revenge for even the smallest of matters. It is not a blessing for Konoha to have such a person serving as assistant to the Hokage of Konoha. Only after the 4 Umbu members left the security area did the SWAT team report to the team leader and Deng. "Sir, a stranger just passed by me. From what he was wearing, he looked like Umbu." "Okay, got it. Let's slowly follow them closer." Lord Naruto said that the one who did the bad thing is most likely Umbu. "Let's follow and see." Yes. Several members of the hunting team lifted their invisibility, revealed their figures, and followed the clues left by Umbu. Naruto sat on the tree canopy, watching the actions of the 4 people, including Deng below. Naruto led a squadron and arranged a team to be on guard in each of the 4 directions: southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest. A mysterious team has come here, and I don't know if there are any in other directions. Naruto thought for a while, maintained the camouflage technique, and moved towards the Umbu team. When Naruto got closer, he heard the Umbu's conversation. "Master Ghost Fox, it seems to be a bit peaceful here today. We just got here, so we can find anything. We just need to carry out our investigation mission and report to the Hokage. Spread out the investigation and come back here in 2 hours. If there is any situation, set off fireworks as a signal." Yes, Sex 3. 3 masked Umbu ninjas leave. "Really, Umbu?" Naruto followed behind and heard it clearly. This Umbu ninja, codenamed Ghost Fox. Naruto recalled his voice and codename, and seemed to have some impression of it. Based on the visits of Danzo and Naruto, as well as Nono's crying, Sarutobi Hiruzen guessed that there might be a dispute in the orphanage, and sent Umbu to investigate the situation. Nono's cry led to Danzo being scolded by the 3rd generation, who demanded that the relief funds be distributed quickly. Danzo, who was becoming more and more arrogant, was not only angry, but also prepared to teach Nono another lesson instead of obeying the order. But I didn't expect that the root team would be captured by the security team. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's taking in orphans and refugees was a bit nosy, at least Sarutobi Hiruzen's original intention was never to oppress these refugee orphans. Otherwise, he would not have taken them in and provided them with relief funds. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have the time to do everything himself, so he gave the relief funds to Danzo to distribute. Adding Danzo as a middleman, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect that Danzo would use the relief funds to blackmail the orphanage. The glorious image that Sarutobi Hiruzen had worked so hard to build up was completely ruined by Danzo. "Master Ghost Fox, there is no movement." 2 hours later, the Umbu ninjas who went out to investigate returned to report to the Ghost Fox. "Okay, Neo and Bao, the 2 of you continue with your investigation mission and return at dawn." Inu and I will go back to rest and continue our shift tomorrow night. IX3. The three Umbu replied quietly, and two Umbu left again. The ghost fox and the dog whispered for a while, then turned and left in the direction of Konoha. Nariku felt a bit overwhelmed watching the Umbu leaving. Nariku judged that these people were really Umbu from the third generation, who came to investigate disputes and keep an eye on the route and the guard. It is impossible to be a thief for 1,000 days without being a thief. Nariku waited for 2 hours, but the route organization didn't show up, and he lost his patience. He released the camouflage hidden technique and formed seals with both hands. Summoning technique. Meow. Xiao Zunru, who was carrying 2 ninja swords on his back, greeted him with a slightly red face and smelled of alcohol. Xiao Zunru, the quality of life in the Ninja Cat Castle is pretty good. It seems like you're partying every night now. Hiccup, Lord Nariku. I'm counting on you to take care of me, Meow. Hiccup, it's the banquet time so late at night. Why did you think of summoning me? Hiccup. Xiao Zunwan seemed to have drunk a lot and kept burping. Xiao Zunwan, please look after the orphanage in front. If there is any emergency, use this scroll to smear blood and summon me. Nariku took out a small scroll and a small container. There were 2 drops of Nariku's blood in the small container. He could summon Nariku by smearing it on the summoning scroll. Okay, Hiccup. Xiao Zunwan drank a lot and felt a little dizzy. He also wanted to take a break from the alcohol, so he agreed without hesitation when he heard about the task. Thank you, Xiao Zunwan. Please don't let me down. Nariku looked at the somewhat dizzy ninja cat and was a little worried whether it could be capable of this task. Don't worry, Lord Nariku. We're close friends. Don't you trust me in doing things? Xiao Zunwan burped and clasped his chubby palms together. Nariku felt a bit overwhelmed when he saw Kozumura's tone, which was totally different from usual. Well, it looks like quite a few of my fellow ninja cats are here. Xiao Zunwan seemed to be sobering up a little from his drunkenness. After opening his eyes and speaking, he closed his eyes again to sense. For teams of Nariku's special police department are on duty here, and many Uchiha people who have signed contracts with ninja cats have also summoned ninja cats to monitor the surroundings. Well, we are on a special mission. There are a lot of people here. Just monitor the orphanage. If a fight breaks out, remember to summon me. After giving his final instructions, Nariku waved his hand and left. It's been a long night, and I'm afraid Tsunade can't sleep because she's thinking about me. Nariku hurried back with a smile on his face. Fire Nation. In the capital city of Daimyo Prefecture, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, escorted by numerous samurai and guardian ninjas, enthusiastically met the mysterious businessman Chubei in the training ground. Oh wow, Mr. Chubei, I finally see you again. The daimyo of the Land of Fire held a folding fan to cover his face, leaving only his smiling eyes exposed. His tone was strange, and from his expression, it was clear that he was very happy. When Chubei and his followers came to the audience, their long swords and other weapons had been removed by the guards of the daimyo's mansion to ensure that Chubei had no sharp weapons on him. I, Chubei, greet His Highness the Daimyo and wish you great fortune and a long life. Greetings to His Majesty the Daimyo, X3. The 3 people behind Chubei also followed etiquette towards the daimyo. Oh, Mr. Chubei, no need to be so polite. Is your visit this time because my goods have arrived? Daming looked at the people below with burning eyes. Yes, Your Highness. The 100 sets of chakra armor you ordered have been successfully produced. Please check them, Your Highness. Chubei did not come alone this time, but brought with him a number of followers and guards. He brought with him 100 sets of chakra armor, each costing 5 million taels. This batch of goods was worth 500 million taels. The financial backers of Uchiha did not dare to be careless and sent out ninja guards. The 3 people behind Chubei saw Chubei's look and took off the scrolls they were carrying and spread them out. They saw many large circles drawn side by side on the huge scroll, with a character in the middle of the circle. The daimyo watched this scene with burning eyes. Just like last time, the ninjas used storage scrolls to transport supplies. After Chubei's 3 followers spread out the scroll completely, they pressed a seal at the beginning of the scroll. Smoke rose from the scroll, and in the smoke, many armors unfolded on the scroll. A large scroll stores 33 sets of armor, plus those worn by the guards, enough for 100 sets. Not bad, not bad. This chakra armor is very good. The daimyo spoke cheerfully, covering his mouth with a folding fan, as if he didn't want anyone to see his smile. Your Highness, you don't have to pay the remaining 50%. It's a gift from our boss. Chubei did not forget the important matter, as Lord Uchiha behind him had given him the mission for this trip. Oh, that's 250 million taels. Is your boss so wealthy? The daimyo was somewhat surprised when he heard Chubei's words. The performance and effectiveness of the chakra armor were praised by the guardian ninjas and guardian warriors after they wore it, and during martial arts performances, their combat power was visibly improved. This made the daimyo and the guardian ninjas very envious of the chakra armor technology, but the daimyo and the guardian ninjas knew that Chubei was only in charge of sales and did not know the technology. Moreover, a force with such technology must be powerful and powerful. The ninjas sent out to track him. If they were lucky, they could not track Chubei's whereabouts. If they were unlucky, they would disappear directly after completing the tracking mission, which was very telling. Yes, Lord Daimyo, there are so many people here that it's inconvenient to explain in detail. Can you? Chubei seemed to be hesitant to speak. The daimyo understood immediately and whispered to the guards beside him. Stay with the horse, and everyone else leave. IX-99. The guards responded and retreated. Mr. Chubei, Kazuma Jonin is the guardian nin that I respect the most. Is there anything you can say? After Chubei and his companions watched the guards retreat, they replied, Yes, Lord Daimyo, these chakra armors, 50 of which were entrusted by Konoha Jonin Uchiha Neriku, are given to you by our boss. This is a gift from Konoha Jonin Uchiha Neriku. We dare not hide it, so we hereby report it. Uchiha Neriku. The daimyo frowned slightly when he heard Chubei's words, feeling that the name sounded a little familiar. The guardian ninja and horse next to him walked up to the daimyo and whispered a few words, and the daimyo then showed a look of sudden realization. Oh yes, 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 I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. Jonin Uchiha Neriku is the head of the Uchiha clan of Konoha, and is known as the Shura of Konoha. Hey, Mr. Uchiha Neriku, why are you so polite? The daimyo was immediately in a good mood when he heard that it was a gift from the leader of Konoha's Uchiha. The Hokage and higher-ups of Konoha village, though seemingly submissive, actually did not take the daimyo seriously. The daimyo knew this very well. It was rare for a ninja from Konoha to come and give him a gift. The daimyo was in a good mood, and his smile behind his folding fan became even softer. As the nominal supreme leader of the Land of Fire, the daimyo also knew a lot about the affairs of Konoha village. He said softly, I appreciate Jonin Uchiha Neriku's kindness, but I will pay you the 250 million ryo. After all, there is no reward without merit. After the daimyo finished speaking, he looked at Chubei with a smile in his eyes, waiting for the main topic. Your Highness, please don't do this. If you do this, I will be punished by my boss. Chubei quickly refused, seeming to be very afraid of the punishment. Daimyo's face was still gentle, making people feel like spring breeze. He just smiled but didn't say anything else. Jonin Uchiha Neriku. What is the purpose of giving chakra armor? The guardian nin Jonin and Mon next to the daimyo understood what he meant and asked. At this time, a follower behind Chubei had a puff of smoke floating around his body and turned into a ninja wearing a long robe with a round fan embroidered on his back. Your Highness, Lord Wama, I am Uchiha Ritsuji, and the intention of the clan leader Lord Neriku is just because I heard that your Highness loves chakra armor, so I specially purchased it and presented it to the daimyo. There is no other intention. Uchiha Rift released the transformation technique and spoke. The Rift Valley tribe has been gathered under the command of Uchiha Neriku for nearly 20 years, and has always followed Uchiha Neriku's lead. This time, They accepted the assignment from the tribe leader Naraku to complete the tribute mission. The guard ninja and horse had no expression on their faces and said in a deep voice, "The daimyo has said that no reward should be given without merit. Your Highness is the richest man in the world and is not short of money. Your Highness appreciates your kindness and will not treat the citizens of the land of fire unfairly. Yes, I understand that our clan leader, Lord Uchiha Naraku, is supported by the Konoha shinobi and the villagers and is running for the 4th Hokage. These small gifts are just a hope that the daimyo can leave some impression on our clan leader, Lord Uchiha Naraku." Uchiha Lichi's forehead was covered with sweat. He didn't expect that this gift would be so difficult to give, and the gift given was the daimyofu's favorite chakra armor. Before setting out, Uchiha Ritsu accepted Naraku's order and donated 50 sets of chakra armor free of charge. All he needed was for the daimyo to know who Naraku was. "Oh, Uchiha Naraku, huh? I get it. Even though I live deep in the palace, the reputation of Konoha Shura is still well known to me. Since Uchiha Naraku intends to run for Hokage, why is Uchiha Naraku's name not on the list of 4th Hokage candidates sent by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha?" The daimyo heard the words of the people below and immediately understood the whole story. Moreover, among the candidates for the 4th Hokage sent by the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Naraku's name was not on the list. The daimyo has been in the court for many years and is well versed in the ways of the court. Regarding the list submitted by the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Naraku's act of presenting treasures. Through these clues, we can roughly understand the current situation of Konoha. There were major disagreements and struggles within Konoha. What? How is it possible? Uchiha Ritsu was somewhat shocked that Uchiha Naraku, the clan leader with the highest number of votes in Konoha's Jonin class, was not even a candidate for Hokage. Well, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a list of names. Orochimaru, one of the Konoha Sannin, Tsunade, one of the Konoha Sannin, Jiraiya's disciple, Yellow, Flash Namikaze Minato, and Konoha's White Fang Hatake Sakumo. These are the only 4 candidates for the 4th generation. Daimyo covered his mouth with his folding fan and spoke softly. The daimyo was happy to see the internal strife in Konoha and spoke out secret information without any hesitation. Although the daimyo didn't dare to stroke the 3rd Hokage's whiskers too much, it was not a big deal to put some eye drops on the 3rd Hokage. This Jonin Uchiha Naraku is known as the Shura of Konoha. I have heard of Mr. Uchiha Naraku's reputation in the capital. Oh, I think it should be no problem for him to serve as Hokage. The daimyo's words seemed to add fuel to the fire, but his tone was very gentle. Your Highness, the clan leader, Lord Uchiha Naraku, is the candidate voted for by the Konoha Jonin class. He is the person with the most support from the Konoha Jonin and is the most popular candidate for the 4th Hokage. Please be discerning. Uchiha Lietu regained his composure. The news given by the daimyo was too shocking. He wanted to bring it to the clan leader Uchiha Naraku as soon as possible so that Uchiha Naraku could be mentally prepared. Uchiha Raito's anger rose in his heart. He had some new understanding of the 3rd Hokage's shamelessness and wanted to cut this hypocrite who always claimed to be doing it for Konoha in half. Ryotie-kun, I understand what you're talking about. I will ask the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and ask him to submit Uchiha Naraku's resume and data card. However, if Uchiha Naraku can come to the capital, he can submit his resume on his own. Uchiha Naraku is famous, and we know him without looking at his resume, but the necessary procedures must be followed. The Fire Country daimyo said softly that the so-called decision by the daimyo was just a decision in name only. Sarutobi Hiruzen specially noted that Yellow, Flash Namikaze Minato could be the 4th Hokage on his resume and data card. The daimyo did not dare to go against the Hokage's opinion. Originally, it was just a formality to inform the candidate for Hokage and then issue the imperial edict. The daimyo watched the Uchiha splitting the ground in the audience and felt that this 4th Hokage election might be very interesting. Forget it. We have all heard about the resume of Konoha Shura Uchiha Naraku. We can just write one ourselves. These chakra armors are nice. I like them very much. Let's put them here. After Daimyo finished speaking, he waved his hand and turned to leave. You can leave now. Someone come. The guardian named Kazuma brewed chakra in his throat and shouted loudly. Many followers and guards heard Kazuma's call and rushed to gather. After counting these 100 sets of armor, put them in the armory. After Kazuma finished his instructions, he ignored Uchiha Raidu and Chubei and turned to chase after the daimyo. Uchiha's face flushed, veins on his forehead throbbing, showing his anger. Lord Lietu, the daimyo has accepted the gift. Let's withdraw first to avoid offending the daimyo. Chubei noticed that Uchiha Ritsu looked unhappy and pulled at Ritsu's sleeve. Lietu reacted and nodded, and the group turned and left. The daimyo has extremely high prestige in the eyes of ordinary people. Legend has it that the daimyo is half human and half god, and has ruled the Fire Nation for generations. His bloodline has been passed down for thousands of years, and no one dares to offend him. Even the increasingly unruly ninjas still respected the daimyo. After Kazuma quickly caught up with the daimyo, he had some guesses about why the daimyo accepted the gift, so he asked quietly behind the daimyo, "Your Highness the daimyo, are you going to divide Konoha?" The daimyo nodded, covered his mouth with his folding fan, and said, "The third Hokage and Jonin Uchiha Nariku are obviously two interest groups, and I am well aware of the history of the Senju and Uchiha, even though I am in the palace. The Senju have been holding the position of Hokage for a long time and are becoming increasingly unruly. As the daimyo, it is time for me to take action. Your Highness, it should have been done long ago. The Fire Nation should not have two Jades coexisting. The daimyo has ruled the Fire Nation for thousands of years. There should only be one Jade in the Fire Nation, and that is you." The daimyo glanced at Kazuma. He had no doubt about Kazuma's loyalty, but he believed that Kazuma's thinking was too simple and crude. How could the daimyo manage the tens of thousands of ninjas in Konoha? If Konoha was displeased, Konoha would have plenty of ways to kill the daimyo or replace him. This Konoha Shura Uchiha Nariku is pretty good. Third Hokage, Sir Toby Hiruzen. The fourth Hokage election list doesn't even mention Uchiha Nariku. Oh wow, this is really interesting. I think the Jonin Uchiha Nariku is pretty good, and the chakra armor given is very sincere. The daimyo didn't dare to offend Konoha, but it was insignificant to put some eye drops on such a small matter. For example, the daimyo nominated Uchiha Nariku as the leader of the fourth generation. Who will be the Hokage at that time will depend on the struggle within Konoha. Uchiha Nariku at least knows how to offer some gifts and treasures to himself. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others seemed to respect him, but in fact they did not take him seriously at all, especially the third Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzo, who was unruly and rampant. The daimyo finally accepted Uchiha Nariku's gift, which showed his interest in this matter and Uchiha Nariku. Outside Konoha village, at dawn, the rising red sun slowly rose. Nariku lurked above the treetops, and the four teams lay in wait for the root organization to come. Nariku looked very bad. After returning to the Senju mansion early yesterday morning, he saw a letter left by Tsunade on the table in Tsunade's house. The content of the letter was roughly that Tsunade was a little worried about the succession of the fourth Hokage, so he was in a very bad mood. He wanted to support Nariku, but he didn't dare to disobey his teacher. So he left the village and told Nariku to be safe and not to miss him. After Nariku pondered the letter several times, he only felt one meaning. Tsunade left without saying goodbye and left a letter like this. Does that mean she's dumping me? The more Nariku thought about this, the more unhappy his expression became. He had no time to concentrate on his work in the security force during the day, and he had been lying in ambush here for most of the night without seeing anyone. Nariku was in a very bad mood. He was expecting the root ninja to come and kill these scums to vent his anger. What kind of organization is this? I thought they would take revenge for any slight. But we didn't catch them for 2 nights. They're just a bunch of idiots. Nariku's physique means he can go without sleep for a few days and nights. But after not sleeping for 2 consecutive nights, coupled with Tsunade's incident, Nariku felt a little depressed. Naraku took out Tsunade's letter again and read it by the moonlight. Hokage is not from Sarutobi's family. Isn't it normal for him to run for election normally? Tsunade even promised to support me before. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen, that wretched old man, said something to Tsunade? Otherwise, there is no reason for Tsunade to leave the village. And pay attention to safety. Doesn't Tsunade know exactly what my constitution is like? The more Naraku read the letter in his hand, the tighter his brows furrowed. Tsunade, does this count as dumping me? Naraku lit a flame in his hand and burned the letter, no longer thinking about these emotional matters, and his mind turned to the Hokage election. It's almost time to set off for the capital. Liatu should have completed the task I assigned to him. Konoha, Security Force Headquarters. Naraku was sleeping soundly on the sofa in the office. All the ninjas who were secretly guarding the office were given holidays to practice on their own. Meow, meow. The cat outside the window kept meowing, waking Naraku up. It's so noisy. Naraku got up from the sofa and looked at the wild cats outside the window. Naraku knew that someone was sending him a message through the ninja cats. Summoning technique. Meow. A ninja cat wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt, a one-eyed dragon eye patch, a short sword on his waist, standing on two legs with his arms around his chest, appeared majestically. Jilong, what information? Upon hearing this, Ninja Cat Jilong immediately put down his hands, took out a letter from the lining of his clothes, and handed it to Naraku. Naraku-sama, your letter, meow. Urgent information, meow. Emergency information? What kind of emergency information can there be at this time? Naraku yawned, took the letter from Jilong, opened the envelope, and began to read it. I'm leaving. Shinobi Cat Kuro called out and disappeared in smoke. Naraku had only read a few lines when his expression turned serious. Haha, good, good. It turns out to be like this, very good. Naraku looked at the letter and couldn't help but laugh, but his eyes were cold and he looked like he was grinning. The 2 nights of ambush had yielded no results, and Naraku was in a rare nap when the intelligence he received made him feel even worse. I am the person with the most votes for the nomination of Konoha Jonin, but I am not even a candidate for Hokage. This village is too corrupt. After Naraku read the letter, he set fire to it and burned it. I'm not even a candidate for Hokage, and the 3rd generation wants me to go to the capital. Hee, that's great. Naraku recalled asking about the succession of the 3rd Hokage a few days ago, and the 3rd generation describing their trip to the capital. Now, when I think of the serious faces and stern expressions of the 3rd generation, I thought they were so serious and rigorous. I didn't expect that he had no good intentions at all. The so-called trip to the capital might just be an assassination attempt against me. Your plan is not wrong, but you underestimated my strength. It is just right to eradicate all of you cancer and return peace to Konoha. Naraku has been leading the Uchiha and the guard for a long time, and he knows how difficult it is to be at the helm, so he can understand some of the 3rd generation's actions. But I didn't expect that this hypocrite would dare to deceive me like this, if it weren't for Naraku's sudden impulse to bribe the daimyo. This news is still unavailable. Why would Uchiha Naraku, who is not even a candidate for the 4th generation, go to Kunitachi? To keep the others company? The 3rd generation invited Naraku to Kunitachi, and I think they had only one purpose. It's not that Naraku thinks too badly of the 3rd generation, but the style and behavior of the 3rd generation clearly make people feel that they have bad intentions. First, practice the perception ninjutsu, and then you won't let any of them go. Naraku's mind was turning. Recently, Naraku has been researching and developing perception ninjutsu, the spiritualization technique. After the soul leaves the body, it can sense the souls of dozens of kilometers away, especially the marked souls, no matter how far away it is. Based on the soul-sensing method of the Reiki technique and some soul secrets he mastered, Naraku developed this soul-sensing ninjutsu into a ninjutsu that can be performed without leaving the body. Ninjas usually carry some chakra on their bodies, but when they're not in combat, they generally do not refine chakra. When not in combat, The chakra scent can be concealed in many ways, making it impossible for many sensory ninjutsu to detect and determine the identity of the ninja. Without chakra in the body, there is no way to tell whether it is a ninja or an enemy except by empirical judgment. The fighting between ninjas in the Ninja World War was a special case. Ninjas fought to the death, and naturally they were madly refining chakra and squeezing out their own potential. Normally, when ninjas are performing missions or espionage missions, they often do not refine chakra to avoid detection by perception ninjutsu. The perception ninjutsu, developed by Naruto, based on the inspiration of the Reiki technique, does not have this disadvantage. As long as there is a soul and it is not blocked by the barrier, it can be sensed. It is a perception ninjutsu with high practicality. Naruto stopped worrying about Konoha's affairs and sat cross-legged on the sofa, experimenting and revising the soul-sensing secret technique. Afternoon. The exhausted Uchiha climbed over the wall and returned to Konoha, heading straight to the headquarters of the security forces. He wanted to confirm whether the clan leader Naruto had received the urgent information he had sent. Bang! Bang! Lietu rushed all the way back to the security headquarters and knocked twice outside the captain's office. Enter. Hearing Naruto's voice coming from inside, Ritsuji breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the door open. Master Patriarch, the fourth-generation selection is a fraud. Did you receive the information? Got it. I know the situation. Don't be impatient. In front of his subordinates, Naruto acted calm and raised his hands and clapped them. The personal assistant in the garrison chief's office brought a pot of tea into the office. You've had a hard time on this journey. Let's have a cup of tea and we'll talk in detail. After Naruto arranged for someone to serve tea, he needed to ask Lietu for detailed intelligence. Lietu was a little tired. After the trip to the capital, he rode back to the city without stopping. He was indeed a little thirsty. He picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and started drinking. It's a little hot. Drink it slowly. There's no rush. Naruto was at ease. A few hours had passed. The anger he had felt when he first received the news had faded away, and he was now somewhat calm. Lietu took a sip of tea, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said, Master, I have followed your instructions and come to see His Majesty the Great, and I have given you your name and asked for your support. The daimyo actually said that your name is not on the list of candidates for Hokage. You old third-generation thief, I am so angry. Okay, I know about this. Didn't you say that you nominated me? That's all. That being said, the third generation's actions clearly show that they do not take our Uchiha clan seriously. Chief, can you tolerate this? Lietu has been following Naruto for almost 20 years, and although he is in his 30s, he is still a little nervous in front of Naruto. I have my own plan for this matter. Since the daimyo has accepted our gift, I think he will take care of it. Yes, the daimyo originally did not accept gifts. This is just a normal business purchase. His Highness the daimyo is not short of money. But in the end, I don't know why he still accepted our gift. I guess he was moved by our sincerity. Naruto poured himself a cup of tea and shook his head at what Ritsuji said. I think the daimyo must have his own plans. The daimyo's hoarding of chakra armors shows a lot of thought. But these are not our concerns at the moment. Did you see the so-called 12 guardian ninjas when you went to the capital? The guards around the daimyo are supposed to be the 12 guardian ninjas, but they are far inferior to the jonin of our Uchiha. It is quite dangerous for the daimyo to rely on so many people to protect him. Lietu thought about the ninja named Kazuma beside the daimyo, then came to his senses and said loudly, Master, what does the 12 guardian ninja have to do with us? You should think about how to compete for the fourth generation. Lietu couldn't help but remind Naruto not to forget the important things. Night, outside Konoha village. A small team lurked in the woods for a long time. After making sure there were no ambushes around, they slowly crept towards the orphanage. Harrier, Eagle, I hope your mission will not fail this time. Understood. X2. The two root members had blank expressions on their faces. They changed into their night clothes and headed towards the orphanage. Danzo gave the team 10 days to complete the mission. The team thought that the guard team would withdraw after a few days and would not stay here for a long time. On the last day of the mission, Team Root once again went to the orphanage to carry out the mission. Danzo himself went to a Wagakure for negotiations and probably didn't take the matter too seriously, but the Root team that received the mission was conscientious and observed for a long time. Inside the orphanage, Ninja Cat Kozumaru put his chubby hands together. Well, there are strangers here, 4 of them. Acting sneaky, they must be the bad guys that Lord Naruto mentioned. After sensing a stranger approaching the orphanage, Xiao Zunwan took out a small scroll from his bosom and spread it out, then took out a small bottle slightly larger than a fingernail from his bosom. Pour the blood from the bottle onto the signature on the scroll, then make a seal with your hands. Summoning technique. Bang. A puff of smoke emerged from the reels, and Naruto appeared in the smoke in pajamas. Katsumaru. Naruto was not surprised by the sudden change. He looked around and confirmed the environment, which was Yakushi Nono's orphanage. Now, Lord Naruto, there are 4 strangers outside. They must be the bad guys you mentioned. Kozumaru explained the situation to Naruto in a soft voice. The ninjutsu performed here woke Nono up, and he came out. Naruto adult? Yakushi Nono was once an ace spy. Although he is retired now, he is still wary. When he saw Naruto appear, he showed a relieved expression. Sure, there's someone outside. Naruto made a gesture to Nono to keep quiet, then closed his eyes and made a seal with his hands. 2, 4 for people, Nono. Naruto said softly after performing the perception jutsu. Naruto provided financial support to the orphanage and sent people to protect it for 10 days. Today, just as the staff was withdrawn during the day, someone came to visit at night. Hiring ninja guards starts at least a C-level mission. If a ninja confrontation is going to occur, the mission will start at level B. The reward for a C-level mission is 30,000 to 100,000 taels, and for a B-level mission is 80,000 to 200,000 taels. The price is clearly marked in the mission hall of Konoha, and a guard mission can only last for a month at most. For a mission like this that involves confronting elite ninjas, B-level is too low and should be classified as an A-level mission, with a reward between 150,000 taels and 1 million taels. Yakushi Nanoyu cannot afford such expenses. Naruto sent the special police department to provide free protection for 10 days, which was already very kind of him. It is impossible for him to send people here to guard for free for a long time. Yes, Lord Naruto, I will protect the children, Nono said embarrassedly, ready to protect the orphanage by himself. No, just rest. Naruto smiled slightly, made a few seals with his hands, and the chakra in his body fluctuated. Magic, this is not technique. Magic, technique in the fox's heart. Naruto performed a combination illusion, and chakra that was invisible to the naked eye surged out of Naruto's body, covering an area of 50 meters around the orphanage. 2 Root members who were sneaking towards the orphanage blinked and found that the orphanage not far away had changed its appearance. The orphanage, which was originally a somewhat shabby and dilapidated place, seemed to have become the headquarters of the security department, the target of surveillance during the previous surveillance mission. The 2 blinked again and confirmed that the building in front of them was indeed the security department building. The grass in the wild under their feet turned into a concrete road in Konoha village. No, it's an illusion. As the elites of the Root organization, the 2 realized that they were under an illusion after confirming that it was not their eyes that were dazzled. Illusion, release, X2. The 2 men put their hands together in a seal, performing a simple and effective method to break the illusion, and the refined chakra rushed through their bodies. After the illusion was resolved, the 2 opened their eyes and found that the building in front of them was still the security department building. The 2 Root organization members looked at each other and realized that the enemy's illusion skills were too advanced and they could not break it. The 2 of them stepped back slowly, wanting to leave the range of the illusion and come back after a short rest. The team leader, who was patrolling on a branch not far away, looked at the 2 people who were carrying out the mission, made a seal for no reason, and then circled not far away from the orphanage gate, looking like he was possessed. Have Harrier and Eagle been under an illusion? The root member next to the team leader asked the team leader that the two teammates who were on the mission were in a somewhat strange state, but the illusion that could make ninjas like them fall for it was not something that ordinary people could perform. It should be the magic fox's technique. The two of them were caught in an illusion. No doesn't have such a high level of illusion skills. Is it the security department? The team leader answered the team members' questions and made a guess at the same time. It seems that we have to help them remove the illusion. If I am not mistaken, I have already used the illusion solution, but it has not broken the illusion. I need others to inject chakra to help them break it. The team member next to him suggested to the team leader. They can remove it by injecting chakra into each other. Why don't they help each other and watch for a while? The team leader did not take any risks and decided to wait and see for a while. The two root members who were under the illusion wanted to clear each other up. After finding out that the magic could not be cleared, they wanted to retreat first. As a result, after retreating for a long time, they returned to the starting point. They realized that it was a combination illusion, an illusion woven by a skilled illusionist. After the two realized that it was a combined illusion, when they wanted to inject chakra into each other, they found that the other party disappeared out of thin air before their eyes, leaving them alone outside the security department. Moreover, the lights in the security department were also lit up. It was late at night, and it seemed that many people in the security department building were working overtime and were getting ready to go off work. The root members didn't understand why they were so nervous, and they had the urge to escape from here. As a result, the more they retreated and hid, the closer they got to the security department building. The two emotionless root members sweated profusely on their foreheads. They reached out to touch the handle of the knife on their backs, but they couldn't find it after 2 tries. They turned their heads and squinted at the handle, only to find that the knife was gone. Then they reached out to touch the ninja bag, but the ninja bag was gone too. There was more sweat on the foreheads of the two men. They couldn't even use the method of self-harm to rely on pain to remove the illusion. Now, they could only rely on their teammates to inject chakra for rescue. The two root members crossed their hands in front of their eyes to protect them and held on until help came. The two were in a combined illusion. The magic here was not technique. The ninja swords and ninja tools did not disappear, but the two were in the illusion. The ninja swords were on the right, and the ninja tool bag was on the right side of the waist, but the two were affected by the illusion and reached to the left, so they did not touch the ninja tools and ninja swords. Naruto in the orphanage had his eyes closed. After setting up the illusion, he found that the two ninjas in the tree in the distance did not come to rescue their companions, and watched their companions' physical strength and chakra continue to dissipate. Forget it. Let's experiment on these two first. Naruto opened his eyes, the idea of experimenting with the curse flashing through his mind. Naruto has never used the curse seal he obtained, and now that there are experimental materials delivered to his doorstep, Naruto plans to use it on the bodies of the two people outside to see the effect. Orochimaru's method of casting the curse seal is to bite directly with his teeth, refine the chakra, and inject the curse seal into other people's bodies through the teeth. Naruto currently has no way to improve this method. He could only follow the instructions and bite with his teeth as required by the curse seal, but Naruto's neck was not as long as Orochimaru's, so he could only get close and bite his neck. The root team leaders had been observing the situation in the distance and had not stepped into the range of the illusion woven by Naruto's chakra. What they saw was normal. The two saw the orphanage door open and a man in pajamas with bloodshot eyes and long black curly hair walked out and walked straight towards the two root members who were circling. Uchiha and Naruto. The root member on the branch saw the pair of scarlet eyes and the appearance characteristics and reminded the team leader next to him. This is the key person that the root organization is paying close attention to. Even if he turns into ash, they still recognize him. This is a person that the root must pay attention to. Well, what is he doing? The team leader nodded to show that he understood. At the same time, the man with long black curly hair in their eyes approached the two root members who were under the illusion, opened his mouth, and bit each of them on the neck. The two root members, hiding on the branches, looked at the strange situation in the distance. They knew that they could not complete the mission and should go back to report the enemy's ninjutsu information to Danzo-sama. They said to the captain next to them, "Captain, Uchiha Nariku's ninjutsu is very strange and dangerous. We should report this strange ninjutsu to Lord Danzo first. Shall we retreat?" The team leader listened to the advice very much. He also felt the danger. His teammates could not be rescued, and those two people would be punished and would not live long even if they were rescued. It was more important to retreat and report back Uchiha Nariku's strange behavior. After Nariku injected the cursed seal into the bodies of the two root members, the two root members immediately howled and then fainted. Nariku licked his lips. The development of the curse is for the purpose of reincarnation and control, to unlock the recipient's own potential, and to enhance the recipient's ability to the limit is actually just a byproduct. After Nariku cast 2 curse seals, he felt the sensation of his soul being peeled off. It seemed that some of his soul had been peeled off. Nariku controlled the amount of soul stripping, and the soul stripped by the 2 seals was about the size of a fingernail. According to the speed of soul absorption in the different space, it will take about a week to recover. This is the soul stripping controlled by Nariku in a smaller range. Soul stripping, controlling others, that's how it is. After Nariku realized the ninjutsu, he nodded as if he had understood something. He then concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet and jumped towards the other 2 root members in the woods. As Nariku walked out of the orphanage, Sharingan glanced at the 2 people in the distance. When the 2 root members met Nariku's eyes, they had unknowingly fallen into the illusion without realizing it. The 2 escaped in the illusion for a long time. When Nariku rushed in front of them, opened his mouth, and bit down on their necks, the root members who were affected by the spell woke up. "Don't be afraid. I'm giving you strength." Nariku looked at the awakened root member and said playfully after injecting the cursed seal. The root members who were affected by the technique seemed very shocked that Nariku suddenly appeared in front of them. When they saw the nearby trees clearly, they looked even more terrified. They seemed to realize that the scene of them about to return to the organization was an illusion, and their real selves were actually standing still. When Nariku planted the cursed seal on the 2 root members one after another, the 2 woke up from the illusion one after another. After being injected with the cursed seal overbearingly released their potential, and the 2 soon couldn't bear it and fainted. Nariku licked his lips, dragged the 2 unconscious root members outside the orphanage into the woods, put the 4 of them together, carefully checked that the cursed seal on their necks was successfully formed, and then turned and walked towards the orphanage. After planting the seal, the caster and the recipient can sense each other's approximate position within a certain distance. Nariku planted the seal of earth and was ready to sense how many of the 4 people could survive after daybreak. No, the root squad has been punished by me. They probably won't wake up tonight. I will be heading to the capital soon. I will arrange for the guards to guard here for another month. After that, you will have to rely on yourself. After Nariku returned to the orphanage, he spoke to Nono, who had not rested late at night and was paying attention to the battle situation. Nariku did more than punish them. He directly used the root elite to experiment with ninjutsu. Based on the 50% success rate of the Earth Seal, only 2 of the 4 people could return during the day tomorrow. Moreover, while the curse is being implanted and the people are staying there, they will definitely not wake up tonight. So the orphanage will definitely be safe tonight. As for daytime, the orphanage is generally safer, unless some vicious people attack the orphanage and cause serious incidents. But even if Danzo was crazy, he would not dare to be so presumptuous around Konoha. Konoha was not his one-man show, and the Konoha shinobi who were rich in the will of fire would not sit idly by. At the same time, Yakushi Nono is not powerless to resist. As long as Nono brings the news to the village, Danzo will surely be ruined. The 3rd generation cannot cover up such a vicious incident, and someone must take the blame. So Danzo would not do this. He would just do some small actions secretly. Of course, most people can't stand Danzo's small actions. If it weren't for Nariku taking care of the orphanage would be as miserable as in the original book. Nariku-sama, you have worked hard. I have no way to repay you." Nono looked at Uchiha Nariku, who was never tired of helping out for the orphanage and came to help many times. He didn't know how to repay Uchiha Nariku, and his words stuttered. A hint of determination flashed in Nono's eyes, and he seemed to muster up the courage and whispered with his eyes closed. "If Master Nariku doesn't mind, Nono is a humble person, and I am willing to serve you." "Ah, what did you say?" Nariku was originally immersed in the curse experiment, sensing the conditions of several root organizations. Nono's words brought Nariku back to his senses, and Nariku asked back in a low voice with some disbelief. Nono's originally haggard face showed some redness, and he lowered his head slightly and whispered again, "If you don't mind, Master Nariku, I am willing to serve you." Nariku looked at Nono's face with yellow hair, glasses, and a gentle and intellectual face. Then I remembered that I seemed to be dumped by Tsunade. After being with Tsunade for a few months, I really felt like I was getting addicted to it. But Nariku had just separated from Tsunade, and Nariku hadn't asked Tsunade in person yet. It seems a little bad to enter into another relationship so quickly, and it also feels like taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Nariku thought for a while, reached out, and touched Nono's cheek and whispered, "Nono, Nariku is truly blessed to have your affection, but I already have a lover, so you don't have to do this. As long as I summon you, you can respond to my call." Nariku thought about it and politely declined, but he didn't dare to refuse too bluntly, nor did he dare to say that he had no feelings for the woman. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a blow to the woman's confession, and if love turns into hate, it would be more of a loss than gain. Konoha. Early morning. 17 ninjas wearing black vests, carrying long swords, and wearing masks that only exposed their eyes gathered at the gate of Konoha village. Nariku, wearing a black robe embroidered with rice ears, a purple cardigan, and a long sword hanging at his waist, took a quick look and waved his hand. "Set off." High X-17. Nariku went out first and headed towards the capital of the Land of Fire. 17 special police guards followed closely behind Nariku. After the team walked out of the village for a while, teams set up guards in front, behind, left, and right. Only Uchiha Shisui followed closely behind Nariku. As Nariku and his group left, a ninja wearing Umbu costume in one of the many houses near the Konoha gate confirmed that Nariku and his group had left, and then left quietly. After Umbu left, a lazy wildcat on a house not far away meowed twice, then disappeared into the alley. "Shisui, this trip to the capital is going to be a tough battle. Be prepared." "Lord Nariku, I have waited for this moment for a long time. You should have done this a long time ago." "Shisui, it's easy to kill a few of them, but it's not that easy to control the village after killing them. The third generation has controlled Konoha for a long time and has many supporters. To get rid of them, they must first be brought to ruin. Then, they will be eliminated silently, so as not to cause unrest and division in Konoha. Uchiha becomes Hokage, holds power in Konoha village, and has many ninja clans and ninja guards. This is the long-term way for Uchiha. Otherwise, if Uchiha declines a little, it will become the next Uzushio village. After Konoha became the Hokage, even though the Uchiha showed signs of decline, they were still able to stand proudly in the ninja world. So we need to take a long-term view and not just rush for the short term. Nariku patiently taught Uchiha Shisui and ran forward silently. "Yes, Lord Nariku, the Uchiha cannot do without your guidance." Uchiha Shisui nodded, looking like he was being taught, and flattered him at the same time. Nariku raised the corner of his mouth and shook his head slightly. Without saying anything more, he continued on his way. This special police squadron is composed entirely of Uchiha 3 Tomo Sharingan elites, and they are also wearing the latest chakra armor. Such an Uchiha elite can easily fight against the elite 100-man team of Sand Shinobi and Miss Shinobi. A meeting was held the night before departure, in which they were informed of the dangers of the journey, boosted morale, and asked everyone to be mentally prepared and to overcome any obstacles that might arise along the way. Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for the Hokage candidates to meet the daimyo in the capital before December 5th. Naruto didn't know the situation of the other Hokage candidates, but Naruto himself couldn't sit still, so he prepared to go to the capital first and wait, and at the same time, give the third generation and others a chance. Giving them a chance to plot an assassination, Uchiha and the Root have done many dirty things and used dirty tricks, but this is the first time they have faced such an open confrontation. Knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, I still go there, waiting for surprises along the way. Hokage Building. 3 people sat side by side on the futon in the lounge. Third generation, Uchiha Naruto, has already set off for the capital. But I have a feeling that if Danzo fails and the Uchiha rebel, I'm afraid we will become the sinners of the village. Midokado Hamura said to the 2 people beside him in a somewhat anxious tone. The quartet has not yet set out for the capital. The third Hokage's itinerary and date for the capital are top secret, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will not tell even the other 3 members of the quartet until the moment before departure. Yin, what action? How come I have no idea? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the Hokage's desk, smoking a pipe and holding files, looking confused and unaware. Midokado Hamura glanced at the third generation and admired their compromising and overall-minded character, but at the same time sighed at their soft-heartedness. That was why they needed Danzo's assistance. There are only 3 of us here, so there's nothing bad to say. I hope Danzo's operation is successful. Udatane Koharu's words were cold, and he seemed a little indifferent compared to Midokado Hamura. I have no idea about any actions, so don't say anything more. This trip to the capital is just to report on my duties and receive the appointment letter as the 4th Hokage. Namake's Minato should be leaving by now. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat averse to talk about Danzo's actions and didn't respond at all. The 4 of us can just go to the capital and let the Hokage candidate Namake's Minato govern the village. Third generation, you arranged for Namake's Minato to go to the capital. Were you sure that Uchiha Naruto would arrive there safely? Did you not have confidence in Danzo's actions? Midokado Hamura then realized the third generation's intention in arranging Namake's Minato to go to the capital. In case Danzo's operation failed, there would be only 4 of them at the top, plus an Uchiha candidate, which was obviously very strange. If Namake's Minato was in the capital, he could just receive the appointment and position. And assuming that Uchiha Naruto really arrived in the capital with Namake's Minato, the candidate for Hokage, it means that the third generation did arrange for the candidate to go to the capital to receive the imperial edict and did not arrange for Uchiha Naruto to come alone. In this way, even if there is a confrontation in the middle, everything will be smoothed out after Namake's Minato takes over as the head of the 4th generation. The third generation has been governing Konoha for many years, and they are indeed experienced. Midokado Hamura now has a deeper understanding of this seemingly kind-hearted Hokage. After knowing each other for so many years, this is the first time he feels that the third generation are such deep-minded people. Even before the showdown, the third generation is completely clueless about Danzo's actions. Even if Danzo fails and Uchiha shows his hand, the third generation will definitely be even more clueless. Judging from what the third generation did, Danzo's actions, whether successful or not, would not have any impact on the third generation. However, Midokado Hamura was a little worried about Danzo at the moment. I went to the capital only to pay my respects to the daimyo and ask for his opinion on the selection of the 4th generation. I don't know anything else, so don't say anything more. Sarutobi Hiruzen blew out a puff of smoke and spoke coldly. In the 4th generation election, Namake's Minato can win as long as he has one advantage, whether it is the Jonin vote or the daimyo appointment. If Namake's Minato is the first in the Jonin votes, he may have already started to hand over the position of Hokage at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been working hard to become the 4th Hokage of Namake's Minato and to maintain his own rights. Root Tissue Base. In a large office, 4 ninjas wearing strange helmets sat in front of a strange large machine. On the large strange machine was a huge blue chakra-shaped spherical object. There was a black line connecting the strange helmets to the strange machine. There was an office desk not far away with a crystal ball on it. Danzo was sitting on a chair with a masked ninja standing behind him. They were looking at the crystal ball silently together. Master Danzo, the sensory ninja has contacted all the action teams and can issue orders to initiate action at any time. Don't worry, with Chiyue's help, there will be no mistakes. Just prepare for the aftermath, Longma. Danzo replied to Aburame Ryoma behind him in a calm tone. Have you sent the route's top expert, Akatsuki, to take action? If it is Akatsuki, then it is indeed foolproof. The first Hokage who is said to have pacified the troubled times may be like Akatsuki. When Aburame Ryoma heard that Danzo had sent the root organization's top expert, Akatsuki, his tone immediately relaxed, as if Akatsuki was the god of ninja. It is naturally foolproof for Chiyue to take action, but before that, we still have to see the sincerity of that Uchiha. If he wants to become the leader of the Uchiha, he can't just use the power of our roots. Danzo didn't want to talk about Akatsuki's words anymore, but was a little wary of the Uchiha who was seeking cooperation. Haha, this time, with Chiyue taking action, the operation is already foolproof. Coupled with the unexpected insider support, Uchiha Naruto is doomed to fail. I just didn't expect Uchiha to have a second pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Lord Danzo, aren't you tempted by his eyes? I am tempted, but it is more important to use this man to control the Uchiha. He is the chief's bodyguard, but he plotted to murder the Uchiha leader. As the chieftain's elite guard, he has a great advantage in running for the Uchiha leader after Uchiha Naruto's death. With our support, there is no doubt that he will become the Uchiha leader. And after he becomes the leader, he can only rely on us to survive, as long as we leave evidence of his murder of Uchiha Naruto. This Uchiha will only become my pawn. After Danzo finished speaking, he touched his right eye socket, which was wrapped in a bandage. My power will only become stronger if more Uchiha sacrifice. Lord Danzo, the target has arrived at the ambush site. Should we give the order to proceed? The ninja wearing a strange helmet with black wires connected to a strange device on the helmet asked loudly. Give the order to act. Danzo heard the report and shouted an order. First squadron action. Second squadron action. Third squadron action. Fourth squadron action. The 4 root members connected to the special device quickly and loudly conveyed the order. Ripples were heard from the strange mechanical sphere in the middle. At the same time, the crystal ball on Shimura Danzo's desk emitted a faint light wave, and after the faint light wave, Uchiha Naruto's current situation was reflected in the crystal ball. Naruto was running on the plane with Uchiha Zensui beside him, and there were special police teams guarding him in front, behind, left, and right. Each team was 3 kilometers away from Naruto. The chakra armor technology of Fire Control City has been developed to the 3rd generation. The ones sold outside are all first-generation products, while the special police team members of Naruto guards are wearing the latest models. It can break illusions, amplify ninjutsu and strength, and open a chakra shield to protect itself. It has many functions. Ordinary wandering ninjas wearing this chakra armor can compete with ninjas from big countries. Chakra armor is a ninja tool that is actually more useful for more elite ninjas. Naruto hurried on, sensing every 5 minutes, but found nothing. I've been traveling for half a day since I set out from the main gate of Konoha. Is it time to take action? Naruto's perception, ninjutsu, senses the soul body. He sensed quite a few souls of the villages within the perception range, but none of the nearby ones. Do you want to wait until I finish meeting the daimyo in the capital and take action on my way back? Naruto had this thought, but suddenly he felt a sense of danger in his heart. The land ahead turned into densely packed papers with the word explosion written on them. Danger! Naruto shouted softly, reminding Uchiha Shisui beside him. Chakra gathered on his feet, took a step forward, and pushed hard, and the whole person flew into the sky. Boom! 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 There was a loud noise in the field, and a mushroom cloud rose. At the same time, in the area where Nariku's guards were in the distance, there were also loud noises and multiple mushroom clouds rose. 4 Purple Flame Formation. Several ninjas wearing black robes and ghost masks appeared from the southeast, northwest, and northeast directions. They crawled out from the ground in the distance, quickly rushed to the explosion area, and performed ninjutsu to set up a barrier. Ahem. Lord Nariku, are you okay? Uchiha Zensui's face was a little blackened by the smoke caused by the explosion. After landing, he approached Nariku and called out, "It's okay, just be careful." When the smoke cleared, Nariku looked at the 4 purple flame formations that surrounded him, as well as the black-clad, ghost-faced ninjas that appeared one after another outside the barrier. 9 ninjas dare to ambush me? Nariku had doubts in his mind. He was also a little surprised that he didn't sense them. Nariku guessed that it was hiding underground, using the earth to avoid detection. The 4 ninjas formed seals with their hands at the 4 corners, maintaining the 4 purple flame formation, wrapping Nariku in the barrier, while the 4 of them were outside the barrier. Set up another 4 purple flame formation. 5 ghost-faced ninjas appeared later. One of them seemed to be the leader, and he gave orders seriously in a magnetic voice. IX4. The other 4 responded to the order and quickly ran to the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest corners, facing away from Nariku and making seals with their hands facing outwards. 4 Purple Flame Formation. 2 layers of 4 Purple Flame Formation. The first layer trapped Nariku and the other 2, and the second layer released outwards, protecting the 9 of them in the gap between the 2 layers of 4 Purple Flame Formation. Nariku took out a handkerchief and wiped his cheeks, which were slightly blackened by the smoke, and watched the actions of several people quietly. There are 9 people. 8 of them maintain the 4 Purple Flame Formation, and the remaining 1 should be his opponent. Nariku looked at the masked man, who looked like the leader with burning eyes, somewhat curious about how he could get in from outside the 4 Purple Flame Formation. Just to surround me? Aren't you going to come in and kill me? Nariku wiped the dust off his face, threw the handkerchief down, and asked the man in confusion. The ninja, who looked like a leader, with his arms folded across his chest, said nothing and just looked at the scene quietly. Even with the mask on, Nariku could sense that this man had a cold, ruthless face. Nariku nodded. That was right. That was the aura of the Root organization. Phew! Blood is flying. Nariku formed his right hand into a palm, concentrated his chakra, and cut backwards. The man behind him failed to hit the target with his attack, and jumped back with his ninja sword in hand to avoid Nariku's counterattack. Nariku covered his left cheek with his left hand as he watched the person behind him leave his attack range. Just now, a knife was stabbed from behind, straight into Nariku's head. If Nariku hadn't tilted his head to dodge at the critical moment, the knife would have pierced Nariku's head. Even though Nariku dodged in time, his left cheek and ear were still cut off by the long sword with the Chidori blade attached. Nariku's left hand flashed a green light, healing his bloody left cheek. Why? Half of Nariku's flesh on the left side was cut off, and his left teeth were exposed. His bloody face showed shock and anger, and he questioned the person behind him in a deep voice. Lord Nariku, you are no longer fit to be the leader of Uchiha. I should be the leader of Uchiha. Uchiha Zensui shook the long sword, shaking off half of Nariku's face and flesh on the long sword, and said Kaido in a deep voice, "Is this the reason for betraying me?" Nariku frowned in pain. The healing jutsu was a little slow to recover from such an injury. Yes, Wakafu and Inaheim both have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and with me, the time for our Uchiha to rise has arrived. Chief, your eyes are no longer suitable for being the leader of Uchiha. Please die here. I will complete your unfinished work and do it better. I had the impression that Uchiha Zensui always had a calm face, but now he looked a little arrogant. Nariku nodded, understanding why the people outside were just watching the show. So this 4 Purple Flame Formation is to make you my opponent, Shanshui. Can you see far enough? My eyes can make the Uchiha rise, patriarch. The pupils of Uchiha Zensui's 3-Tomo Sharingan change, becoming a strange shape. Mangekyo Sharingan? Impossible. You cast as an Aji, it's impossible for both eyes to be Mangekyo. When did you awaken these eyes? Naruto looked at the changes in Uchiha Zensui's eyes and was somewhat shocked. His mutilated face was shaking, which was very scary. The information of Mangekyo Sharingan within the Uchiha clan is unknown to each other. Ruofeng, Einheim, and Fugaku are all unclear about the eyes of others. They all thought that they were the only ones who had awakened Mangekyo, and that they had never met each other and used the power of Mangekyo. Only Naruto knows the information of everyone in the clan, and the only one who hides the information is Uchiha Fugaku. Under Naruto's questioning, Uchiha Fugaku had to admit the information about the Mangekyo Sharingan. But regarding the hosted eye technique, he said that he did not sense the hosted eye technique in his eyes. Naruto had already been informed of the information about Ruofeng and Daohua's pupil techniques. In Naruto's heart, Ruofeng and Daohua were both loyal people. Naruto had no idea about Uchiha Zensui's Mangekyo Sharingan, and had no knowledge of it. He had also never seen a pair of eyes of this shape, which ruled out the possibility that he dug out the eyes of Fugaku, Einheim, or Ruofeng. Naruto's own information about ninjutsu and eye techniques is kept secret, and he has never told anyone about it. With his ninjutsu, Naruto has already dominated the ninja world and would never reveal any information about his own eyes. Although he keeps his Mangekyo Sharingan secret, he demonstrated it once before when he rescued Noera Rin, and Uchiha Zensui was also there. Naruto is unsure if Zensui recognizes his dojutsu. Seeing as how he is so obsessed with and worships Mangekyo, he seems unaware that Naruto has also activated Mangekyo. I awakened during the Ninja World War, clan leader, and I awakened to protect you, but at this moment, with these eyes, I am worthy of being the leader of Uchiha. Lord, your power is not enough to support you, to control Uchiha. Uchiha Zensui patiently answered Naruto's questions. After all, in Zensui's eyes, the clan leader was a dying man. As a fellow Uchiha, Zensui knew that Naruto must be well aware of the power of Mangekyo. Although Shisui is going to be the leader of Uchiha, he still respects his clan leader and wants him to die as a wise ghost, so as to live up to Naruto's previous teachings. Your eye has cast Izanaji, and that I should have lost its light. Shisui, you are hiding very deeply. Master, my eyes are inhabited by pupil techniques. My left eye is not a transplanted eye. It was restored by itself in the ultimate illusion by erasing the adverse effects. Uchiha Zensui seems to be very proud of his abilities and does not hesitate to tell the secrets of his dojutsu. The ultimate illusion is Izanaji, the Sharingan forbidden technique that lost its light. It's impossible. As the leader of the Uchiha, I know the Sharingan forbidden technique very well. This is impossible. Naruto looked at Uchiha Zensui with an impossible look on his face. Uchiha Zensui looked at Uchiha Naruto with some pity, sighed, and said in a condescending tone, "My Mangekyo Sharingan's technique is called Mujian. I can use the power of Mangekyo Sharingan to cast illusions on myself. Any situation that is unfavorable to me will be erased, while the situation that is favorable to me will be retained. For example, my left eye became blind because of Izanaji, but my right I can eliminate this unfavorable situation through the Mukin illusion. That is, in Izanaji, I cast the second ultimate illusion on myself. Any adverse effects on me, including the blindness caused by casting Izanaji, will be erased. Chief, now that you know my power, you can go on your journey with peace of mind, right?" Uchiha Zensui was not shy about explaining it to Uchiha Naruto very patiently, and then continued. "The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Patriarch, you have led the Uchiha for many years. You should know it better than me. In front of my eyes, Sannin, Konoha Shura, Yellow Flash, they are all meaningless. You are the person I respect the most. Go in peace. I will not let anyone desecrate your body. and I will inherit your legacy. Uchiha Shisui has been following Naruto for many years and is close to Naruto. He has been involved in almost all of Uchiha's development. He still has great respect for Naruto. However, as Hokage and others have studied, most of the owners of Mangekyo Sharingan have somewhat abnormal thoughts. Naruto nodded, his face cut off and his teeth exposed, looking very miserable. After some sympathy, he got the information about Shishui's eye technique out of him. Naruto stopped talking. For someone with such abnormal thoughts, Naruto didn't know how to pull him back. He quietly mobilized his chakra and formed seals with his hands. This injury was also caused by Naruto himself. The widely circulated Chidori blade in Uchiha was popularized by Naruto. Naruto has dead bone pulse bone cells distributed throughout his body, making him as hard as steel. However, his flesh and blood body is still unable to resist the ninja tools that have chakra nature transformation attached to them. And because Naruto was wearing chakra armor, Shisui had a clear understanding of Naruto's intelligence, so he stabbed directly in the head and not other vital parts of the body. The fact that he was able to survive this backstab also shows that Naruto is usually very thoughtful and alert. Stop struggling. Chief, as the chief of the clan, don't you know the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Why are you still resisting? Shisui couldn't help feeling annoyed when he saw Naruto making seals with his hands and looking like he was going to resist. Sizzle. Zensui's left hand condensed into a ball of lightning, and after chakra nature transformation into lightning, it quickly changed its form. Uchiha Shisui swung forward, and countless thousands of lightning bolts shot towards Naruto. Chidori Sunban. Ninja Art. Mitotic Regeneration. Naruto finished the seal, and the huge chakra turned into various nutrients and proteins, restoring the left half of his cheek. Even the cut-off ear grew out, and the injury was healed to its original state. It took healing jutsu half a day to stop the bleeding, and the flesh recovered slowly. However, with ninja art, mitotic regeneration, it recovered in just a few breaths. Shisui saw Naruto dodging the Chidori Senbon, and most of the Senbon that hit Naruto did not cause any injury, but instead disappeared from Naruto's body. From Sharingan's perspective, Naruto's chakra was rioting, and the facial features on Naruto's face returned to their previous appearance, which made people a little surprised. I have followed Naruto for many years, but I never thought Naruto could do this. Sannin Tsunadeheim's special skill. Shisui quickly recognized this move and praised it slightly. You are worthy of being the clan leader, but it's useless. The so-called Sannin are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of these eyes. Shisui was somewhat impressed that Naruto could be favored by Tsunade, trained by Tsunade, and taught the forbidden technique, but he did not stop. The lightning ball condensed again and quickly extended into a nearly 20-meter-long lightning blade that stabbed towards Naruto. Ninja art. Mitotic regeneration requires a huge amount of chakra to perform. Without unlocking the 100 healings mark, Naruto used up half of his huge chakra by performing ninja art. Mitotic regeneration to heal his injuries for a short while. Regenerative medical ninjutsu, unlike regular medical ninjutsu, consumes a lot of chakra. After Naruto's cheeks and ears recovered, he stopped ninja art. Mitotic regeneration jumped back out of the range of the Chidori sharp spear and stretched out his left hand, with two prismatic marks appearing on his palm. The diamond-shaped mark in the palm of his left hand emitted a suction force, and Shishui's Chidori sharp spear disappeared in a few breaths, and was replaced by Naruto, holding the Chidori sharp spear. Naruto swallowed and absorbed the chakra of the Chidori sharp spear in his hand to restore himself, and within 2 breaths, the Chidori sharp spear disappeared. Shisui, you know that ninjutsu is ineffective against me, and you only know the surface of my power. You can still turn back now. Don't make a mistake. Self-mistake? Ha ha, that's ridiculous. Chief, please stop talking. Your words will make the little respect I have left for you disappear. Uchiha Zensui's Chidori sharp spear was broken, but he still spoke wildly. After saying the last 3 words one by one, he rushed towards Naruto at a high speed with a long sword in hand. During Shishui's charge, he formed a seal with one hand and created 2 clones, which rushed towards Naruto from the left, right, and top directions. Konoha-style sword art, crescent moon dance. Shisui has been fighting for many years and is very good at swordsmanship and ninjutsu. Seeing that ninjutsu has little effect on Naruto, he uses swordsmanship. Naruto felt mixed emotions when he saw that Shisui did not repent. He was so addicted to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he wondered if he could make him change his ways if he also displayed Mangekyo. If I am merciful towards such a rebellious act, how can I be worthy of being a leader? Naruto's thoughts were a little complicated, but his hands were decisive. He pulled out a long sword from his waist, dodged and blocked left and right, and blocked all the attacks from the 3 figures. Then he released lightning all over his body, and Chidori flow hit the 3 figures, but they all turned into smoke. Behind, Naruto concentrated and held his breath, took a step back, twisted his waist and abdomen, and slashed horizontally at the empty back. Bite! The Uchiha Zensui's hidden true form behind him, combined with the speed of the body flicker technique, launched a rapid slashing killing move, but was blocked by Naruto with one sword. The 2 men held knives in both hands and stared at each other with their scarlet pupils. Naruto's surroundings changed, his body shrank, and he seemed to have returned to the Nanga Shrine. The situation at the scene was exactly the same as when he was 13 years old and was competing with Fugaku for the clan leader. However, the person who competed with Naruto for the position of clan leader was not Uchiha Fugaku, but Uchiha Zensui. The 5 deceased elders of Nanga Shrine smiled and asked loudly, "Please raise your hands if you support Uchiha Naruto to become the clan leader." Among the hundreds of Uchiha elites in the field, not a single one raised their hand. Please raise your hands if you support Uchiha Zensui becoming the clan leader. More than 100 Uchiha elites, including the Uchiha elders on the stage, raised their hands and voted unanimously in favor. Okay, from now on, Uchiha Zensui is the leader of our Uchiha clan. Naruto's uncle, the great elder Uchiha Daizo, stood up and loudly announced to all the Uchiha people. All the Uchiha people in the audience applauded. Ridiculous. Naruto, who still looked a bit immature, snorted coldly, and the scene changed, returning to the 4 purple flame formation. After Uchiha Zensui performed the Sharingan illusion, he saw that Naruto's face was a little dull, and the sword in Naruto's hand seemed to have lost its power. He couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, holding the ninja's sword in his right hand, and stretched out his left hand to dig into Naruto's eyes. Unexpectedly, Naruto reacted extremely quickly. He quickly grabbed Zensui's outstretched left hand with his right hand. At the same time, he released the Genin knife with his left hand and put his index finger and middle finger together, continuously stabbing Uchiha Zensui's chest. 8-gate acupuncture point. Shishui's left hand was caught by Naruto. In response to Naruto's lightning-fast continuous finger stabs, his right hand holding the ninja sword could only swing the handle at such a close distance. After a round of blocking, only 2 acupoints were blocked. The other 6 acupoints, including the fatal point, were hit by Naruto, causing the chakra in the body to feel blocked. Impossible! Uchiha Zensui exclaimed, shocked that Naruto was able to break his Mangekyo Sharingan Jinjutsu so quickly. You're just 3 Tomo Sharingan. How can you possibly break my illusion? This is impossible. Impossible. The chakra blockage in his body made Zensui realize the reality, and Uchiha Naruto really broke his Mangekyo Sharingan illusion with the help of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Naruto said nothing, stretched out his left hand, and dug into Zensui's eye socket. Uchiha Zensui's left hand was grabbed by Naruto's right hand. Naruto was so strong that Zensui could not pull his arm free. Uchiha Zensui's eyes flashed fiercely at this moment. The distance was too close, so he let go of the Genin sword with his right hand and grabbed Naruto's left hand. The 2 of them grabbed each other's fingers and formed a wrestling momentum. Naruto didn't know what to say to Zensui. the guard who was smart all his life but confused for a moment when Miss Shinobi went to save Ataki Kakashi and Noera Rin. Naruto has already shown his skills. Even if we haven't seen Naruto's eyes, we should have some guesses about his miraculous ninjutsu. Does Uchiha Sensui really think that Naruto saved people with medical ninjutsu? Shisui, nothing is impossible. Everything is possible. The two men grabbed each other's hands and wrestled. How could Uchiha Shisui be a match for Naruto, who is well versed in the Sannin Tsunade ninjutsu? Naruto's chakra condensed, and his strength was greatly increased. Drink! Naruto shouted softly and concentrated his chakra to exert his strength. Uchiha Shisui was clamped by Naruto's hands and lifted up high, hanging in the air. Hiss! Naruto suddenly exerted force with both hands, tearing the wrestler in half, turning it into a bloody rain. Naruto threw the body that was split into two halves aside, without any happy expression on his face. Naruto listened very carefully and meticulously to Shishui's explanation of the eye technique. The masked leader in the gap of the four purple flame formation observed the battle between the two people in the four purple flame formation very carefully and collected information on the two people's ninjutsu on the spot. He kept writing and drawing with the scroll and pen in his hands, but no one knew what he was writing. Ninjutsu is ineffective against you, and neither taijutsu nor swordsmanship can defeat you. Your attainment and illusion are also extremely high. As a regular ninja, you have indeed reached your limit, Uchiha Naruto. Not far in front of Naruto, a figure turned from virtual to real. It was Uchiha Sensui. His right eye turned white. The corpses and blood rain on the ground gradually turned from real to virtual and disappeared. Sensui's way of addressing Naruto changes. Uchiha Naruto does have some strength. Without the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sensui knows he is no match for him. Uchiha Naruto, your attainments in ninjutsu are indeed profound, and I admit that you're qualified to be stubborn. But it's no use. Now, let me show you the true power of Uchiha. The Uchiha Sensui in Naruto's Sharingan caused the chakra meridians that were sealed by 8 gates acupressure hand to circulate again, and the chakra also returned to its most abundant state. It seemed that any adverse effects on him disappeared, and all those that were beneficial to him were retained. In the time it took Uchiha Sensui to say a word, his body mysteriously turned from solid to virtual, and then from virtual to solid again in less than a second. After this strange situation, Uchiha Sensui's right eye, which had turned white, regained its scarlet color and turned red again with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is this Wu Jian? This ability is a little too powerful. Naruto saw the situation clearly and made a judgment in his mind. Naruto once again felt the urge to persuade his close guard, who is also an Uchiha elite with such outstanding abilities, and spoke. Sensui, you are indeed qualified to lead the Uchiha. When I become Hokage, I will make you the leader of the Uchiha. I will not pursue your crime of attacking me. Turn back, Sensui. In the secret base of the Root Organization, Shimura Danzo's crystal ball saw all of this clearly from afar. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? These eyes are too dangerous. Danzo spoke of the dangers of Uchiha Sensui's strange abilities, but there was a greedy look in his eyes. Danzo-sama, there is no danger from Uchiha Naruto. Uchiha Naruto's medical ninjutsu has reached perfection. It may not be that easy to kill him. Aburame Ryoma stood behind Danzo, also staring at the crystal ball, observing the live broadcast. Uchiha Sensui jutsu is a bit weird, but if we compare ninjutsu, he doesn't seem to be a match for Uchiha Naruto. Aburame Ryoma added that he was not very hopeful about Uchiha Sensui being suppressed by Naruto. This Uchiha Sensui's eyes are too dangerous. Danzo seemed a little obsessed, mumbling and repeating the same words. Aburame Ryoma looked at Danzo's back, a little confused. Aburame Ryoma was quite strong and had a strong chakra, and was a little surprised at Uchiha's ability to be good at water, but he didn't see where the danger was. Danzo's strength and vision are much higher than Aburame Ryoma, and he also understands Sharingan forbidden technique is an Aji. After a while of observation, he realized the power of Uchiha Shanshui, Tongjutsu. It is impossible to kill such a person. Danzo came back to his senses and replied in a normal cold voice. Ryoma, observe carefully. This fight is a good opportunity to record their ninjutsu intelligence. Uchiha Nariku's medical ninjutsu is the information we haven't collected. Knowing the secret of their ninjutsu will save us some effort in the subsequent Red Moon cleanup. Not pursuing the matter? Ridiculous. You don't have the Mangekyo Sharingan. How can you pursue me? Uchiha Zensui saw that Nariku was still merciful to him, his enemy, and the little respect he had left completely disappeared. Uchiha should not be led by such a merciful person. Let me show you the true power of the Uchiha. Uchiha Zensui's eyes widened, and chakra overflowed from his body, forming a giant white chakra skeleton. Flesh and blood grew on the chakra skeleton, transforming into a giant with a white naked upper body. However, this is not the end, as Uchiha Zensui madly injected chakra and pupil power. The white giant with naked upper body flashed with white light and put on a layer of white armor. The giant's body grew taller again, more than 30 meters tall. At the same time, a long-handled knife appeared in the giant's hand. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is the power of Uchiha, the power of God Susanoo. Chief, die in peace. After Uchiha Zensui activated Susanoo, he laughed wildly, controlled the white armored giant holding a long-handled sword, and slashed at Nariku. Such a slash could not hit Nariku, who was highly skilled in physical skills. Nariku was not at all panicked and used high-speed physical skills to dodge. The white giant's sword missed Nariku, but it hit the ground, causing the ground to crack, with the crack extending more than 10 meters long. Uchiha Shanshui's eyes widened and bloodshot appeared in his eyes. He walked forward step by step. As Shanshui walked, the white giant also moved forward. Master Patriarch, do you understand at this moment? This is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only I can lead the Uchiha to dominate the ninja world. Uchiha Shanshui controlled Susanoo. Her pupils were dilated, her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked very crazy. Shanshui, to dominate the ninja world, you must first start by controlling Konoha. Ninjas are not just about fighting and killing. Killing people is easy, but it is difficult to subdue them. To control Konoha, you must first win over the hearts of the people. Although Uchiha Nariku was a little embarrassed by being chased by the big knife, he still gave advice. The white giant sword is not only extremely powerful, but the strong wind generated by swinging the sword is like a wind-style ninjutsu, making Nariku's robe rustle. Uchiha Nariku, I used to admire you, but you were too soft-hearted. Now that I think about it, your words and thoughts are simply ridiculous because you are so weak. Uchiha Zensui seemed a little confused. Sometimes he addressed the clan leader respectfully, and sometimes he called him by his name. If anyone disobeys, just kill them. Under the power of Uchiha, who dares to disobey? Under my Susanoo, who dares to disobey? Uchiha Zensui looked crazy, controlling the giant to chase Nariku all the way, and more than half of the ground in the four purple flame formation was cracked. Kill! 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 Uchiha Zensui's shouting became more and more frantic. Under the sword light of the tall white giant, Nariku was forced to retreat into the corner. The white giant raised his sword and chopped again, but Nariku seemed to have nowhere to retreat. The white giant, controlled by Uchiha Zensui, slashed at Uchiha Nariku in the four purple flame formation. Because she was near the corner of the barrier, Susanoo slashed through the four purple flame formation barrier with one knife. After the white giant's light sword slashed across, the four purple flame formation was directly broken, but the gap did not last for a second before it returned to its original state. The masked ninjas did not dare to be careless in the face of such a powerful giant and tried their best to maintain the barrier. When Nariku saw the power of the white light sword, his face remained calm, neither sad nor happy. Konoha ambushed him, and even instigated his guards to rebel. There must be more deadly moves coming. But in Nariku's eyes, apart from the people who maintained the barrier and the leader who was writing and drawing with a pen, he didn't see any other figures. Nariku withdrew his thoughts. His chakra surged all over his body, concentrated it in his right hand, and used the magic of supernatural power to its limit. After Nariku practiced super strength and Senju Goken fluid technique, he did not quite agree with Tsunade's concept of using super strength. This kind of earth-shattering force should not be used roughly like Tsunade. Tsunade uses his super strength in a very simple and rough way. The Senju Goku physical skills combined with his super strength make Tsunade's physical skills, as well as his medical skills, well known in the ninja world. However, in Nariku's eyes, Tsunade is really average in physical skills except for his great strength. After Nariku learned about Senju Goken Taijutsu and super strength through Tsunade, Nariku, who was good at Taijutsu, had alternative ideas for this type of Taijutsu and improved it. Nariku looked at the white light blade above his head that could easily destroy the 4 purple flame formation. He took a lunge step with his right leg, clenched his left fist, and stretched it out at his side, and clenched his right fist next to his lower abdomen. A punch-like stance, but with the surging chakra, a strong wind blew around. The arcs of electricity flashing from time to time on Nariku's body were a sign of the lightning style's activation and amplification. Against the backdrop of wind and thunder, Nariku's momentum was amazing. The strange power was originally enough to cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. And after Nariku's training and slightly improved physical skills, the power became even more unpredictable. Go to hell! Shisui roared wildly, and blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Such high-intensity use of Sharingan made Shishui's eyes a little overwhelmed. Forced into a corner, Susanu's unavoidable blow will definitely chop Uchiha Nariku into pulp. As the lightsaber was rapidly smashing down, Shisui was still continuously injecting pupil power and chakra into Susanu to increase its power. Nariku exuded an amazing aura as he looked at the white giant who was still rampant and violent. At this moment, Nariku's face was cold and no longer gentle. His pupils disappeared and his eyes were full of whites. His long black curly hair fluttered, and the smoke and dust blown up by the wind around him, as well as the arcs of electricity flashing on his body from time to time, made him look like a devil in the world. Shisui, you think you can replace me with your mediocre ninjutsu? Today, I will teach you what ninjutsu is. Nariku made a wild statement, and faced with the white light sword that was slashing towards him, Nariku took a charging stance and moved. The back lunge turns into a front lunge. The chakra and power of the feet are transferred to the waist and abdomen. At the same time, the waist and abdomen are slightly twisted sideways. The power of the feet and the power of the waist and abdomen are transferred to the right fist, and then a punch is thrown out with a roar. One strike to kill. Heaven and Earth Overlord Fist. One strike to kill. Heaven and Earth Overlord Fist. This punch is the secret of Nariku's physical technique, concentrating all the strength and chakra of the whole body in the right fist, like a full-strength attack from the unrivaled devil. Nariku is protected by dead bone pulse skeletal cells, while also wearing chakra armor and matching gloves, as well as the protection and stimulation of lightning-style chakra activation. He faced Susanu's powerful blow head-on, without dodging or evading. Boom! A punch was thrown, causing a huge cloud of dust. The white Susanu retreated 3 or 4 steps, and the white giant's armor and long-handled sword disappeared, and the white giant turned into a huge naked man. How was this possible? Uchiha Zensui roared in disbelief. More blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. A white light flashed. Susanu put on his armor again, and the long-handled sword appeared again. Shisui endured the severe pain and once again controlled the giant and the long-handled sword to chop towards Nariku, determined to kill Nariku. After Nariku knocked Susanu out with one punch, he saw that Susanu was almost destroyed by one punch, and there was no smug look on his face. After a few moves, he left the corner and went behind the white Susanoo. If Uchiha Shisui chases from here and forces Naruto to the other corner, the four purple flame formation will cover a distance of nearly 200 meters. Chasing like this will only consume more energy than Naruto, and I'm afraid Uchiha Shisui won't be able to support it. After Naruto used ninja art, mitotic regeneration, his chakra was more than half consumed, and this punch used up more than half of the remaining chakra. Shisui did not perform any more ninjutsu afterwards, and Naruto's chakra remained at a small state. Using only physical skills, he fought back and forth with Uchiha Shisui. Naruto turned his head and looked at the back of Uchiha Shisui in the white giant, and said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible, Shisui. You have followed me for so many years. Others may not know my strength, but you don't know it? Give up, Shisui. You are no match for me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Uchiha Shinsui's expression became more and more ferocious, unable to believe that the power of God could not defeat Naruto. He roared and turned Susanoo around, and once again controlled the long-handled lightsaber to chop at Naruto. "I am the strongest Uchiha. You are just an ordinary ninja. You are just an ordinary ninja. You can't be my opponent." Uchiha Shisui was already talking nonsense, and the long-handled knife fell. The originally cracked ground turned directly into a big pit, and the ground near the white light man was bumpy. Naruto dodged left and right, avoiding the slashing attacks from the white light man. If he continues to consume like this, Uchiha Shisui will definitely not be able to hold on. At the same time, Uchiha Shisui seems to have gone a little crazy. The white light man chased Naruto for half of the field, and suddenly the long-handled sword disappeared, the armor faded away, and the white light man turned into a naked man. The naked man did not last for 2 seconds and turned into a skeleton. In another 2 seconds, the skeleton disappeared, revealing a panting Uchiha Shisui. Blood dripped from the corners of Uchiha Shinsui's eyes, and he stared at Naruto with a hideous look on his face. Phew! Uchiha Shinsui's head flew off. The masked ninjas who controlled the four purple flame formation removed a corner of the inner circle of the four purple flame formation. The masked ninja leader made a sneak attack from behind with an extremely fast slash and cut off Uchiha Shinsui's head. The straight long red hair behind the masked leader was very conspicuous. After cutting off Uchiha Shinsui's head, he lifted Shinsui's head with his left hand, put down the long knife, and pointed it at the eyes in Shinsui's head, and dug out a scarlet Sharingan. The power of Uchiha is nothing more than that. The red-haired masked man spoke with disdain, looking into his hands. However, as soon as the red-haired masked man finished speaking, the eyes in his palms turned from real to virtual and disappeared. The head held in the hands and the fallen body also turned from real to virtual and disappeared. In the corner of the four purple flame formation, Uchiha Shinsui's figure turned from virtual to real, and a Sharingan in his right eye turned white. As soon as Shisui appeared, his figure became illusory again. About 2 seconds later, his figure became solid again. At the same time, the eye that had lost its light turned scarlet again. Naruto frowned. Uchiha Shinsui's condition returned to its peak again. His chakra was abundant. Through the sporadic eye power sensed by the Sharingan of the Uchiha members, Naruto realized that Uchiha Shinsui's eye power did not seem to be consumed at all. Naruto feels that this Sharingan technique, called Mujin, is a bit too powerful. Call! Uchiha Shisui twisted his neck like he was doing some fitness exercises and exhaled heavily. After Shisui finished twisting, he looked at the two people in the field with a cold expression, especially the red-haired masked man, who he looked deeply at. "You want my eyes?" Shisui asked the masked man next to him in a bad tone. "No, I'm here to help you." The red-haired masked man answered calmly. "Help me cut off my head. I'll keep your eyes safe for you, so you don't lose them. Since you're okay, keep them for yourself." Naruto frowned slightly. The words of this red-haired masked man were a little too blunt. Who would believe such nonsense? It was impossible to train such a blank-faced person without any worldly wisdom. Zinshui, your eyes are illusion eyes, switching between illusions. There is nothing wrong with the real world. Don't indulge in illusions and escape from reality. Return to Uchiha. I'm not escaping reality. Naruto did not listen to Zensui's answer and interrupted. Mangekyo means the eyes that reflect the soul. If you open the Mangekyo Sharingan to protect others, why did it become like this? Did you open your eyes because you hated your own powerlessness and inability to protect your companions? Think about your original intention. My original intention was that you were too weak. Uchiha Naruto, because of your weakness, countless Uchiha people died and were injured in the ninja war. Do you know what happened in the sky when you were unconscious? It was because God was jealous of my eyes, so he sent down thunder. I mastered this magic to protect everyone. If I hadn't rewritten reality, everyone would have died that day. Why wasn't the thunder coming down out of jealousy of Uchiha Inaheim? Naruto couldn't help but retort about what happened after he fainted at the Sand Shinobi battlefield. After hearing the report from the guards, Naruto was somewhat suspicious. He thought it was his Mangekyo Sharingan that was punished by heaven, but the Uchiha Zensui in front of him also thought it was him who was punished by heaven. Naruto understood a little bit now. Perhaps it was because at that time, Uchiha awakened 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan in a short time and short distance. So, 3 thunderbolts struck. Inaheim is a ninjutsu. Although his pupil technique is powerful, he is no match for me. When the 3rd thunderbolt fell from the sky, Dawa had reached his limit and was completely unable to resist. It was my infinite eye technique that changed our death. That's why everyone survived. Naruto was silent. He originally thought that he was protected by Dawa, but unexpectedly he was protected and survived by Shisui. Shisui saved his life, so he should also give him a way to live. Compared to Mangekyo Sharingan, who is good at water and Inaheim, Inaheim's eye techniques are Amaterasu and flame control, which are the flames that burn everything in the world and the ability to control the changes in the form of flames. Very good, but also very ordinary. My Muken Jinjutsu is the strongest technique in the world. I am the strongest ninja of Uchiha. Uchiha should be guided by me. It should be guided by me. Uchiha Zensui screamed hysterically. Okay, you lead, you continue. The red-haired masked man said with a tone of approval, turned around and left the battlefield. The inner circle of the 4 purple flame formation opened a corner and placed him in the gap between the 4 purple flame formation. The red-haired masked man seemed to feel safe standing in the gap and said loudly to Naruto, "Didn't you notice that your guards and tribesmen didn't come to rescue you? If you don't get out, they might all be killed or injured. Come on, capture him." Haha, it's normal to die on a guard mission. After all, you guys are going to die soon too. Naruto sneered, showing that he was not concerned. He summoned the tribesmen to protect him, and there was nothing he could do if they died in battle. In this ninja world, there is no day without death. Even if Naruto is anxious, he has to pretend not to care. If Naruto shows that he cares, he might be captured by the tribe and threatened. Only those who are ruthless and don't care about these things will not be threatened by the enemy in this way, because they know that threats are useless. The more you care, the more the enemy will threaten you with this, and the more miserable the captives will be. It is better to die in battle than to be tortured to death. Well, you are so heartless. The red-haired masked man shook his head, seeming to disagree. Naruto stared at Uchiha Zensui in front of him. Uchiha Zensui had kept it secret since the opening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and today's betrayal must have been planned for a long time. Hey, Naruto sighed, put away his soft heart, and decided to teach Shisui a lesson and get him back on the right track. Although Uchiha Zensui's Mangekyo Sharingan was powerful, it was not enough in front of Naruto's eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan of all the Uchiha people was, in Naruto's eyes, not up to par. Shisui, do you really have to be so stubborn? Naruto looked serious as he looked at the guard who used to be close to him. When Uchiha Shisui heard the words of the old patriarch whom he had followed for many years, his expression became ferocious again. That's it. That's it. You're always so soft-hearted. Sizzle. A ball of blue light condensed in Uchiha Shishui's right hand. The light turned into a long blue sharp blade and slashed across the four purple flame formation. A gap appeared in the two layers of the four purple flame formation, and then he jumped out of the four purple flame formation and left into the distance. Shisui yelled hysterically, but ended up not attacking Naruto again. Uchiha Shisui is very familiar with the nature transformation and form changes of lightning style and fire style, and is also good at Nintaijin and swordsmanship, but his level is not up to Uchiha Naruto. Jinjutsu couldn't control Uchiha Naruto, and other ninjutsu and taijutsu couldn't fight against Naruto at all. Ninjutsu was ineffective against Naruto, and he knew that very well. Naruto can absorb and devour chakra with ninjutsu. Susanoo has the blessing of eye power, so although she can prevent herself from being sucked away, Susanoo was unable to defeat Naruto in the battle just now. The elite members of the Roots are eyeing them covetously. Although there is some cooperation with the Roots, the two sides are actually using each other and do not trust each other. Shisui knew that staying would be useless and embarrassing. After breaking the four purple flame formation with the Chidori sharp spear, Shisui left the battlefield quickly without hesitation. You bunch of rubbish. When the red-haired man saw Uchiha Shisui leaving, he could not help but scold the masked ninjas who were maintaining the four purple flame formation. He then opened a gap in the four purple flame formation and walked into the middle of the field through the gap. The masked ninjas who were scolded did not respond at all, as if they were wooden men. Naruto looked at Shishui's leaving back, his eyes flickering, as if he was thinking. As the red-haired masked man entered, Naruto retracted his gaze and stared at the red-haired man in front of him with his scarlet Sharingan, surging chakra, and vigorous vitality. There seemed to be some talismans engraved on his body. Naruto understood the identity and bloodline of the person in front of him and asked softly, "Red hair, Uzumaki clan? Maybe in the past, but now my code name is Chiwe." No, my name is Chiwe. You are one of the Uzumaki people I rescued back then, right? I didn't expect you could survive in the Roots. I have been in Konoha for many years. The Root organization is super good. No, I am not a member of the Root organization. Naruto frowned slightly. He had felt that this man, named Chiwe, was a little weird before. After communicating with him, he found that he was indeed a weirdo. I really haven't learned how to chat yet. The red-haired man sighed in his heart. Don't talk. Kill him. Suddenly, a voice came to Akatsuki's mind. It turned out that Danzo, who was watching from afar, was dissatisfied with Akatsuki's behavior and directly asked the perception ninja to convey the original words. After hearing the words, Chiyu's originally relaxed posture suddenly straightened up, and he put his hands together and interlaced his fingers, forming the Earth-style C seal. Earth-style. Naruto looked quietly at the masked man in front of him. Young plant sprouts began to grow in the originally bumpy ground and cracks. This is Wood-style secret technique. Birth of the tree world. The red-haired masked man made a C seal with both hands and shouted loudly. In the cracks in the ground about 200 meters away in the four purple flame formation, tender sprouts quickly grew into towering trees and swept towards Naruto. The moment Naruto saw the new sprouts, he realized something was wrong, and he became alert, dodging the branches and vines under his feet. The huge trees that grew rapidly from the ground were like snakes entwined around him. Naruto jumped and moved among the branches and vines. However, no matter which tree Naruto jumped to, as soon as he landed, branches would grow rapidly and entangle Naruto. Naruto didn't dare to stay, and could only jump left and right among the trees to avoid being restrained. What frightened Naruto even more was that the chakra in his body was constantly decreasing. Drink! The red-haired masked man named Chiwe seemed to be struggling as well. He roared and stretched out his hands to grab at the trees, causing them to entangle and grow even faster. Naruto couldn't dodge in time, and was entangled by a vine. Just by wasting a moment, the tree trunk under his feet quickly grew thick branches, which entangled and bound Naraku. With style, Naraku was tied to a big tree, looking at the red-haired man in the distance with a complex expression of fear. After being scolded by Danzo through voice transmission, Akatsuki kept silent. He walked towards Naraku silently, with a cold and unfathomable look completely different from his previous stupid appearance. Naraku's scarlet eyes glowed as he looked at the red-haired man approaching him. Nice illusion, but it has no effect on me. After pausing for a second, Akatsuki praised in a cold tone and continued to walk towards Naraku while forming seals with his hands. Sealing technique. 4-symbol seal. Chiyu quickly completed the hand seals, and the ninjutsu took shape. He bent down and slapped the ground with his hands. Countless dense black runes emerged and quickly spread towards Naraku. Root tissue base. Danzo looked at the scene through the telescope technique of the crystal ball with a grin on his face. Uchiha Naraku is indeed an expert in ninjutsu, but he is absolutely no match for Akazuki. If a ninja like Akazuki was born in the era of the first generation, he would be another hero who pacified the troubled times. Danzo has a good impression of Uchiha Zensui. When Uchiha Zensui approached Danzo for cooperation, Danzo thought that although Uchiha Zensui had ambitions, he had plenty of ways to defeat him. It was not until he observed the battle between Naraku and Uchiha Zensui that Danzo understood the eye technique contained in Uchiha Zensui's eyes. Danzo coveted such eyes and pupil techniques. The telescope technique was just arranged casually relying on the barrier of the 4 purple flame array. He could not hear the words inside and could only guess through the lip language of the image. But Danzo saw clearly that Uchiha Zensui came back to life and his eyes regained sight. Only eyes like these are worthy of being transplanted into his eye sockets. The original plan to control Uchiha was completely forgotten because of the leakage of Uchiha's Zenmizu pupil technique. As long as Uchiha Naraku is dead, the Uchiha clan will be yours. Aburame Ryoma behind him flattered him at the right time. Uchiha is nothing. This Uchiha Shanshui is a rare treasure. We must get his eyes no matter what. Danzo was indifferent to Ryoma's flattery, and his mind was full of how to capture Uchiha Zensui and get his eyes. Huh? Capture him? Aren't we going to use him to control the Uchiha? No. Compared to his eyes, controlling the Uchiha doesn't matter. We must capture him. Danzo murmured a little, his mind full of visions of himself being invincible in the ninja world after transplanting the Uchiha Zensui Sharingan. Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the lounge, and there was also a crystal ball in front of the futon. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Midokado Hamura, and Uchiha Koharu were also watching the battle in front of the crystal ball. Uchiha Naraku actually learned Tsunade's ninjutsu. No wonder Tsunade refused the mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen read the whole story from beginning to end, and when he saw Naraku ninja art, mitotic regeneration, he understood the whole story and sighed inwardly. As Konoha's ninjutsu professor, he is familiar with almost all of Konoha's ninjutsu. Relying on barriers to perform the telescope technique is a creative perception-based ninjutsu developed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself relied on Konoha's perception barrier and used a crystal ball to spy on all the bathhouses in Konoha. Use a barrier to block it, then set up a perception barrier and observe with the telescope technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen is an expert. Shimura Danzo's secret perception barrier hidden in the 4 purple flame array was directly cracked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who hacked into the secret perception barrier of the 4 purple flame array and also spied on everything. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he knew nothing about the action, he still had to pay attention to the battle situation on the scene, the intelligence on the elite ninjutsu of the Root organization, and the intelligence on the ninjutsu of Uchiha Naraku. 3rd generation, this Root member, must be transferred to Umbu. Uchiha Koharu looked different from the 3rd generation and was always observing the ninjutsu of several people. The three of them watched the battle between Naruto and Shisui in front of them. Now, seeing Naruto fighting with the root members, especially the root elites who were proficient in wood-style ninjutsu and sealing techniques, as if the first generation were still alive, they were even more frightened. Such a powerful ninja is too dangerous. That Uchiha Shisui is the most dangerous. He casts his Anaji, and his eyes don't lose their sight. Is this a ninja that humans can handle? Uchiha is too dangerous. This Uchiha Shisui must be killed. Midokado Hamura was also seen to be very focused, and after hearing Uchiha Koharu's words, Midokado Hamura's heart was truly numbed by Uchiha Zensui's eye technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen had mixed feelings. He was known as a ninja hero, and he was able to defeat many heroes in the past, but seeing the fighting between ninjas now, he couldn't help but feel that he was out of date. These ninjas can only be taken back by Umbu or disposed of. They are too dangerous. They are hidden dangers for Konoha and must not be allowed to exist. Yin Kohu, the burden on our shoulders is still very heavy. It is only right that the teacher has entrusted this to our village, third generation. Uchiha Koharu nodded in response, showing support. I will fully support you, third generation, root organization, and Uchiha. You must all strengthen control. What Midokado Hamura is thinking about at this moment is how to weaken the root organization and Uchiha. Such ninjas have posed a serious threat to Konoha. Uchiha Koharu looked at the red-haired masked man intently. Such a good boy was destroyed by Danzo and the root organization. I don't know if he can still understand the will of fire. If he can be subdued, with the yellow flash in the open and such a wood-style ninja in secret, Konoha will not have to worry about the next 30 years. I was negligent. I was too indulgent towards the root and didn't pay attention to the personnel situation of the root. How many ninjas are there in the root? We must find out the truth. How many children in the root need to be saved? We must also find out clearly. The third generation said heavily, smoking his pipe. He wanted to save the lost people in the root organization, like the red-haired man. Sealing technique. 4 symbols seal. Chiyu quickly completed the hand seals, and the ninjutsu took shape. He bent down and slapped the ground with his hands. Countless dense black runes emerged and quickly spread towards Naruto. Naruto may not take other ninjutsu seriously, but Naruto, the grandmaster of sealing technique, will not be careless at all when it comes to sealing technique. Chidori flow. Naruto's body flashed with lightning, and the powerful electric current crackled, breaking the branches that bound him, and his body became free again. Naruto used the little chakra left in his left hand and slapped it on the branch, supporting himself. He bent his elbow, and a chakra burst out, launching him into the air to avoid the sweeping black runes. Sealing technique. Adamantine sealing chains. The red-haired man, named Akatsuki, changed the ninja seals on his hands and used the sealing technique adamantine sealing chains to intercept Naruto with perfect timing. Just as Naruto exerted his strength and flew a little distance, several iron chains emitting golden light flew out from the tree branches at high speed and wrapped around Naruto. Naruto was in the air when his old strength had not yet gone and his new strength had not yet been born. When he saw the golden iron chains, his face was solemn and his hands quickly formed seals. The golden iron chain moved at an extremely fast speed, wrapping around Naruto, who was halfway up in the air, and pressing down towards the black rune on the ground. After the black rune wrapped around Naruto, a flash of blue light appeared, especially on Naruto's lower abdomen, where a vortex-shaped mark was formed. There is also a chakra mark in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions of Uzumaki. Wow! Naruto, who was bound by the 4 symbols sealing technique, screamed and was entangled into a black rune cocoon. The black cocoon turned into black runes again and returned to Chiyue's feet. Earth substitute. Chiyue noticed that when the 4 symbols were sealed, Naruto in the blue light showed a muddy yellow color, and the cold face in the mask frowned. Chiyue, who was supposed to drop the sealing vessel and receive the black rune, closed his eyes. In less than a second, Chi formed the seal of C with his hands again. The roots of the tree behind Chi surged, and thick roots stretched out from the ground, entangled and bound Nariku's real body, and pulled it out of the ground. Huh, you absorb chakra so fast? Since we can't capture you alive, we have no choice but to kill you. Akatsuki captured Nariku, but noticed that the ninjutsu chakra of the tree world was dissipating. In the lush forest, several big trees even had yellow autumn leaves. Akatsuki didn't hesitate, condensed chakra under his feet, bent his knees, and used a physical technique to instantly punch Nariku. Snort! Nariku was absorbing chakra underground, but after being caught by with style, he felt the danger. Flames burst out from Nariku's entangled body, and his whole body began to burn. The experts that showed up during this trip to the national capital were somewhat strong, and Nariku originally thought he would be facing off against outdated ninjas like Danzo or the third generation. Nariku, who knew all the information about Danzo and third generation's ninjutsu, did not take Danzo third generation and the like seriously at all, but he did not expect that his opponent was not third generation and Danzo at all. For this kind of strange ninja who appeared out of nowhere, has no information on ninjutsu, and whose abilities are unknown, you can only look for his weaknesses while fighting him. More importantly, whether it is Uchiha Zensui, who's been lurking for a long time with evil intentions, or the red-haired man named Akatsuki in front of him, their strength is a little too strong. With this level of skills, if they were placed in the Akatsuki group that Nariku had in mind, the two of them could definitely compete for the position of the leader. Nariku's chakra was violently raging, and more flames began to burst out of his body. Fire-style secret. The end of heaven. Nariku shouted loudly, and the area within a few dozen meters was like a volcanic eruption, spewing out a strong and hot fire, igniting the large trees in the range. There were a lot of things to think about, but the battle happened in a flash. At the moment when the red-haired Akazuki's physical technique instant punch was about to hit Nariku, a pillar of fire suddenly erupted around Nariku, causing Akazuki to groan. Nariku's flames shattered the branches that bound him, and he stretched out his right hand to catch the red-haired man's high-speed punch. The fist was caught by Nariku, but the body was knocked back dozens of meters by the huge punch, breaking many large trees. After Nariku caught Akatsuki's fist with his right hand, he clenched it tightly and pulled the red-haired man to fly with Nariku. Akatsuki was caught by Nariku's fist, and under the powerful physical force he displayed, he flew forward with Nariku. He wanted to pull back his arm, but it was like dragging a mountain, and he couldn't pull it back at all. Ugh! Akazuki, who was flying with Nariku, roared, condensed his chakra, burst out with great power, swung his right hand, lifted up Uchiha Nariku, who was holding his right fist, and then slammed him heavily to the ground. This red moon actually possesses amazing divine power. Nariku felt something was wrong when he was propped up by his arms. When Akazuki hit him hard, Nariku pushed his right hand forward and loosened his palm, using the force to break contact with Akazuki. Nariku cast Heaven's End, and a raging fire erupted, burning Akatsuki's clothes and mask. He was left with a simple black cloth to cover his body. Nariku's own clothes were also burned, revealing the chakra armor he was wearing next to his body. The upper part of Nariku's chakra armor was a vest, and the lower part was trousers with chakra armor iron plates attached. There are boxing gloves on both hands that are connected to the armor. The whole body is made of black metal, and there's a small ring on the front and back of the vest, which is the energy source of the chakra armor. It looks very high-tech. Chiyue's clothes and mask were all burned. His skin was red and wrinkled. Obviously, he was severely burned. Despite such injuries, the red-haired man did not say a word, but steam was coming out of his body. After Akatsuki and Nariku broke away from contact, in just a short while, the burns seemed to be healing quickly, the wrinkles flattened, and the burned skin color turned to bronze. Very powerful. Nariku carefully looked at the face of the person in front of him. He had a heroic face, a calm expression, and eyes that were deep and bright. He looked calm and serious, which was in stark contrast to the stupid feeling he gave Naruto when he was wearing a mask before. There were trees burning with flames all around, and the fire was slowly dying down. Naruto knew that it was the wood style of the person in front of him that was devouring the chakra in the flames. Snort! Naruto snorted coldly, and flames ignited on his body again, turning him into a fireman. At the same time, the blazing forest fires gathered towards Naruto as if receiving guidance. The flames on Naruto's body gathered more and more, and the heat was amazing. Naruto turned into a fireman, and the flames on his body changed. All the flames gathered on Naruto's back and spread out to both sides, forming a pair of flame wings more than 10 meters long. When the wings of fire spread out, Naruto also revealed his figure. Except for some traces of fire on his eyebrows and hair, the rest of the flames were gathered in the wings on his back. This time, not much chakra was injected into Heaven's End, and there was no hand seal to condense the ninjutsu, so it was used rather hastily. But this was also the real purpose of Naruto's development of this ninjutsu. The End of Heaven is a ninjutsu that carries the power of fire explosion. The seals condense the fire style and chakra, which is just an extended volcanic eruption-like ninjutsu-type use. That method has limited damage to real masters. The real way to use Heaven's End is to explode instantly, gather chakra in both hands, and destroy the enemy instantly with one blow. It is the secret of a true one-hit kill. Akatsuki looked at Uchiha Naruto, who was like the god of fire in front of him. In all the years he had been on missions, this was the first person who could confront him to this extent. Chiyu put his hands together, forming the sea seal. The trees in the four purple flame formation twisted again, wrapping around Naruto's table at a very fast speed. Naruto stared at the enemy in front of him with his scarlet eyes. The flaming wings on his back flapped slightly, and his hands stretched forward, gradually forming a dazzling ball of light. As the ball of light in front of his hands became more and more dazzling, the wings on Naruto's back shrank visibly, as if the energy of the flaming wings on his back was gathering in Naruto's hands. Naruto's fire-style nature transformation is highly accomplished. Not only does it burn at a higher temperature, but it also has explosive properties. With the amplification of the explosion, the speed is instantly faster than the activation amplification of the lightning style, and the power is greater. Lightning style enhancements last long and are lightning fast. The amplification of a Naruto fire style can make the difference between life and death in just a split second. It is a ninjutsu that is absolutely impossible to dodge. Of course, if it is not controlled properly, it is not uncommon for this ninjutsu to kill itself. Die! When the trees were surrounding Naruto, Naruto stretched out his hands, bent his knees, and rushed straight towards the red-haired man Chiyu. With a lightning-fast attack, he hit the red-haired man Chiyu right in the middle. The red-haired man Chiyu's powerful physique and deep chakra in his body quickly formed a chakra coat on his body surface, wrapping his body to reduce the burning sensation of the high temperature. Boom! Faced with this fatal blow, the red-haired man had no time to react and was hit by the ball of fire in front of Naruto's hands. His whole body was torn into pieces, and many of his limbs disappeared in the explosion. The broken limbs and arms and flesh were scattered over a range of dozens of meters, creating a bloody and cruel scene. After Naruto killed the red-haired man, the branches did not stop moving, and more branches swept towards Naruto. No, not dead. Naruto realized that something was wrong, and at the same time felt that fighting in such a small area was very disadvantageous to him. So he wanted to leave the small area of the four purple flame formation. Water-style ninjutsu and wood-style ninjutsu are both ninjutsu that can greatly save chakra by taking advantage of the geographical environment and are more powerful. The wood-style forest created by this ninjutsu is very disadvantageous to Naruto. The madly twisting woods were like countless giant green snakes, sweeping and coiling towards Naruto. Sweat oozing from Naruto's forehead, he bounced left and right in the strange forest, not daring to stay on a tree for long. The chakra in his body was decreasing noticeably, and all the absorbed chakra was violently swallowed back by the wood-style forest. This is equivalent to Naruto losing the ability to absorb chakra to recover, and the opponent also loses this advantage. Chidori's sharp spear. Naruto jumped sideways among the branches, swiftly and agilely, his right hand condensed into a ball of lightning, which quickly turned into a long blade and slashed towards the four purple flame formations above, cutting a gap in both of them, and with an extremely fast body flicker technique, he jumped out of the barrier. You guys deserve to die. In a big tree. Chiyu's figure seeped out of the tree and issued a cold rebuke to the subordinates who maintained the four purple flame formation. Facing the enemy's obviously terrifying killing move, Chiyue had already used Wood Clone, which even the Sharingan could not see through, to replace his position, while he himself was lurking in the trees in the distance. Seeing these subordinates were so useless, Chiyue couldn't help but show up and scold them. The 8 masked ninjas maintaining the barrier were like wooden men, silent. Seeing that the enemy had jumped out of the barrier, they removed the barrier. Launch an attack towards Naruto. Use shooting ninja tools or use hand seals to release ninjutsu. These people removed the barrier very quickly, but for some people watching the battle from afar, their crystal balls turned black and there was nothing left. Faced with the stranglehold of many masked men, Naruto was in mid-air with nowhere to gain leverage, and his chakra was almost exhausted, so he quickly formed seals with his hands. Hisuyu Shunwei. Summoning technique. Ouch! The more than 20-meter-long king of ninja cats, Nakomata, appeared majestically in mid-air. Nakomata, let me step on it. Naruto stepped on the huge white cat, and after finding the force point, he launched himself forward, jumping out of the range of the wood-style ninjutsu and the four purple flame formation. The Nakomata was so powerful that he only lasted for 2 seconds before he was stunned when he saw the shurikens and various fireballs and wind blades flying in the air and coming from all directions. Go back. Naruto didn't consume much chakra when performing the summoning technique, and the summoning beast that came across the space couldn't last long. After Naruto flew out with one step, a sound came from afar. Upon hearing the words, the cat did not hesitate and turned into smoke and disappeared from the air. After Naruto escaped the range, the masked ninjas behind him quickly caught up, shooting all kinds of shurikens and ninja tools, mixing in 1 or 2 ninjutsu from time to time. Naruto wears chakra armor, and his whole body is covered with dead bone pulse bone cells, which are as hard as steel. Ordinary ninja tools cannot hurt Naruto. After Naruto's chakra hit the bottom, he did not flee after landing, but formed seals with his hands. 100 Healings Mark. The 100 Healings mark on Naruto's chest was released and extended towards Naruto's body, and at the same time, his chakra that had been depleted quickly recovered to full. Because of the clothes, the 100 Healings mark status cannot be seen from the outside. Only some black lines can be seen spreading on Naruto's body on the shoulders and neck of the vest. The masked ninjas seemed to have no idea what fear was. Their ninja tools were unable to cause any harm to Naruto, and the ninjutsu they released disappeared inexplicably. They all rushed towards Naruto with knives in hand, ready for close combat. After Naruto finished performing the hand seal, he released the 100 Healings mark. The 100 Healings mark absorbed the excess chakra that had been stored for several months, which was enough to restore Naruto's body chakra to full. Naruto formed seals with both hands and performed ninjutsu. With only 3 seals, thick black clouds appeared around him. Storm release, thunder, cloud, cavity wave. Lightning appeared in the dark clouds and shot towards the masked people who were coming to kill them. The masked men retreated without hesitation, changed their formation, and several of them ran in other directions towards Naruto. Naruto released ninjutsu and called on a few minions. One of them was not paying attention, and countless tiny sprouts on the ground broke through the soil. As soon as the sprouts broke through the ground, they sprouted and grew rapidly. The slender trunk quickly took shape, then expanded into a giant green snake, with branches, leaves, and flowers all growing out, sweeping towards Naruto. Naruto's method of devouring chakra to strengthen his ninjutsu was completely ineffective. These tiny buds were also devouring Naruto's chakra and ninjutsu, canceling each other out and competing with each other for their own chakra amount. Aroma. Naruto's body was full of chakra, and he jumped in the rapidly growing forest. This time the forest grew even more strangely, with many bright flowers growing on the branches. It takes less than 2 seconds for the flower to go from bud to full bloom, emitting a strong fragrance. The birth of the flower tree world? Not good. When Naruto realized something was wrong, he was already a little confused. He covered his mouth and nose with his left hand, pressed his right hand on his chest, and used the extraction technique to extract the toxin. 4 Purple Flame Formation. The 4 masked ninjas took advantage of the red moon to harass the target again and quickly spread out in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest to spread out the barrier again. After Naruto extracted the poison, he condensed the Chidori sharp spear in his right hand and slashed it towards the nearest 4 Purple Flame Formation, creating a hole before Naruto could get out. Countless branches of large trees blocked the opening, shooting towards Naruto and wrapping around her. More importantly, there were flowers on the branches that emitted a fragrant scent. The red-haired man had an expressionless face as he stood on a tree branch with his hands in a seal. Illusion, dark technique. After the man released the ninjutsu, chakra surged in his body, and chakra enveloped the 4 Purple Flame Formation like dusk. Naruto's eyes turned black, and he could not see anything. Then Naruto felt that he was entangled and tied up by the tree, and the branches kept tightening, making Naruto unable to move. At the same time, the chakra in Naruto's body was also constantly flowing away. The fragrance seeped into his mouth and nose, and his mind began to feel dizzy. Even the Sharingan can't see through this illusion. Naruto tried to cheer himself up, and the Sharingan emitted a strange red light, but he was unable to uncover the mystery. The chakra in his body was rioting and could not be broken either. The chakra armor injected chakra into Naruto's body, causing the dark environment to shake, sometimes black and sometimes turning into chakra blue. Stop struggling, Uchiha Naruto, and surrender, or I will have to kill you. Chiyue was naked, and the black ninja pants on his lower body were torn and barely covered his body, which looked a bit funny. However, Chiyue's face was indifferent and his words were cold, but the aura he exuded was extremely powerful, and he looked like a peerless master. Naruto injected chakra into the chakra armor, and then the chakra armor injected chakra back into Naruto's body in a cycle. After a few cycles, the illusion was finally broken and his eyes became clear again. The prismatic marks on Naruto's palms were constantly absorbing the surrounding chakra. The absorption speed was not slow, but his own chakra was lost at a faster rate, especially after being tied up and caught. Although Naruto was dizzy, he still heard the words of the person in front of him, shook his head, and said in a deep voice, "You can't kill me." Naruto's eyes were scarlet, flashing with a strange red light. Chiyue faithfully carried out the capture order issued by Danzo. If the capture could not be achieved, he would be annihilated. At this moment, on the surface, the capture had been successful, but suddenly an order from Danzo command came to his mind. "Akazuki, kill him. Forget about the capture mission. Make killing Uchiha Naruto your top priority." Chiyue received the message, his face expressionless, and his hands forming seals. The branches of the tree that bound Naruto fell off like paper, and large pieces of detonating tags emerged. Hiss. The sound of the detonating tag being ignited rang in Naruto's ears. Naruto had just broken the illusion of darkness, and at the same time his hands and feet were tied up, and he could not move, falling into a desperate situation. Ninjutsu. Tandem paper bombs. Fire Nation. Tansho Street. In a casino, a blonde woman in green clothes stood in front of the gambling table, staring intently at the dice on the table. Big, big, big. Tsunade couldn't help but mutter inwardly. 4, 4, 5, 13 big. The dealer opened the lid, revealing the dice inside, which were indeed big. Ha 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 ha. Great, great, great. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh out loud. She hadn't lost a single bet today and had won back all the money she had lost some time ago. God of gamblers. Is this guy cheating? How come he wins every time? You're stupid. Of course I'll follow the lead. The gamblers nearby were talking about the blonde woman who won even after betting 10 times. Let's see what she buys next. She can't possibly buy something bigger. I don't know. Just wait and see. He has won 10 times in a row by betting big. It's impossible for him to bet big again. The gamblers nearby were planning to follow Tsunade's lead in placing bets. Tsunade was on a roll in the casino, winning a huge amount of money, which made Tsunade, who had been losing for more than 10 days in a row, smile happily. After Tsunade refused the third-generation mission, she became tired of the oppressive village and left a letter for her lover Naruto, persuading Naruto not to compete for the Hokage and reminding Naruto to pay attention to safety. Tsunade promised Sarutobi Hiruzen to keep his secret. At the same time, as a disciple, Tsunade did not dare to disclose the dirty tricks of the third generation. Otherwise, the harm to the teacher who regarded the village as his home would be no less than betrayal. So he had to leave the village with his assistant and disciple Shizun. He traveled to several large towns for more than half a month and lost all the money he brought with him. Tsunade, who had left the village to relax, felt even worse. He decided to go to the largest casino in the Land of Fire, Tansho Street, to try his luck. Unexpectedly, he had unexpected luck and won a lot of money. Tsunade, who was smiling happily, suddenly realized something. Her smile faded. She exchanged her chips for cash and left the casino. Hey, God of gamblers, don't leave. Bet again. The gamblers were all persuaded by the God of gamblers' departure to let Tsunade make another bet. Tsunade frowned, and after noticing how many wins he had, he realized that something was wrong with his luck today, and at the same time he felt a little uneasy. Tsunade touched her belly, revealing a very different and gentle expression. The teacher should be eliminated and step down. I should fully support Naruto. He is the father of the child. Thinking of his luck in the casino, Tsunade frowned again, his eyes looking a little fragile. According to Tsunade's memory, every time he won money, something bad would happen. Naruto, he has learned my ninjutsu. No one in the world should be able to kill him. Tsunade's thoughts were complicated and her face was filled with worry. I have to go to the capital to accept the appointment of the Hokage. It would be nice if I could give Naruto a surprise in the capital. Ninjutsu. Tanda paper bombs. Boom, boom, boom. After Chiwe formed seals with his hands and performed the ninjutsu, he retreated to the side of the four purple flame formation. The ninja who performed the four purple flame formation adjusted the four purple flame formation in time, leaving a gap to allow Chiwe to leave. Inside the four purple flame formation, the explosion range gradually increased and continued without end. After the detonating talisman exploded, the detonating talisman was summoning. With the detonating talisman reserves of the root organization, it was not a problem for the continuous explosions inside the four purple flame formation to last for a year or two. Chiyu stood outside the four purple flame formation, watching the endless explosions in the field. In Akatsuki's eyes, Uchiha Naruto was deprived of his vision by the illusion of darkness, and was bound and tied up by the wood style to devour his chakra. He was also infected by the flower poison gas, and with the tandem paper bombs, he was basically doomed to die. However, an accident happened at this moment. Far away outside the field, several ninjas wearing special police uniforms rushed towards here from the periphery in both directions. When these special police members saw the masked ninja, they formed hand seals and used ninjutsu to attack him without hesitation. Fire style great fireball. X4. Wind style great breakthrough. X3. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the wind took advantage of the fire. A vast sea of fire gushed towards this side and hit the four purple flame formation directly. Four purple flame formation. So many detonating talismans exploding. Lord Naraku must be here. Kill them. The guards that Naraku brought were all Uchiha elites, 3 Tomo Sharingan, wearing the latest chakra armor, equipped to ultimate. Although he was a little confused when he was ambushed, he quickly adjusted his state, turned the situation around, and killed the masked ninja who was 3 times his size. Seeing the fearlessness and superb ninjutsu of these masked ninjas, all the guards realized that Naraku was in danger and fought with all their might. After killing the masked ninja, he ate the Bingliang pill and rushed to Naraku's position without stopping. Seeing the tall 4 purple flame formation, the special police members in both directions performed a wind and fire combination ninjutsu at the same time. Water style, water turmoil. X3. Wind style, tornado hurricane. Of the 9 ninjas that besieged Naraku, 4 maintained the 4 purple flame formation, while the other 4 headed towards the approaching people from one direction, performing water style and wind style combined ninjutsu to resist the sea of fire. Chiyu looked at the 3 people in the other direction, rushed over without saying a word, and at the same time formed the sea seal with both hands. Wood style secret technique. Birth of the tree world. Among the ninjas on both sides fighting here, there is basically no fool. They are all elite ninjas covered in blood. Even the Red Moon will not be careless. Akatsuki and Naraku fought repeatedly and performed many ninjutsu. Although his chakra was strong, he felt a little short of chakra at this time. Against Naraku, his wood style's advantage of absorbing chakra was eliminated, but facing the enemy with support, Akatsuki's wood style secret technique showed its true power. The sea of fire did not last long before it was dissipated by the wood style absorbing chakra. Chiyu used the tree world descent. In less than 3 seconds, the trees grew rapidly. In less than 5 seconds, a forest of nearly 300 meters took shape. Countless branches and vines shot out to capture the 3 people in the tree world descent. The 3 people who came to support were in the same situation as Naraku, jumping left and right among the branches. Oh no, this jutsu will consume chakra. After jumping left and right for a while, the 3 special police members noticed the unusual disappearance of chakra and understood the power of this ninjutsu. The 3 of them jumped sideways, dodged instantly, and ran away after escaping the range of wood-style ninjutsu. They retreated as fast as they came. Although rescuing the clan leader is important, this is the ninja world, and ninjas put their mission first. Facing an obviously invincible enemy, it is wisest to save themselves. Moreover, the 3 of them encountered an ambush and fought hard, and their chakras were almost exhausted. Faced with a hopeless situation, the 3 men, after breaking free from their ninjutsu, turned around and fled. It was unknown whether they were planning to hide or just run away. Seeing that the ninjutsu defeated the 3 people, Akatsuki did not pursue them and turned around with an expressionless face. Boom! As Chiyu turned around, he was hit by a heavy punch in the chest. His chest was sunken, blood was spitting out of his mouth, and he was knocked away by the punch. You were careless. Naraku appeared, his face expressionless. The left eye was scarlet and the right eye was gray, a sign that Sharingan had lost his sight. Izanagi can eliminate things that are unfavorable to him within a period of time, but keep things that are favorable to him. Whether Naraku was trapped by the 4 purple flame formation, restrained by the wood-style ninjutsu, or poisoned, all these unfavorable conditions became illusions in Izanagi. In the scarlet pupil of Naraku's left eye, the 3 Magatama spun rapidly and transformed into 2 hornless Magatama in the middle of the pupil, connected horizontally. Naraku Mangekyo Sharingan's left eye technique, the power to control time, can go back in time. Naraku has studied the power of time reversal for a long time, from a few minutes, days, months when he first awakened, to the longest time he can control now, 10 years. Going back 10 years is the limit of the power of his eyes. Naraku named the time-traveling technique of his left, Ido Zhuan Xing, which symbolizes the meaning of time. A strange red light flashed in Nariku's left eye. As the pupil power of Nariku's left eye fluctuated, Nariku's gray right eye turned from gray to scarlet. Returning to the state it was before releasing Izanagi. Uchiha Zensui's Mukin illusion technique controls reality and illusion and casts two ultimate illusions on himself. They seem unbreakable, but in Nariku's eyes, they're no different from other mortals. As long as Nariku is willing to pay the price and uses a technique to the fullest, it only takes 2 times to turn Uchiha Shansui, who is in his 20s, into a harmless child. A kunai can kill such a harmless child. The long river of time is above any rules. It is illusory and cannot avoid being old and weak and turning into dust. Relying on the power of his eye technique, Nariku tirelessly exhorts Uchiha Zensui, hoping that Zensui will turn over a new leaf. This is just Nariku's confidence in his own strength. Ahem! After being hit, Chiyue flew backwards hundreds of meters and crashed into dozens of large trees. His body swelled up like a balloon and then swelled up again. This showed how powerful the punch was and how much force Chiyue had to endure. And Chiyue's body had strong endurance. But after Chiyue broke a few more trees, it turned into a pile of yellow earth. Chiyue used the earth substitute in an emergency, but it was obviously too late and he was still seriously injured. After being hit by Nariku's punch, Akatsuki used the earth substitute and hid in the ground. He coughed and spit out blood. There were bits of minced meat in the blood, and his internal organs had been severely damaged. His strength had declined, and only 1/3 of it was left. With injuries like this, unless Nariku or the medical emergency team comes to rescue him now, he probably won't live long. Injuries like this cannot be delayed for long. Nariku made a seal with his hands, closed his eyes, and sensed the trace of the red moon. After a while, Nariku raised his eyebrows and started running while making seals with his hands. The surrounding environment has been almost completely changed by the red moon. Trees grow everywhere, and they grow in all kinds of twisted ways, which is very strange. Earth-style, earth-splitting palm. Nariku jumped between the 2 crooked trees, completed the seal, bent down, and slapped the ground with one hand. As Nariku slapped, a crack appeared in the ground along the direction of Nariku's palm, and Chiyue, who was spitting blood, revealed his figure. It's hidden so shallowly. How can it avoid detection? Nariku looked at the seriously injured Akatsuki with a smile. Konoha, root tissue base. Danzo used the hidden perception barrier of the 4 purple flame formation to shift his perspective and see everything clearly. Uchiha Nariku turned the tide, despite being at a great disadvantage. The sight of Akatsuki being hit by Nariku's punch and flying backwards, breaking dozens of trees, made Danzo's heart tighten. Ryoma, gather all root members in the base within 1 minute and rush to the scene. Danzo couldn't sit still. Chiyue was the best fighter under his command. Even he himself, who possessed many forbidden techniques, was no match for Chiyue. Such a talent must not be lost. Hi. Aburame Ryoma stood behind Danzo and saw the battle situation clearly. He did not expect that this ambush would be full of twists and turns, and Uchiha Nariku's strength was too strange. In the Hokage building in Konoha village, Uchiha Koharu Mitokado Hamura were about to leave after the crystal ball went out, but Sarutobi Hiruzen persuaded them to stay and continue consulting on government affairs. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was not focused on this. He was worried about the ambush on the battlefield and had been controlling the crystal ball to sense all the barriers between Konoha and the capital. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to sense the perception barriers set up by Danzo and saw everything. 3rd generation, this child cannot be lost. We must set out to rescue him. Uchiha Koharu looked at the scene in the crystal ball, and a hint of anxiety appeared on her usually calm face. Let's go. 3rd generation, gather the Umbu together. Even if we have to wipe out the Uchiha, we can't let this child sacrifice himself in vain. Mitokado Hamura also became strong at this moment and offered advice. Ghost Fox, S rank, Emergency mission. Gather all Umbu units that can be assembled within 5 minutes to escort me to the capital. The third generation was thinking the same thing as the other two, with a serious look on his face, and he gave instructions towards the door frame. Hi. There was an echo from outside the door, followed by the sound of footsteps. In the hidden barrier of Konoha village, countless masked figures filed out. However, on a house not far away, a wild cat lay there as if it had just woken up. It scratched its neck with its hind paws and watched the scene quietly. It's hidden so shallowly. How can it avoid detection? Naruto looked at the seriously injured Akatsuki with a smile. The red-haired Akatsuki stopped vomiting blood, put his hands together, and formed the seal of the snake. The surrounding forest rioted again, twisting and growing, rolling towards Naruto. Naruto dodged the entanglement of the woods, quickly formed seals with both hands, and after dodging the entanglement, he squatted down and slapped the ground with one hand. Earth style, earth splitting palm. Together, the earth style can create cracks in the earth, and the subsequent second part can close the earth again. The squeezing force can directly squeeze the enemies trapped in the cracks into meat patties. The crack closed quickly like clapping, returning to its original state in an instant. Although Naruto wanted to capture this man, his own life was more important. From Naruto Sharingan's perspective, this red-haired man still had a lot of chakra in his body and still had the power to resist. Just as Naruto expected, after the land closed, the trees in the forest continued to sway wildly, entangling Naruto. After Naruto released the stored chakra through the 100 healings mark, his body was full of chakra and he jumped calmly in the woods. But what made Naruto feel a little weird was that Naruto had already escaped from the 4 purple flame formation over there. There was no one inside, and the tandem paper bombs had also stopped. The 4 masked men still maintained the 4 purple flame formation. Naruto thought about the feeling of being spied on and how the feeling disappeared when they lifted the 4 purple flame formation and had some guesses in his mind. This battle cannot be dragged on for long. Chiwa was seriously injured and barely alive. Naruto's best option was to slowly wear him down, but in this situation, Naruto could not determine whether these people would receive reinforcements. This red-haired man, Akatsuki, is so strong in ninjutsu that he is the strongest ninja Naruto has ever faced. The 3rd generation Danzo and his ilk are no match for him. Sannin and the like are definitely not his opponents. According to Naruto's memory of the so-called Akatsuki organization information from his previous life, if this Akatsuki joined Akatsuki, he could definitely compete for the position of the boss. That is to say, he can only face Uchiha Naruto, who has many Jonin techniques. Otherwise, there's really no one in the current ninja world who could defeat him. Naruto even thought that if this red-haired man, Akatsuki, could absorb natural energy with his chakra amount, it would not be impossible for him to perform ninjutsu, such as true several thousand hands of Buddha transformation. Naruto leaped across the twisted and turbulent woods, condensing chakra in his hand and using the sharp blade of the Chidori spear to cut through the unavoidable wooden sticks. Gone? Where did he hide? Naruto was multitasking, performing perception ninjutsu, but now he couldn't find the soul and chakra in the woods. Is it hidden in the trees? Naruto dodged and slashed at the same time, fighting alone in the strange forest. The trees were like strange giant snakes, winding and bending in a very strange way. At this time, a strange big tree bent down and quickly fell towards Naruto. Naruto slashed it horizontally with the Chidori sharp spear. No, it's dangerous. Unlike the previous chopping, like cutting vegetables and melons, the Chidori sharp spear cut into this tree without even scratching the bark. Wood style, Congo moves wood. A huge tree fell down. Such a huge diamond tree was enough to smash anyone into a meat patty. A figure appeared on a tree in the distance. With his hands clasped in the sea seal, his mouth was bloodshot, his face was pale, but still expressionless, and his eyes were cold. The King Kong tree is nearly 30 meters high, and its violent bends and smashes down with a force heavier than 10,000 pounds. Akazuki has been lurking for a long time and has carefully planned the wood-style ninja killing move. However, just as the mighty King Kong tree showed its power, it was caught by a pair of giant black skeleton hands that suddenly appeared. The pitch-black giant skeleton hand emitted a black light and quickly grew flesh and blood, becoming very textured. But the pitch-black color revealed something evil and weird. Susanoo, Naruto shouted loudly, and the black giant, whose view was blocked by the giant diamond tree, grew taller again, and armor appeared on his body, covering the black giant's entire body, leaving only a pair of eyes like big red lanterns exposed. After the black giant was fully formed, its body was half as tall as the tree, nearly 50 meters high. The King Kong tree, which was originally supported by both hands, could now be held with one hand. The black giant roared and pushed the tree backwards with one hand. Then Naruto's chakra surged all over his body, and a double-edged sword appeared in the black giant's right hand. The original forest turned into small shrubs due to the giant's physique. The black giant, holding a long sword, chopped at the shrubs to clear a path, as if he was clearing land. Under the ravages of the black giant, trees were cut down and forests were cut down. Die! Naruto controlled the huge Susanoo and the nearly 30-meter-long black sword, and chopped it towards a fallen tree. Naruto sensed that the fallen tree contained strong chakra, and the chakra was fluctuating. If this is not the red-haired man's hiding place, he must be performing ninjutsu. Whether it is to kill him or to break the ninjutsu, it is necessary to strike with all your strength. The black giant's sword brought a strong gust of wind that made the leaves rustle, but this extremely powerful blow stopped halfway. When? It was not that Naruto wanted to stop, but countless dark runes underground climbed up the black giant's body and gathered towards the lower abdomen of the black giant's upper body, trying to condense into an Uzumaki pattern. The four-symbol seal abruptly stopped Naruto's attack. In the tree that Naruto was targeting, the figure of a red-haired man named Chiwe with a pale face but strangely rosy cheeks appeared. Chiwe was panting, and his hands were clasped together to form the last seal of the four-symbol seal. The four-symbol seal is also a sealing technique that Naruto is good at. Seeing the other party perform it, Naruto realized that he must not let Susanoo's lower abdomen Uzumaki condense successfully. Konoha, Security Headquarters. Fugaku is handling the affairs of the security team. The boss Naruto is not here, so the tribesmen and security members mostly go to Fugaku to report things. Uchiha Shunta came to the security force, opened the door of Fugaku's office, and said loudly, "Master Fugaku, the situation is not good. I received intelligence that nearly 100 Umbu secretly left the village, and their whereabouts are unknown. Lord Naruto is heading to the capital. Their actions are not targeting Lord Naruto. Uchiha Hayata controls the intelligence system of Uchiha and the security department. When he received the message from the Ninja Cat, he had a bad feeling about the situation and went straight to the security department to report to the second-in-command Fugaku. Is there such a thing?" Fugaku frowned slightly, thinking about Umbu's intention of leaving the village. Why are so many Umbu leaving the village? Hayata, don't be impatient. Let me think about it. Master Fugaku, don't be impatient at this time. If this action is aimed at Master Naruto, we should rush to help Master Naruto. Forget it. I'll go find Yashiro and the medicine reaction. Uchiha Hayabusa was in a hurry and left in a hurry before he could finish his 2 sentences. Will be aimed at the clan leader, Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Hayata's back as he left, his brows furrowed, his eyes flashed red, and turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan. 3 Tomo Sharingan spun at a high speed and turned into a strange pattern. Umbu is abnormal. Let me see it at a glance. Fugaku shouted softly and activated the eye technique. Fugaku was extremely calm 1 second ago, but 1 second later, he was strangely panting. Hayata, wait. Fugaku shouted quickly. Without waiting for Uchiha Hayata to respond, Fugaku shouted to call the other members. "Come here, gather all members of the special police department. Go out of the village to carry out an emergency special mission." After Fugaku gave the order, he walked out of the office quickly, with a rare look of anxiety on his face, and called all members to prepare for the special mission. Fugaku used the Mangekyo Sharingan to predict recent events, and the results he saw made Fugaku shudder. Fugaku has used the pupil technique of his left eye several times, with more successes than failures. Although there were occasional mistakes, which made Fugaku realize that what this eye saw might not be 100% accurate, the few times when it was correct also showed that the accuracy of the pupil technique's deduction was very high. On the battlefield, Naruto's eye power and chakra righted, resisting the four-symbol seal, slowly eliminating the Uzumaki on the black giant, causing the black runes to retreat. As Naruto and the red-haired Akatsuki wrestled, Uzumaki, the abdomen of the black giant Shisui, which was originally drawn to the end of the second circle, grew towards the third circle, and the four-symbol seal was about to take shape. He was forcibly repelled by the surge of Naruto chakra from the third circle that was about to take shape to the second circle and then to the first circle. Naruto was intact and unharmed, but Akatsuki was seriously injured and was at a disadvantage in the chakra wrestling with Naruto. Roar! The red-haired Akatsuki had an ice-cold face and roared at the top of his lungs. The Uzumaki on the black giant's belly attacked the second circle of lines and rushed towards the third circle. How is this possible? Naruto showed a look of disbelief and continued to mobilize chakra to dispel madly, determined to turn Uzumaki around. The two sides mobilized chakra back and forth. Uzumaki retreated to the first circle for a while, and then rushed to the third circle to try to form a circle. Sealing techniques are ninjutsu that you should never take lightly, especially some powerful sealing techniques. If ninjutsu is about strange abilities and mainly for killing people, then sealing techniques are mainly for trapping people. Being sealed is like being in jail. Sealing techniques are not intended to kill, but to trap. Although they may not be as powerful and fierce as ninjutsu, they're actually much more dangerous than ninjutsu. There are things that ninjutsu cannot do, and monsters that cannot be eliminated. Sealing techniques can basically do it. Although they don't kill the monsters, the difference between the monsters and the dead is not much. You just need to strengthen the seal regularly. Being sealed for dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of years would not be as painful as being killed with a single blow. There are various powers of sealing techniques, those that seal the soul, those that seal the chakra, and the most powerful sealing technique in Uchiha village, the four-symbol seal, can seal everything. Countless demons, monsters, and powerful individuals were punished by the four-symbol seal of Uchiha village. The so-called eight-sign seal, the Shikigami Fujin, and the like, all have the shadow of the four-sign seal in them. The eight-sign seal is actually two of the four-sign seals superimposed, or three or four of them, giving rise to another name for the jutsu. But in the final analysis, it is still the four-sign seal. Naruto Grandmaster is proficient in sealing techniques, especially the Uzumaki-style four-symbol seal. He knows very well how powerful the four-symbol seal is, so he cannot be careless with this ninjutsu. Seal it. The red-haired Chiware roared, and his chakra erupted again. As the caster, he had more advantages than the recipient, and Chiue's chakra erupted. The Uzumaki on the black giant's lower abdomen moved forward slowly but non-stop, and a strange black runes wrapped around the black giant gathered more towards the black giant's lower abdomen. It's bad. Naruto's eyes turned bloodshot, and a strange red light flashed in his Mangekyo Sharingan, ready to perform the Mangekyo Sharingan pupil twisting technique. Ahem! Poof! In the belly of the black giant, Uzumaki had reached the third circle. When it was about to take a step forward and take shape, the red-haired Akatsuki coughed and vomited blood. Being hit in the chest by Naruto's supernatural sneak attack, most people would have died on the spot. It was only because of Akatsuki's strong physique and chakra that he barely survived. However, Naraku continued to fight with him and did not give Akatsuki a chance to breathe. The seriously injured Akatsuki had reached his limit, and the powerful ninjutsu made his injuries worse. After spitting out blood, his chakra began to fluctuate, and the four-symbol seal that was about to take shape was repelled by Naraku's chakra. Uzumaki retreated from the third circle to the second circle, and the second circle retreated to the first circle. Then Uzumaki disappeared, and the strange runes on the black giant began to slowly fade away. After the black rune left the black giant, it immediately dissipated upon hitting the ground. Naraku took advantage of his weakness to kill him. The giant's sword that had been paused smashed down, breaking the tree next to the red-haired Red Moon. A huge gust of wind overturned the red-haired Red Moon. Red Moon was smashed into the air like a kite with a broken string. Previously, Naraku did not hold back when performing ninjutsu, but in this battle situation, Naraku put away his murderous intent and killed him directly without controlling the giant sword. This red-haired Akazuki is the perfect person for Naraku to use the Kizara technique to increase his own strength. After red-haired Crimson Moon was knocked over and fell to the ground, he was breathing out more air than he was breathing in, and it was obvious that he was dying. Chiwa had a gray face and dim eyes as he looked at the black giant not far away. The black giant roared, and the roar brought up a strong wind, making the woods rustle. Then the black giant's armor faded and gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of the mission target Naraku inside. Looking at Uchiha Naraku, who was slowly approaching after releasing Susanoo, a strange look appeared in the red-haired Akazuki's eyes. The ninjas that Naraku had devoured with the Kijira technique in the past, although they had good bloodline limits, their own qualifications could only be considered good. Naraku devoured 3 ninjas, and his chakra volume was unrivaled, which was rare in the ninja world. However, the Akatsuki in front of him did not have the blessing of the Kijira technique, but only relied on his own bloodline, and his chakra volume was even greater than Naraku's. Ahem! The man opened his mouth again and spat out blood and flesh, then raised his arm as if trying to cover his mouth. Naraku approached Akatsuki, and from Sharingan's perspective, Akatsuki's chakra was thin and disordered, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced and ruptured, blocking the flow of chakra. In addition to the blood he coughed up and the flesh crumbs he vomited, it was obvious that he was seriously injured and dying, and had lost the ability to resist. Naraku did not stop Chiyue's actions, but just watched quietly. The red-haired man, Chiyue, vomited blood and flesh foam from his mouth and coughed violently. He raised his arm, but instead of covering his mouth, he punched himself in the chest. Suddenly, as if he had performed the water-style ninjutsu, a large amount of black blood spurted out of his mouth. The black blood that Chiyue spurted out was very strange. The black blood splashed around in a very large area, and a black hexagram of the 4-symbol seal appeared on the chest of the red-haired Chiyue's naked upper body. As the hexagram on Chiyue's chest formed, the black blood that splashed over 100 meters away quickly formed a huge transparent circular barrier. The 4-symbol seal, I will carry out. My will sacrifice myself and silently guard. As the 4-symbol seal was activated and blood flowed, even the Uzumaki bloodline, which was as strong as it was, gradually lost its vitality. An inexplicable emotion flashed in Chiyue's eyes, as if there was nostalgia and sadness. You are very strong, but... Naraku looked at the red-haired man who had lost his ability to move, and the red light in his eyes became more and more weird. The stars are changing. The transparent circular barrier covering an area of 100 meters was shrinking rapidly. It shrunk to half and then expanded to its original shape when the circular barrier was first formed. Then the barrier dissipated, and the black blood within 100 meters seemed to receive guidance, returning to the body of the red-haired man under Naraku's feet in the same way it left the red-haired man's body. Naraku's eyes emitted a strange red light, and everything that had just happened seemed to go back in time. Whether it was the circular barrier or the black blood, it dissipated the same way it was formed and came back the same way it left. After the black blood flowed back, the red-haired man seemed to have regained some vitality, and he stared at the scene with wide eyes. He activated the four-symbol seal, and the lost blood returned to his body. But his body was already overwhelmed, and he didn't expect that the person in front of him could even break the four-symbol seal. Well, Nariku's face turned pale, and he groaned in pain. The white of his left eye was bloodshot, and blood was oozing from the corner of his eye. Although the target of the eye technique is single, the control range is too large. Even if the backtracking time is not long, it still creates a huge burden for Nariku. Ahem, 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 this is impossible. The red-haired man coughed and spat out blood again. Although he had invincible ninjutsu, a heart as hard as iron, and no emotions, he was shocked at this moment. Nothing is impossible. You are the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. If I hadn't saved the Uzumaki clan, you wouldn't exist in this world. Your life and strength are actually given by me. Nariku activated a pupil technique with a very large range. He was not in good condition at the moment, but he still spoke patiently to the red-haired man. This red-haired man is the cause planted by Nariku. It was Nariku who rescued the Uzumaki clan, leaving behind the Uzumaki clan's heritage and bloodline. Although they have declined a bit compared to the past, they still exist in Konoha as a clan. When the Uzumaki clan first came to Konoha, they were as timid as a stray dog. The third generation and Danzo took advantage of the Uzumaki clan's unstable foothold and tricked them, recruiting many young talents into the Umbu training class to be trained as Umbu. But most of them were absorbed by Danzo's roots. Under the cruel training of the roots, these children became puppets of the root organization. If the current Uzumaki clan joined the root organization, they would at least be high-level root members at the level of Aburame Ryoma. They would not be as easy to control as when they first arrived. The progress of the root organizations with style research and development is closely related to Nariku, because Yamato's survival was discovered, making the experiment that Orochimaru originally thought was impossible become possible, giving him hope. It is this hope, coupled with subsequent research experiments, that has greatly improved the success rate of wood style transplantation, resulting in the unparalleled physical strength and wood style ninjutsu of the red-haired man before us. The cause of Nariku's butterfly wings flapping led to today's result. If it weren't for Nariku's strong strength, many secret techniques, and secret ninjutsu information, he would have been hard to survive the repeated ambushes by such a powerful conspiracy. Nariku crouched down, spread out his 5 fingers, and a small chakra ball appeared on each finger. 5-element seal. Seal of self-karma binding. Earth clone technique. Nariku had mixed feelings about capturing the red-haired man alive. But now that things had come to this, he had not forgotten about controlling and devouring the man's body, and using his clone to guard and be alert. After performing the ninjutsu, Nariku made a seal with both hands and performed the perception ninjutsu. In the distance, some souls and chakra groups were in a stalemate, as if they were fighting, but there were no enemies within hundreds of meters in the forest. When Nariku's perception ended, the 5 Earth clones also went into hiding. After all the work was done, Nariku felt slightly relieved. Due to the red-haired man's strong physique, the 5-element seal has limited effect on him, but the man's current physical condition is enough to control the meager chakra in his body. Combined with the seal of self-karma binding, the 2 safety locks are foolproof. You are the cause I sowed, and now I am here to reap the fruit. Become one with me. Nariku clasped his hands together, black liquid oozing out of his body. Then he stretched out his big hand and pressed it on the red-haired man's head. Ninjutsu, Onimura technique. As Nariku spoke, the dark liquid emerged from Nariku's body and quickly wrapped around the red-haired man along Nariku's arms. Capturing such an unrivaled strong man and excellent bloodline alive, even the calm, Nariku couldn't help but show a look of madness on his face. The 2 special police teams that came to support were defeated, and the 3 of them fled and hid after the powerful ninja who defeated them disappeared. These 3 people cooperated with another 4-member team to eliminate the 4 masked enemies who were blocking the enemy without any damage. 7 members of the Uchiha Special Police Division were outside the purple barrier, searching the huge 4 purple flame formation while sizing up the 4 masked men who were still maintaining the 4 purple flame formation. Although the purple light of the 4 purple flame formation has affected the field of vision, there seems to be no figure inside. The 4 purple flame formation, Lord Naruto, must be in it. No matter what, I want to see him alive or dead. I want to see his body. We cannot let anyone insult Lord Naruto's corpse. Lord Naruto must be inside. Otherwise, these 4 people wouldn't be able to maintain the 4 purple flame formation. Break the formation. Be careful. At first, the 3 of us were repelled by a powerful wood-style ninja. Now there is no trace of this person. Maybe he is lurking somewhere. Let's coordinate and use that jutsu. Even if the enemy is strong, we will be able to fight back. I noticed that where the wood-style ninja started, smoke and violent fluctuations erupted. Could it be that the clan leader was fighting him? Whatever happens, break through the 4 purple flame formation first. There are still 4 enemies. Don't be careless. Okay. The 7 people looked at each other and nodded. The squadron members who had been working together for a long time understood each other with just one glance. The 4 of them used their remaining chakra to launch fire-style ninjutsu, spewing it into the sky, while the other 3 kept their remaining chakra just in case. After several fire dragons and great fireballs spewed into the sky, the weather soon changed due to the high temperature and cumulonimbus clouds condensed. Good. Halfway there. When the weather changed, dozens of ninjas wearing black robes and masks rushed over from the other 2 directions. The special police elites in the other 2 directions were wiped out by these strange and powerful ninjas. Even if they were wiped out, they delayed the time of these enemies to the maximum extent. These ninjas are very strange. Their ninjutsu is very powerful. They don't look like wandering ninjas. No matter who they are useless under the name of Uchiha. Although the battle lasted for a long time, the 7 members of the Special Police Department were still not afraid of the enemy. The Uchiha of 3 Tomo Sharingan could defeat 90% of the ninjas in the ninja world. With this squadron, all of them are wearing the latest chakra armor developed through scientific research, which has greatly enhanced their capabilities in all aspects. Even though the enemy outnumbered us, 2 teams still managed to defeat the enemy, which was several times larger than their own, and rushed back to rescue. After rushing back to rescue, they killed another team of masked men. He also fought with the wood-style ninja. Although he was defeated, he was not the kind of cannon fodder who would die in a fight. A member of the Special Police Department looked at the cumulonimbus rain clouds that were gradually forming, as well as a dozen masked men who were rushing over from afar. Should we break the barrier or kill the enemy first? There were 2 team leaders among the 7 people. One team leader asked the other one to discuss opinions. Naruto-sama said, "If you save the land and lose the people, you lose both the land and the people. If you save the people and lose the land, you save both the land and the people. Let's kill the enemy first." Okay.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.